Good evening, everyone. And on the desk today, I have Gompers with me, and we're ready to bring you week 2 of the ECAC regular season. It is going to be a best of 3 series tonight. There will be 3 matchups going on tonight. The ones starting now, one starting at around 8 p.m., as long as we stay on schedule, and one at 10 p.m. as well. We'll just be casting the first series for you guys, which is going to be Ball State University versus Bryant University's gold team. And then the other 2 matchups that we'll be seeing later today are going to be Wayne State University and RPI1 versus RPI1, sorry. And then the second one being Wichita State University versus Stockton. How are you feeling, Gompers? How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a very long time since I've casted collegiate, so excited to get back in the groove, see how it's going. I haven't seen a lot of these teams last time I casted collegiate, so I'm excited to see, what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's collegiate's so cool because there are so many teams. Like university esports clubs will have, scholarship teams. Some of them will have also more than one team if there's a lot of interest for the rosters and stuff like that. So it's interesting to see collegiate meta and to see, the variety of teams that we have coming out, and definitely keeps things interesting. But enough about that. We are actually ready to get into game. And just to give you guys an idea of what's going on, as a reminder, this is a best of 3 series for tonight. And just to take you through the map picks and bans, Ball State did ban Haven, Bryant banning Breeze. Ball State picked Ascent for map 1, where Bryant will be defending first. And we're just going to throw quickly into Agent Select, and we'll talk about the rest afterwards. Looks like Ball State already, primed and ready to lock in those particular their agents in this composition here. How are you feeling about the double duelists that we're seeing coming out for map 1?
On the side of Ball State, I mean, the Reign of Lions could definitely suffice. I didn't get a peek. I don't believe they have a sky, so heavily relying on the Rain of Blinds there is okay. In an opinion point of view, I think Sky is maybe a little bit more of a stronger ally flash wise. But Rain is definitely good if they're wanting to get that aggressive attack in. Sky, on the other hand, is really good if you want to get more of those really good coordinated plays. And I think it all depends on the synergy of the team and what they're going for.
For sure, yeah, I mean, with Sky, you have more information that comes with the guiding lights and the flashes being popped, and then with Reyna, it's not even a true flash, it's a near sight, so it's not
Mhm.
like you're completely flash out. Plus, you can shoot them out as well, but I mean, not a bad. Reyna and Jet is a combination that you see pretty often, considering the fact that Jet can, aggressively make space with that tailwind, with the cloud burst able to push on. That can be used very well in synergy. But going into things, we're actually going to see an A heavy default coming out right off the bat from BSU. And looking to grab some mid control here. It looks like it's going to be mostly a play through tree as the bomb tries to lurk up through A main, but BU has already taken a lot of space there.
Oh, they're trying to take a little bit more, but the problem is that, BSU is just a little bit too aggressive. They're kind of pushing it back. They're not able to get tree, though. They're going to have to refrain and kind of hold themselves together, especially since they can't really be taking those one-on-one fights just yet. I mean, Canubras is trying right now, but Sweetie might just be able to get the first pick here on this pistol round, Ash.
Absolutely, but it's not going to come out quite yet, Sweetie. Now on site is going to be able to take down that Killjoy turret, have that Nano Swarm primed and ready. I believe it was thrown towards C2 just to slow maybe the push back on. And now it is going to be a free plant for BSU, and that's pistol. It's going to be a 5v5 retake.
He's preparing themselves to use that guiding light, but it's not able to come out just yet. A lot of utility being used here to try to at least refrain from this retake on to site. It's not going to happen. A lot of the players on BSU are low. Right there is going to show a lot of the picks are coming through right now for BSU. And I feel like the site might just be here. Shakeborn trying their best to be able to clutch up, able to get one, but the peak and the timing from Eve is just better and unmatched. That is going to be the first round going over to BU.
Ooh, first round, and quite the rotation actually that came out from BSU after had that A heavy lean, having the Killjoy, Swooty lurking over towards B, being able to get that information, hearing the rotations being called off, and I mean, especially after BSU lost a lot of that A main control to BU, the rotation was definitely meant to go down, and now we're going to see another A heavy posture coming out from BSU. Buy up as well across the board with those specters on the side of BU this time around, actually.
Eve is feeling like I mean it's hard because with this one way you don't want to necessarily peek. You want to wait for someone to try to make that first mistake here, and that's what BU's trying to do. Shed is able to get that first pick, though. That's going to be leading to Eve feeling a little bit more confident, moving the right forwards. The spike now in the hands of Bryant University, and that's going to be very nice. They can position themselves very close to the spike, and at least try to refrain people from trying to collect that.
Ooh, and just like that, Ball State has lost 2 players, and Shed here has a really aggressive angle up in mid. BSU definitely struggling to maintain that map control right now on the attacker's side. However, not too surprising considering the fact that BU does have the advantage with these guns.
Ooh, the frenzy could work, but the run and gun, yep, hey, it worked out just fine. The headshot, but right now the weapon isn't really in favor of Parker. Semi's going to be able to really just clutch it up with the Spectres. Having the Spectre play in general was just overall, the better guns. So not necessarily much you can do in that position. But I mean, coming forth into this round, you have a pretty steady buy for both teams with a bonus.
Yeah, I do want to point out though, if BU, I mean, not, like I said before, not too surprising that they won that last round, considering the fact that they won pistol. But if Semi is able to invest into the Seekers here in round 3 on this bonus that could actually be huge for BU in being able to secure a 3rd round for themselves right off the bat. Really helpful for that retake, and just really do a lot of damage to BSU's economy, and a bit of a change of pace coming out for round 3. The same similar kind of setup. Not too much action going on mid other than the Killjoy lurking there and B-Link, trying to see if anybody is over-aggressing. But with the gun differential, these Spectres are going to have to play these closer range angles to get the most value.
Oh, and Procur's not going to check the corner in time. Eve having a really cheeky one, but TN is going to be able to win in that feud. Right now, the site completely going towards the side of Ball State University. That spike has to go down, though. I like the positioning of the spike. They could definitely utilize, having a lot of site control and kind of playing off that right there. TN able to get that pick, but now 2-man retake, Ash. This is not necessarily a position that Bryant University wants to be in.
No, not necessarily, but not going to count them out quite yet. If Semi is able to get an initial pick here, going to have that Seekers online to make this retake even more possible. But as I say, that aimbot is going to fall to TN there. A little nice 3K for themselves, and clock's ticking.
Oh, Semi was able to get the blind out, but I mean, overall, when it comes to distance, Ash, the Spectre really can't win fights like that.
Nah, definitely has the disadvantage. They're not able to pull out that run and gun madness or anything with the longer range duels. But going into round 4, we're going to see a buy up across the board. Seekers now finally online for Semi. However, TN is going to have an Empress online for themselves as well. So this round could be anybody's. I'm interested to see that now we have rifles across the board for both teams. If BU is going to continue to aggress mid like they did in the first 2 rounds, or if they're going to be playing a bit more safely, trying to preserve their economy, play their life a little bit more, because that aggression can go unmatched, but it can also go very easily punished.
I completely agree. I have seen Bryant State University has Ball State University, my apologies, has kind of been very slow within their approaches onto site. And originally I said with the Reyna, it definitely works out in a way where if you're aggressive with that Reyna and you try to play off those blinds, it could work. But I mean, seeing this approach right here where they play the timing perfectly, they try to at least preoccupy the other players on the other sites to take the sites they want to, works out pretty well. Already coming onto the sites though, the spam through the smoke is going to be a little bit more effective than the approach coming from Ball State University. Brest has a really good angle and is able to at least get a really, really nice collateral. That's going to help out in the long run there. Now Spoody all by themselves on the side of Ball State University, but spike not in their hands. Although the one tap, I mean, definitely proving that the clutch is possible.
30 seconds left.
And nervous about that market player. We're going to see that Nano Swarm coming out just to slow down that push, but huge crossfire set up here. It's going to be hard for Sweetie to retake this, and yes, Eve is going to close out that round. 3-1. Things were looking tough, I think, on the side of BU initially with the map control that BSU was able to take for themselves, but that collateral that Penumbras was able to take for themselves definitely turned the tide, being able to secure the spike for their team in the hands of the defenders, where the attackers are going to have to retrieve it. Going into this round, going back to the last round, I'm still kind of interested about the fact that we saw BSU sending both of the duelists mid instead of, splitting them both up. I think that's really interesting to see coming out from this team. I'm interested to see how this mid play continues to go on. And as I say that, Tien is going to get the drop there.
Ooh, the 2K showing a lot of promise for Ball State University. They were getting, I'm going to be completely honest, Bryant University was having a really, really good start in the beginning, having this 3-1. Now Ball State kind of feeling the pressure. They're able to get some of that confidence back up. But right now, a little bit of a showdown coming down mid. Swooty in a position that is unknown to Aimbot. Aimbot, just about to peek. At the right timing, Swooty was not able to get the one tap. Right now, this retake is looking pretty firm with the one player out on the side of Ball State.
Ooh, yeah, 4v3 situation here. However, Shed does have all of that Sova utility online. You've got that recon and the Owl drone to get information. but the clock is ticking and time is on the side of the attackers.
Ooh, yeah, I completely agree. You can hear the spike slowly going faster and faster. Right now, that recon bolt isn't necessarily going to do much. There really isn't enough time to be able to get a 3K and then move your way out, so the exit frags here are going to be what's important. Lowering that economy, that's exactly what's going to happen. Eve being able to pick it up, get that 3K down. Clutch came through, but Ball State University not really having a lot of economy. Well, actually, just kidding. They're extremely rich. I don't know what that feels like.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're extremely rich, but being able to afford this round, it's tough. I do actually like the fact that BU played for exits in that moment, being able to take out all 3 or 4 of the remaining members of BSU, being able to do that damage to their economy, have that type of impact, but it also came at the cost of the economy of BU as well. And now we're going to see Eve popping that Blade Storm, and the lockdown is going to come out.
When Eve isn't really in a good position, they have to be able to back out here. The timer's going down, they're definitely going to be locked in, but it might work out as a bait somehow, because now the rush is coming through. They're looking for this body that could possibly be in the middle of sight. Although they're not able to find it, Ball State a little bit confused here, but we have a flank coming from Sammy, and another one from another teammate. Looks like it might work out.
Battle drone finally being put to work on these retake situations. Able to tag up one, and the updraft is going to be nasty. Eve taking down their double. 3v2 now.
Ooh, Eve had a nice updraft, but it's one more enemy remaining. Some teammates. Teammates left, only really a shorty to play off. That Blade Storm is gone. Eve has to be able to get this break, but it's 2 bullets left, and it can't really connect. GM just clutching up with the 3K. Not a lot you can do in that situation, especially when those Blade Storms just do not hit.
That Empress coming in clutch as well, allowing Tian to reposition after those frags with the dismiss and the invisibility provided by the Empress. Now we are going to go into round 7. Things have been tied up by BSU. BU going to be forced onto a save this round as well. And it's tough, because if BU, after the next round, once they're back on a bye, if they aren't able to win that round out, they're going to be stuck into that ping pong economy.
Great. I mean, it's been very back and forth from the start with Ball State and Bryant. There really isn't much to say about it, but Aimbot has a little bit to say, waiting inside of the smoke, trying to wait for an aggressive push. I mean, Aimbot knows that there are people coming, trying to get maybe that gravity well down. It's going to pull in just a split second, but Tian is going to be able to hit the shot regardless. Does not matter. Have a clear coming through, trying to at least blind the members as they try to get that approach onto site. And right now it's a bloodbath. I mean, a lot of good timing here coming from Ball State.
Right here. Right here.
Owl drone, unfortunately, not going to connect with that recon, though, and Semi able to get the drop on Swooty, turning it into a 2v2 situation. Now a Vandal in hand.
Oh, the Seekers might help with a distraction, but they just get shot down. Not
player standing.
Oh, it's looking dangerous. Sam, he has to be able to take out J-Corn. Maybe some wall banks, trying to hope so. J-Corn, I mean, a flash finally able to be used, but the Hunter's Fury available for J-Corn here. So regardless, one pick off with that Hunter's Fury. Sammy's gone. Oh, I thought Sammy was going to go for it, try to at least pick off J-Corn while that ultimate was coming through. Might just be able to get it half, but has to be very wary. J-Corn is just going to peek around the corner into time. Not allow that to come through.
Yeah, in that situation, Shed really had to push from Heaven a bit earlier just to be able to help out Semi, who did have the Vandal in hand. Put a bit more pressure on J-Corn in that situation, but unfortunately, the call, either the call and the timing just maybe didn't go through, and kudos to J-Corn for being able to clutch out that round, putting another round on the board for BSU, and giving BSU actually the lead, taking it away from BU in this situation. And now Operator is finally in Eve's hands. We're going to see what kind of value that he gets out of it.
Ooh, not a lot right now.
I say that the smoke goes
yeah, the smoke just went straight up, and it's just going to obscure some vision. That's going to, I mean, for Kerr, Parker could have been taken out in that event. That smoke didn't go down, but I mean, now you can see the butterfly effect. The 2K came through just because that smoke was so efficient and effective. And now, I mean, Ball State really having the upper hand here.
Yeah, Ball State having the upper hand, and the tides have turned. BU was looking really strong with those initial rounds, but now Rifles are in the hands of BSU. Not going to count anybody out quite yet. It's just a close game so far, pretty early on as well. And Semi is hunting for the person hiding here in Garage, that guiding light, going to give that information away.
Ball State just gets onto the site as fast as possible, and they get that spike down. And I mean, right now, it's just the rotation did have to come through, wasting more time now. It's just waiting for something. But the exit frags, once again, it's just going to be what Bryant University has to resort to, able to really get those exit frags through. But at the end of the day, Ash, you get the exit frags, but are you getting around?
Yeah, I mean, playing for exits, if you have a severe disadvantage by player numbers or by timing, or if, you have an operator that you'd like to save, that can definitely be the play. That can be the way to go. But this is 2 rounds now that BU has played for exit frags with what was ample amount of time to actually be able to, make the retake happen, even though there was an operator in Eve's hands. There were guns lying around on bodies. I'm not quite sure if there was any that were able to be recovered in that situation, but value for the exit from the exit frags and the saves would have come out a lot more if those 2 other players were able to save their Vandals as well, just to be able to support that off.
Oh, and it was looking like Eve might have just been able to get the first pick with the op, but the op is just not doing the work here. Oh, and that's extremely unfortunate because the smoke before was the detriment, and now it's just going to be for her moving up onto the site, getting a site, really trying to at least get this flank through. Not really a flank now, they're coming through, and they're definitely going to hear that wall break.
You're in that wall break, and the lockdown is going to come out, forcing the attackers off of the site. Aimbot is now going to have that. The operator enhancement's not going to matter because Swooty has the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but the aim is working out pretty nicely there for Swooty. Shed knows Swooty's coming through. Swooty doesn't have enough health here to fight. That's just going to be an instant 1 tap here. Shed maybe? Not another one. It's just going to go straight over to Ball State. Ball State being able, to pick up the loss that they had, originally 1-3, going up to 3-6, but maybe, Bryant might just be able to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, Ball State having now 5 rounds in a row under their belt with this comeback after tying it up. Now with a 3-point lead, they're going to continue to have an advantage going through unless we see a crazy thrifty coming out from BU here with the Sheriffs in hand. We do also have that Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury available. The Hunter's Fury here could actually do a lot of work on this eco, do a lot of damage on the players of BSU if they are funneling themselves through a choke point, but this time around they will be taking mid.
Ooh. The drone getting really good information, not being able to really play off of it. It is a save round here for Bryant University. They did get a couple picks through, but it's not enough. Only 1 right now. Be able to get a couple more to at least make this a little bit more fair personnel-wise. Aimbot about to peek the corner where Swooty is, and Swooty not paying any attention. The first bullet missed, looking a little bit scary, but in the end, a Vandal in the hands of Aimbot.
Vandal in the hands of Aimbot, and I'm pretty sure Eve was able to pick one up of their own as well. Yeah, and that Cosmic Divide is going to be coming out to provide some cover. It's Eve in a 3v1 situation left to clutch it out.
No. I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that 3K down. The timing here was impeccable.
That was cold. That was absolutely cold coming out from Eve. And I just want to point out, did you see the attempt at a knife through the wall just in case somebody was waiting close? I was like, there's no way. At first I thought, okay, Eve is going to potentially try and jiggle this with the knife out. But no, It was an attempt at a knife through the wall, and
Placing sentry.
I like the gusto because he was able to secure a 3K for themselves. And going into round, I believe it is 11 now, we're going to see BSU actually switching things up, going back towards the A site after hitting B in the previous round. This time, looking to get a lot more control of A main, leaving a lurk for Reyna there through mid.
Oh, Eve was ready for the updraft. I mean, Eve being a Jet player, knowing exactly what the moves are of another Jet player. But right now, Eve is in a very... Oh, Hydra Shuri being able to save Eve. Lockdown coming down. Right now, it's honestly just a battle of how much utility you can use to dismember the enemy team. Try to get yourself onto the site.
That's going to be a rotation being called from Ball State this time around, looking for some more mid control, but nobody's going to be checking archers as Penumbras is able to get one for themselves, and the team is pretty split up. More default-like positions now coming out from BSU.
The drone coming. They was not able to spot anyone. That drone from Bryant did not spot a lot of people, maybe not anything right now. Aimbot still does have a lot of utility to be using. That was one of the last stars. Still able to really utilize it in a way where it got them out of that position. Right now, Ash mid, bloodbath. Around on the side of Ball State. If they can go what site they want to go to, because 30 seconds on the clock, they have to get that spike down.
They do, but I mean, B or A are both viable options at the moment. You don't have the Killjoy online on the side of BU right now, so you don't have to worry about that utility on B. And Semi, unfortunately, isn't going to be able to pull out a crazy clutch. J-Corn going to get that pick for themselves. It's going to be a 2v4 on this retake.
Oh, but I mean, we've seen Eve get a 3K before. Very, very fast. Maybe once again it might just work out, but that Hunter Suri not making it any easier. Eve trying to make their way through, knowing that at least one person cannot take any shots. Aimbot, though, maybe just playing for exit frags once again. That's kind of the best case scenario here. Not really a lot of economy. Could either save the weapon or try to at least take weapons out of the hands of Ball State. Her knowing that the exit
Oh, the timing here!
No! And right there, it was the timing. I feel like a lot of this perfect timing.
Last round before the
Yeah, I mean, timing and a read there coming out from Procure, to be honest. Aimbot has played that angle time and time again now on the exit frag plays during those retakes in the post-plant situation. So that's not too surprising, as Aimbot has held that angle before. Procure doing a really good job of making that read, but now BU is going to be forced onto another save. We're going to see one Vandal coming, two Vandals coming out actually. Semi able to pull one out and likely afford next round, and never mind. This is round 12. This is last round flip swap. I just realized I was clearly not paying enough attention. So that's going to be a force up on the side of BU, and that's never, you know, what you want to be left on the last round before swap.
Take flight.
I'm liking the information from the drone to try to at least, you know, gather, hey, majority's mid, we can wait for this rotation. We don't have to do much just yet. But bullets are coming through, maybe trying to tag someone for aimbot here in their attempt to try to get something. But Ash, right now, it's just a very slow default for this last round of the half.
Yeah, slow default and BU maintaining this advantage so far. Semi is going to have those Seekers available as well for the retake. Pull out Trailblazer this time around just to get a bit more information. The main running down the clock as there's just 40 seconds left.
Oh, but the Seekers might just come in clutch. Never mind, they all just got obliterated before they even came through on the smoke. And Penumbras is able to get the 3K down with the Sheriff. Regardless of what is happening, regardless of what the weapons you're working with, your Penumbras able to really clutch it up here for Bryant University.
Whew. And a clutch that was. Going into the swapping of halves, though, BSU will be on the defense. This time around, BU now going to be on the attack. We are going to see a posture towards the A side coming out from BU, very similar to what we saw from BSU in the first pistol round. We'll see if the pacing is similar as well, or if BU is going to be a little bit more aggressive, because BU got aggressive on the defense, Gompers. I mean, they pushed out mid, they got a lot of information, a lot of map control, so I'm interested to see what they do on attack, and if their attack is maybe a similar iteration to that.
I mean, right now, I think, I mean, Ball State played it pretty rough on the attack, very aggressive, so I'm assuming, yeah, I mean, you have Reina pushing up on Ball State. They're already trying to get an aggressive takedown. Right now, it's mostly, we'll focus on Bryant, trying to get this dog through. A lot of heavy Killjoy util. Semi knows that. Oof.
Yeah, that's going to be a rotation called out from BSU. I do like how the Killjoy is playing on the A site, especially for the first round. And I do want to point out that some aggression here has been taken in garage. I don't know if anybody will be checking this angle. TN. It's going to be poised and ready.
Oh, the frenzy run and gun. It's just stronger. You can't do nothing. It's like having a Spectre and just running around on site and spraying it down. You're just going to get the headshots regardless. And right there it goes. A really aggressive attack from Bryant University. It took a while, but right there the right click's gonna look pretty strong for Ian, although it's gonna get shut down by
30 seconds left.
There's a 4-man retake. And a lot of the players on the side of Ball State don't have a lot of health to be working off.
Yeah, 4v4 and BU definitely has the advantage, especially since the spike has been planted here. Like you mentioned, no heals on the team of BSU. That recon, though, is going to come out, get a little bit of information.
Oh, Penumbras knows exactly what's going on, waiting down in hell, trying to figure it out. And right now, only one enemy remaining. TN does not have a lot of health to be able to clutch up here. It's just going to be a right click from Penumbras. I feel like I've been seeing a lot coming out from Penumbras in these past couple rounds. Even though it's just the pistol round within this round, I think, you know, Penumbras has really been picking it up.
You know, attacker side of Killjoy. Easy collapse. Am I right? I mean, you can't do too much on defense. Also, if the enemy team is avoiding your site for the most part, maybe running it down mid instead, you know, just to negate the setup that you usually see set up for lane and whatnot. But going into this round, BU with the advantage is going to be able to force up Spectres in hand and one Stinger on the board actually as well, and it looks like it's going to be an A heavy default once again, looking to split through a main entry.
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of their Stingers lately. Is this a new meta? Is this what's going on now? We're bringing back the Stingers and taking out the Spectres? I mean, I definitely would not be down for it, but I try it out for sure. Right now the I mean, your opinion. I'll ask for your opinion after this really quick, but right now, I mean, aimbot's just gonna be aimbotting their way through
down A.
into Garden, all the way up to Heaven. Right now, kind of just a massacre.
Ooh, yeah, aimbot with a 3K for themselves is gonna close out this round, tying it back up. BU this time around, looking to claw their way back to the lead, 7-7. And back to your question, Gombers, about the Stinger. We haven't seen any Stinger changes come out recently, ever since that nerf. However, it has been a little bit more common to pick up in games. I think people are, you know, going back to try and test it out. It is a lot cheaper now than it used to be as well. And it is a good value weapon if you are playing those closer angles. Definitely not as overpowered as it previously was, though. And I don't know if you've seen those quick ADS scope in videos on TikTok, but that has definitely been a new Stinger meta that has come out just to get a quick head tap burst shot down. But as I say that, another A heavy lean, a heavy default, I should say, coming out from BU, changing the pacing this time around, trying to get some information. You can definitely hear the Killjoy utility that is set up on A, and Sweetie's going to be pushed back by that guiding light.
Oh, the corners. Numerous checking one, but not checking the other. That's going to be a punishment for Bryant University. Although they are able to get themselves on site pretty... Never mind. I was going to say pretty nicely, but the gravity well came through, so did the Killjoy Molly's able to get a lot of damage through, although the flashes Semi's going to be putting out might just be able to get one, but not another. Right now, Ball State University able to get that team ace, leading themselves back up to the lead.
Yeah, that was a crucial round for BSU to secure for themselves. Ball State would have been stuck on a save afterwards, allowing BU to add even more credit cushion, economy cushion to their reservoir. if they had won that bonus. But going into this upcoming round, I would like Semi to invest in some ultimate orbs. I would like to see the rest of BU assisting in that, just to be able to get those Seekers online as early as possible, because Semi was doing a really great job actually in the previous half, like throwing out those Seekers as soon as they possibly could, essentially, which is huge considering the fact that Semi was also fragging out, able to actually get those ultimate points, and you basically want to get as many ultimates online as you possibly can every single match.
Very silent right now. I'm liking the silent approach they have, waiting for somebody to come through, get aggressive, and right there, Tian's gonna get aggressive, but it's gonna be 2 headshots coming through. Don't really see that coming. The flick was spectacular. How spectacular can Tian be as the approach up to heaven and onto sight through tree completely empty? But I mean, the vision is there.
Tree might be empty, but the spike is in the hands of the defenders right now. It's stuck in A main, right where the ultimate orb is, and Penumbra is trying to get another lurky kill here in mid, but not really finding anything so far. It's going to be a tough recovery for BU in a 2v5 situation, and you can't even play for exit frags or anything like that because they're on attack.
30 seconds
Sammy
left.
knows there's someone in that corner. A flash at least could use it, knowing at least one more's there.
I got the spike.
The backup was, I mean, the backup worked out pretty well in the end. Right now, there are at least 3 people about to approach their way onto site on the side of Ball State University. 13 seconds left on the clock, and they're
10
waiting
seconds
to
left.
at least get... Oh! And right there, the gravity well. Didn't really do much. It was able to at least stop the time, and right now J-Corn's trying to push their way up. Penumbras was able to do some damage. The Seekers is there. I don't know if this is the perfect round to do so. Definitely not. Everybody's speaking through, at least right now. Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty well in favor of Ball State University. The gravity wells, they did a lot of work.
Yeah, the gravity well was impeccable, being able to slow down that plant. Unfortunately, the timing of the plant and the gravity well wasn't able to, absolutely deny it, considering there was plenty of time to still get the plant down with the full 4-second timer. I do want to say that I felt Penumbra's pain in that situation on that shot onto J-Corn, though, with the Phantom hitting the 140 shot instead of hitting, that full damage that you would have had with the Vandal, not being able to secure that kill in the situation. But now BSU still has that advantage, and it's going to be a returned wallbang from Penumbras onto J-Corn.
Oh, and they just know! They're already trying to get a pick through in the corners before they even peek it. They're very, very aware, and right now that lockdown is working out in their favor, pushing back for Kerr with the operator. So now the retake's going to be definitely harder, although it is plausible. They still do have Reyna. Oh, never mind. I'm completely wrong. They don't have Reyna anymore. The retake is going to have to heavily rely on information, if possible, from Sweetie here with the Kerr.
Ooh, that owl drone nearly got info as well, but we are going to see the retake actually coming into fruition, but Eve is just hiding here in Garage, and I don't know if anyone's going to check.
Oh! Okay, I really liked that. The recon bolt came through. I believe it was Semi on site has the Odin. They ended up spraying through the moment they got information. I was able to get at least one pick down, making it a lot harder for the retake here. But, I mean, as you saw, the retake is very slow. I feel like it's very difficult, especially if certain members of your team die. J-Corn wasn't able to give out information. You had TN being taken out for those blinds, so there wasn't really much you could do, especially since Peter had that operator.
The hardest part being that, Shed was not available either to provide any information as the Sova, or J-Corn, to provide information as the Sova on that retake. But now going into this upcoming round, we are going to see a save coming out from BSU. Blade Storm has been popped right off the bat by Procure, and Procure might meet at least 1, if not 2 to 3 here in mid, depending on if we see any aggression into market.
Procure is waiting for it. Waiting for someone to step up to the plate. Hey, you guys strong or not? Are you willing? but nobody's willing right now on Bryant University. They're just going to wait back to see if maybe Ball State's going to get aggressive.
Perker totally knew that Eve was holding mid with the op too, and not why they didn't go with an aggressive updraft or whatnot through arches there, but with all of Tree being taken by BU, it looks like it's going to be an A hit, especially with those Seekers coming out.
Oh, and the Seekers gave out Ian's position, but Ian is staying strong within that corner. They know they have the upper hand with the judge, but, I mean, the peeking is just better, I guess. Right there, Perker's going to peek through, be able to get one, but it is eliminations coming through on both sides already. A two-man retake. Flank coming through, but the shots aren't going to hit A-Bot. 50 health, not knowing that Sova's right behind. The spike, that's really the main point. The spike is down. All they have to play for here is the post plant, but the post plant isn't going to happen. Aimbot's just going to aimbot their way over to victory here and bringing themselves back up to a tie.
Ooh, it seems like we're just swapping it between both sides, bringing it back into the tie. Both sides trying to duel it out to get the advantage in any possible way. And as I say that, I do note that there are 4 ultimates on the side of BSU available here. Swooty and Ian in particular both have their ultimates online. The Lockdown and the Cosmic Divide are a deadly combination with each other. That Cosmic Divide able to provide, you know, that cover for the Lockdown that can't be shot through.
Semi has the spike down mid. I feel like they're trying to approach maybe some mid control here, see where they want to go. But Swooty has it on lockdown with the turret. They peek here. That's going to give Swooty some information. Although it's going to be a dangerous peek, they don't really have a lot going for them here, especially since there are 3 players watching both angles here down mid.
And another change of pacing coming out. Still going to be a slow round from BU. We're going to hear that market door close on the side of the defenders this time around. Aimbot looking for some heads here. Not going to find anybody in market, but will they find Swooty in CT spawn over aggress, or is Aimbot just playing the information game?
I mean, the smokes could definitely go down. I think Aimbot's going to probably put maybe a gravity well here or a smoke or something. Right there, it's the Cosmic Divide. Instead, it's going to come through Ian not being able to at least defend this site. And, right, Aimbot waiting for mid for some information, maybe a push. If so, J-Corn does have a sneaking suspicion that someone's there, but it's not going to check the corner that Aimbot is in. The TN being the savior might just be able to help approach onto the site here, especially with that Empress in hand.
Still in sight.
Empress in hand in a 2v3, and that's really what you want. That Guiding Light is going to come out, get some information, and you can tell the BSU is wary of a Garage player.
Lines are working out in favor of Kiana, allowing them to get up a little bit closer, but nobody is going to be checking B main. Penumbras being there, having the upper hand. I mean, just being sneaky that way. I feel like a lot of the time, B Garage is one of the most deadliest spots, just simply because half the time, nobody's aware.
I mean, both Swooty and Penumbras have been actually really great lurking sentinels for their teams, taking out those off positioning. I mean, Garage is a pretty common angle to be held in the post plant situation on the B site. Unfortunately, BSU in that situation didn't have any utility to either check Garage itself and or any Killjoy util to watch that flank. So with the time running down on the clock, it's not too surprising that time wasn't wasted in that moment to check Garage at that exact moment. But now BSU definitely has the advantage once again as far as numbers go, but are on a save.
There's a lot of Killjoy util A watching around tree and door, so I don't think anybody's gonna have a fun time going down there on the attacking side.
Coming back.
You know, Bryant University, they're just waiting around. I think this is a good approach, especially just because they've been doing pretty good just playing this default here.
I do actually like from Bryant the fact that you see this guy still lurking there towards A main, just trying to keep an eye on that rifle, but the rotation is going to have to come out considering the fact that there are only 35 seconds left on the clock, and as I say that, Procure is going to take down aimbot just with a free gun in hand. It's 43.
Oh, and Eve is finally being able to use that operator.
Okay.
He's just gonna explode. Get that 3K. You know, hey, this is for the one time you smoked me off. This is for the one time you kind of just peeked, one tap my head. It's just working out in favor. I mean, Eve just might be able to get the 5K here. The ace is definitely a probability, especially since Astra, Ian is right around there. But somebody else might take it.
Yeah, Ian has a Vandal in hand, looking to clutch out this 3v1 situation. 3 stars available as well, but they're not going to be used quite yet.
Oh, I think they're giving it to Eve. Eve, you gotta reload there. No, Numerous is right beside for Eve. I mean, it was a valiant effort. First shot miss, and Numerous had to at least try to get something through, or else, you know, you can try to get the ace, but at the end of the day, objective is important as well.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate that there was no eco ace this time around, but you're absolutely right, Gompers. These teams definitely have to keep their eye on the prize, which is the round win. You can only do so much baiting until you're left in a precarious situation. What could have potentially been an ace ends up being a clutch round for the other team. So better to be safe than sorry. And things are tight. Swooty definitely looking to slow the momentum of BU right now with this timeout coming out, considering the fact that BU is 1 away from match point at the moment. And I believe, I'm just going to check really quickly in my notes here. This is Ball State's pick, actually, and not Bryant's. So if Bryant University here is able to take Ascent away from BSU, this is going to be an upset.
I mean, if Eve keeps playing like that with the operator, I don't know. I mean, attacking Jet operator and it's working out fairly well, but Ash, Prefer versus Eve operator showdown. Who's going to be able to take it home here? Prefer's getting ready to at least get the first pick through down a main. Are they going to be able to get it? Oh, the trigger finger. Did they shoot early? I heard an operator shot there.
Yeah, I heard an operator shot. Not too sure, though. Nothing is going to be going on A main, so Procure not going to find anyone quite yet. It still might be an A play, the spike leaning towards tree, but with this setup that Swooty has, it's going to be hard to take tree with those nanostorms. Going to have to actually bait that early just in case BSU is able to run down the clock on BU in this situation.
I definitely think Semi is aware that there might be utility. Apparently I can't speak today, but maybe, just maybe, or maybe they don't know. Maybe they're gonna step into it and get a really, really harsh taste of reality. Because, I mean, the clock is ticking. They're not aware just yet, especially that Procure has the operator dashing out in time to avoid anything going on, but lockdown from the attacker Killjoy might just be able to get them onto site fast enough.
30 seconds
Yeah, lockdown, able to push BSU on site. Nobody's going to be detained, though, and actually, Hunter's Fury is going to come out right off the bat. Semi being taken down in this situation. Eve now is planting the spike. It's a 5v3 on this retake.
I like the position Eve is holding. As long as tree is completely being held, Eve has a really good positioning here, especially since they could possibly just move their way out, but this lockdown definitely is not going to make it any easier for Bryant University. Panura is trying to get as many as they can, but already Jed being left alone, not knowing that the spike is in fact being defused. And I mean, 4 people on the site. Once you wide swing here, 1 tap to the head.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but in that situation, what are you going to do? Playing for that ultimate and then also being just so far away from the defuse. The Great Cosmic Divide, though, coming out, not allowing any, shots through the smoke to connect in case the spike was pinged by their team. And now BSU is looking to tie things up 11-11. Shed I was about to say does not have a rifle in hand, but that's not going to be the case. They're going to get a little buy from somebody, and I believe it's going to be one of the last rifling rounds for this team if they're not able to win it.
They know Pricker has the operator on B site, but Semi's feeling a little bit confident that the Seekers are going to be able to at least lead them in the right direction. Knowing where this operator is could possibly allow them to flash out in the correct position. But right now, Pricker's holding a really good angle. The only thing that's going to help is exactly that. The Astra utility is going to be able to stun Pricker just in time for the entry onto site. And that's going to be Semi eliminating the operator.
Eliminating the operator now in aimbot's hands. However, the spike has yet to be planted, and BSU, they're in prime positions for this retake so far. TN already having a bit of lane control here, knowing that nobody is holding it for the time being. Aimbot is going to be the one just to keep an eye on that, and Alir is about to be thrown out.
Last player standing.
Oh, yeah, aimbot left alone. All I could give you were oohs and ahs for the first couple seconds there, but Tian was able to get that 3K. I mean, right now, honestly, Ash, it's been back and forth for these rounds. I mean, going on this whole entire game. 3 rounds to Bryant University, 3 rounds to Ball State, 2 rounds, 2 rounds. It's just a back and forth. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know if we're going to go overtime or if Bryant University or Ball State University is just going to get 2 in a row and close this off.
Either way, the next round for both teams is going to be match point. No huge ultimates or impactful ultimates, I should say, are on the board so far. The person who is the closest would be aimbot here in this situation. You might see that some farming for alt orbs here. Try and get that cosmic divide online for BU. And the blade storm is going to be popped by Eve right off the bat. Drone is going to look out to clear some information here on A.
Oh, Semi!
Oh, the timing!
Oh! Just nade his way out of there. Nothing's going to happen. That was a great bunny hop. It was just jiggling around, getting their way out of there. Right now, Ian is in the same position they were before, and if you don't remember, Ian was here with the judge before.
Yeah,
it's just
briefs.
Yeah, it's just hard to be able to live when you're just sitting near Switch. But I mean, the least that Ball State can do is at least try to get some nano swarms down, try to at least stop this plant. But right now, I mean, Bryant University has a really good lead here.
Deploying drone.
Oh, the shock darts are coming down. But I don't think J-Core knows Semi's right around the corner, holding this really nice cross here with aimbot.
I thought it was going to be a whiff.
Yeah, the whiff was there. I thought aimbot was going to peek around waiting for that contact with Swooty. At least able to get 2, but Shed with the 3K not allowing anything to come down. And right now, Ash, this is the deciding factor who wins this map, in particular, Bryant University or Ball State University. But it's also, I mean, I don't even know at this point. It might be back and forth, or Bryant University might just be able to get this round down.
Yeah, we're not going to jinx anything here. However, I will point out the fact that Penumbra's has that lockdown available. Aimbot has that cosmic divide as well. And we've talked about before how deadly of a combination that can be. Shed also 2 away from that Hunter's Fury. I would like to see BU investing in Shed in this particular round, just because that Hunter's Fury could actually be a make or break. We are going to see, yeah, Shed is the spike holder this time around. We'll get an alt point from that. Likely going to farm this one in Garage as well, just to be able to get that online for the post plant, because BU is going to want to close it out here.
You want to find it?
Revealing area.
That lockdown is worked out pretty well. They like the Cosmic Divide mixed in with that Recon Bolt, because the Recon Bolt goes where, you know, the Cosmic Divide isn't really necessary. Okay, let me explain this in a way where I can understand it personally. So the Cosmic Divide is there, and there's 2 sides. I like the Recon Bolt going over to the side of the defensive side, seeing where anybody is, seeing if maybe someone's going to be able to wide swing that, you know, that angle. Didn't work out for anybody just because that Recon Bolt was able to get that information through, but the end being able to use the first line, only really having 1 more left, but they have to use it wisely. This is a post-plant hold, if I've ever seen one. Jed and Semi holding the same angle, waiting for someone to peek, and it's working out in favor. Only one person
Player standing.
making their way up. TN
Enemy
down
remaining.
with the operator, able to get one. Doesn't necessarily know Swooty was trying to stick it, but is there enough time? There isn't! It's a clutch!
Attackers
A clutch
win.
for Bryant University!
That's clutch for Bryant University and an upset for Ball State University. Bryant stealing away the map pick for Ball State in this first match of the series. And as a reminder, this is a best of 3 today between Ball State and Bryant U. And you know, we just saw Ascent. I believe we are going to see Fracture coming up next. That's going to be on the side of Bryant's pick, where Ball State will be defending first. The last 2 bans going out ended up being split and bind, meaning that the tiebreaker is going to be Icebox if we do go to a map 3. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we're just going to take a quick little break before heading into map 2, and we'll catch you guys in about 5 minutes.
Already coming onto the sites though, the spam through the smoke is going to be a little bit more effective than the approach coming from Ball State University. Rest has a really good angle and is able to at least might work out.
Battle drone finally being put to work on these retake situations. Able to tag up one, and the updraft is going to be nasty. He's taking down their double 3v2 now.
Ball State just gets onto the site as fast as possible, and they get that spike down. I mean, right now, just the rotation did have to come through, wasting more time now. It's just waiting for something. The exit frags, once again, it's just going to be what Bryant University has to resort to. Able to really get those exit frags through, but at the end of the day, Ash, you get the exit. Ooh, I'm a little bit afraid here that the live stream's going to come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. He is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait through a little bit longer, he would not have been able to get that 3K down. Timing here was
Information.
Nimbus knows exactly what's going on, waiting down in hell, trying to figure it out, and right now only one enemy remaining. TN does not have a lot of health to be able to clutch up here. It's just going to be a right click from Numbers. I feel like I can see him. I definitely would not be down for it, but I try it out. Sure. Right now the
Yeah, and
I mean, your opinion. I'll ask for your opinion after this really quick, but right now, I mean, aimbot. I'm just a bastard.
yes, for that kill in the situation. And now BSU still has that advantage on that rifle, but rotation is going to have to come out considering the fact that there are only 35 seconds left on the clock. And as I say that, Procure is going to take down aimbot just with a free gun in hand. It's 43.
Ooh. And Aphis finally being able to use that operator.
Okay.
This is for the one time you kind of just peeked, one tap my head. It's just down. With the operator able to get one. Doesn't necessarily know Swooty was trying to stick it, but is there enough time? There isn't. It's a clutch. Already coming onto the sites though, the spam through the smoke is going to be a little more effective than the approach coming from Ball State University. Rest has a really good angle and is able to at least might work out.
Battle drone finally being put to work on these retake situations. Able to tag up one, and the updraft is going to be nasty. He's taking down their double 3v2 now.
Ball State just gets onto the site as fast as possible, and they get that spike down. I mean, right now, just the rotation did have to come through, wasting more time now. It's just waiting for something. But the exit frags, once again, it's just going to be what Bryant University has to resort to. Able to really get those exit frags through, but at the end of the day, Ash, you get the exit. Ooh, I'm a little bit afraid here that the live stream's going to come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait through a little bit longer, he would not have been able to get that 3K down. The timing here was
Information.
Nimbus knows exactly what's going on, waiting down in hell, trying to figure it out, and right now only one enemy remaining. TN does not have a lot of health to be able to clutch up here. It's just going to be a right click from Numbers. Like I can see, I definitely would not be down for it, but I try it out. Sure. Now the
Yeah, and
I mean, your opinion. I'll ask for your opinion after this really quick, but right now, I mean, aimbot. I'm just asking.
Yeah, it's for that kill in the situation. And now BSU still has that advantage on that rifle, but the rotation is going to have to come out considering the fact that there are only 35 seconds left on the clock. And as I say that, Procurter is going to take down aimbot just with a free gun in hand. It's 43.
Ooh. And Aphis finally being able to use that operator.
Okay.
This is for the one time you kind of just peek, one tap my head. It's just down.
Remaining.
With the operator able to get one. Doesn't necessarily know Swoot. He was trying to stick it, but is there enough time? There isn't. It's a clutch. Already coming onto the sites though, the spam through the smoke is going to be a little bit more effective than the approach coming from Ball State University. Rest has a really good angle and is able to at least might work out.
Battle drone finally being put to work on these retake situations. Able to tag up one updraft is going to be nasty. He's taking down their double 3v2 now.
Ball State just gets onto the site as fast as possible. They get that spike down. I mean, right now, just the rotation did have to come through, wasting more time now. It's just waiting for something. The exit frags, once again, it's just going to be what Bryant University has to resort to. Able to really get those exit frags through, but at the end of the day, Ash, you get the exit. Ooh, I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's going to come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. He is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait through a little bit longer, he would not have been able to get that 3K down. Timing here.
Information.
Penumbras knows exactly what's going on, waiting down in hell, trying to figure it out, and right now only one enemy remaining. TN does not have a lot of help to be able to clutch up here. It's just going to be a right click from Penumbras. I feel like I definitely would not be down for it if I tried out. Sure.
Yeah, and
I mean, your opinion. I'll ask for your opinion after this really quick, but right now, I mean, aimbot. I'm just asking.
yeah, it's for that kill in the situation. And now BSU still has that advantage on that rifle, but the rotation is going to have to come out considering the fact that there are only 35 seconds left on the clock. And as I say that, Procurter is going to take down aimbot just with a free gun in hand. It's 43.
Ooh. And Aphis finally being able to use that operator.
Okay.
This is for the one time you kind of just peek, one tap my head. It's just down. With the operator able to get one. Doesn't necessarily know Swoot. He was trying to stick it, but is there enough time? There isn't. It's a clutch. Already coming onto the sites though, the spam through the smoke is going to be a little bit more effective than the approach coming from Ball State University. Rest has a really good angle and is able to at least might work out.
Battle drone finally being put to work on these retake situations. Able to tag up one updraft is going to be nasty. He's taking down their double 3v2 now.
Ball State just gets onto the site as fast as possible, and they get that spike down. I mean, right now, just the rotation did have to come through, wasting more time now. It's just waiting for something. But the exit frags, once again, it's just going to be what Bryant University has to resort to. Able to really get those exit frags through, but at the end of the day, Ash, you get the exit. Ooh, I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's going to come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. He is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait through a little bit longer, he would not have been able to get that 3K down. Timing here was
Information.
Penumbras knows exactly what's going on, waiting down in hell, trying to figure it out, and right now only one enemy remaining. TN does not have a lot of help to be able to clutch up here. It's just going to be a right click from Penumbras. I feel like I've been seeing I definitely would not be down for it, but I tried out, sure. Right now the
Yeah, and
I mean, your opinion. I'll ask for your opinion after this really quick, but right now, I mean, aimbot's just gonna be. I'm just asking.
yeah, it's for that kill in the situation. And now BSU still has that advantage on that rifle, but the rotation is going to have to come out considering the fact that there are only 35 seconds left on the clock. And as I say that, Procurter is going to take down aimbot just with a free gun in hand. It's 43.
Oh, and Eve is finally being able to use that operator.
Okay.
This was for the one time you kind of speak one tap my head. Now with the operator able to get one, doesn't necessarily know Swooty was trying to stick it, but is there enough time? There isn't. It's a clutch. Already coming onto the sights though, the spam through the smoke is going to be a little bit more effective than the approach coming from Ball State University. Brest has a really good angle and is able to at least it might work out.
Battle drone finally being put to work on these retake situations. Able to tag up one in the updraft. It's going to be nasty. Eve taking down their double. 3v2 now. Welcome back, everybody, to week 2 of the regular season for the ECAC, presented by Esports U. This was the first matchup for today, which, as a reminder, is Bryant University versus Ball State University. The last map we played on was Ascent, which was Ball State University's pick. However, Bryant University managing to pull an upset, taking that first map for themselves. And we're going to be going over to map 2, which is Fracture, and that being Bryant University's pick as well. So this might be a 2-0, or maybe BSU can pull out an upset of their own, taking us to a 1-1, where in that case, the map 3 will be Icebox for our decider. How are you doing, Gompers?
I was muted. I was actually, that was a joke. I was talking in a different language. I'm so sorry. Anyways, so I said I was excited to see Fracture just because it's not really a map that we see often. But it's also kind of, I mean, for me personally, still one of those maps that I'm not really accustomed to.
That's totally fair, but I mean, obviously Bryant University, not BSU, is accustomed to it because we're going to be throwing it into Agent Select. I'm interested to see how Fracture is going to go down, what compositions are going to be coming out with here, and Penumbras and Ian both hovering over the Viper this time around. We're actually going to see 2 chamber hovers as well. TN, who was on Arena during the last map on Ascent, is actually going to be switching over to the chamber role, a Sentinel this time around. And I mean, Gompers, Chamber, you can get aggressive with him with that rendezvous, TPing away from those first points contact. However, Chamber is built for being an operator player, and that's the role that we actually saw Parker on and not Tien. So I'm excited to see, if we're going to see an op being pulled out in Tien's hands and what Tien can do with that.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe an op will be shown in their hands, but the thing is that Parker and, the Jets are such heavy oppers on both sides of the teams that I definitely think there's also a possibility that Chamber might just be opping with the ultimate, if anything, and just maybe being heavily reliable on those eco rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah, you gotta love those. I did think it's interesting that Riot came out with another eco weapon agent when the changes to the eco guns were made in a patch later on, not too far off, but we are getting ready to go into game quite shortly. Nothing too surprising with the Viper picks coming out. Viper is a pretty huge staple that we see coming out on Fracture, considering the fact that that toxic screen is able to cover a lot of ground. There are so many choke points on Fracture that you have to watch out for, whether it's, from CT, whether it's from the attacker's spawn or whatnot, wherever anything is meeting up, it's just a total maze, right? And your usual controller characters just don't have the number of smokes, other than Brimstone being somewhat viable with some team compositions, to actually cover all of those openings.
Ooh. Already running up. Ball State University is trying to get their reps in here. Trying to get a couple picks through. The Decay could possibly do some work, but right now it's just extremely hard for Bryant University to get this site. They're able to get it though regardless. So this Viper's wall definitely isn't making it any easier for this retake for sure. There's one drop they could possibly be able to spot Semi there. Semi doesn't really have a lot of help playing off. Right there goes the first pick. Another 2 needed.
One
That
enemy
guiding
remaining.
light's gonna be one of those factors that help out extremely. And I mean, the end, really just pulling through here. It's coming from the Reyna over to the chamber and still fragging out if necessary.
Yeah, Tien was such a strong fragger on Ascent on that Reyna pick, getting multi-kill after multi-kill, usually a couple rounds in a row, but on Fracture, we're going to see how that holds up ultimately. I mean, we are going to see that buy coming out from BSU, nothing too surprising considering that they did win the pistol round. Marshall in the hands of Parker this time around, instead of seeing, Spectres across the board. And we're actually seeing BU, Bryant University, is buying up this round as well. We're going to see one Sheriff, but Spectres across the board for them too. And this is going to be a bloodbath here in A main.
Oh yeah, I mean, everybody on the side of Bryant University is already running their way up. And trying to at least stop them from going somewhere, but it's not going to stop them from going up ropes. They're already on their way to make it onto the site, but they're transferring over towards B. I'm not aware if Chamber on Ball State University knows that there's this transition coming through. Maybe a little bit suspecting, but the util isn't really in those areas of spawn.
Here.
I like how this now looks like a post-plant retake situation, but with 4 of the members of BSU still on A here. The Spike kind of hiding in tower at the moment. This really could be anybody's round, but BU is incredibly low, and there goes the Spike into the hands of BSU. Parker can meet up with the rest of the team.
Oof. 3K from J-Corn with the Spectre. But it was a very, very hard push from Ball State. So, I mean, you definitely could see in their future that they could probably just mow down all the players with the Spectres and just get that run and gun through. But right now, it is going to be more of a save round for Bryant University here. They don't have a lot of economy. They have to save it for the next. But it could still be plausible. I mean, the aim is kind of unmatched for Bryant University. They do have really good share of aim.
Ooh, for sure, but with another, I mean, it is still a save, but with the buy-ups to the pistol, we're gonna have to see some value coming out here because BU is about to sacrifice the 3rd round, which should have been their rifling round had they saved previously, and might allow BSU to take this lead 3-0.
Semi being spotted with the chamber util. Not really knowing what to do. You either go ropes or you don't. There's not a lot of information just yet to be playing off of. Not really Sova or anything. Kind of let you know where the players are hiding. You just have to know off instinct. And right now, Eve kind of has a feeling that they're all surrounding themselves down CT. But everybody's just going to be picked off one by one. I mean, I said previously, the aim is impeccable with the Sheriffs, but I guess Ball State is really showing me that they have the aim instead right now. It's just only one player remaining on Bryant University. They're going to have to work their way towards getting this pick, but the end's just going to work their way up ropes and get the one tap through.
And that is round 3 going into the hands of BSU this time around. BU is really going to have to bring things back here in this rifling round, because BSU has stacked up a quite nice pile of economy for themselves, allowing the bonus to continue to go through. However, Parker actually looking to buy up to what looked like it was going to be an operator for a second there, but it's going to be a Vandal, maybe? Parker, please don't do this to me. It's going to be a Marshall this time around as BSU continues to try and conserve their economy, allow that cushion to build up just in case they do lose rounds. And as I say that, there goes the Marshall.
Oh, Numerous has that Vandal in hand. They could possibly put some work down there to work dishes, but right now they have to work their way up towards site. And there's already 3 players on the side of Ball State that are watching. Ian is waiting for somebody to be through, but he does not know that Ian is right around the corner, waiting up in heaven for somebody to be able to get that paper. Maybe peek right now. Numerous does have a really nice ultimate. Viper's ult's gonna cover up. Actually, this is amazing. That's a lot of sight control, even though you're not specifically hiding it at the moment. Somebody wide swings. You're gonna have to be careful though. Swooty is gonna be able to get this flash through. One player standing left, and that's gonna be Swooty, not really knowing where anybody is. But Numerous gonna wide swing the angle. That pick off Swooty.
I really do like that Viper's Pit. Like you mentioned, Penumbras being able to throw that out from drop there, getting the entirety of the entrance onto site essentially covered by one giant smoke, the Viper's Pit, where the defenders had to push through. We're going to experience that decay, lose that HP, where they would have to then push through the other side of the smoke into the crosshairs of the rest of the attackers. And now going into round 5, I believe we're going to see more of a heavy default this time around. That stun is going to come out and connect, but with the snake bite, nobody's able to capitalize off of it here in B main.
Get out of my way!
Blade Storm for Eve is coming through, but it's still going to be a little bit of time before Eve can be able to use it. They're going to have to work their way up onto site. Bryant University really just trying to figure out what site they want to push, although the spike is hovering over towards B. I'm assuming Bryant University thinks that a rotation is going to come through, but they don't know. Ball State is very solid in the way they stand. Not much going on here. Everybody's really just kind of waiting on their sights.
Oh, what a timing with the C coming out now. Seconds left on the clock. BSU has a lot of info here on BU. Gonna hear those members drop as well.
Really nice breach utility coming through. It's trying to do some damage, but it's not going to do really much. Right now, Eve is finally being able to use that Blade Storm with one pick down on the board. The headshot is nice. 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's restart that timer. Spike down. Here, Procure does have an operator, but Ash, I don't think it's going to work very heavily here for the retake.
No, and it's a 3v5 situation. Jet now being smoked off by that Poison Cloud. Swooty is definitely curious that there is somebody here on drop. That Aftershock is going to come out and get a kill for themselves, turning it into a 4v3.
And Burker's trying their best. Oh, the smoke is able to cover maybe just another one. That's going to be one. That's going to be a huge one. 2 health left. Finally being able to save that up. They can play for the exit frags here, Ash. They just have to be very wary and careful of where everybody is.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, Burger able to save that operator in this upcoming round. You're just hiding in sewers with that 2 HP. It's going to be able to preserve it for the next round that we're going into, but BSU doesn't have much to worry about quite yet. Actually, I say that, but now I just realized that BU actually won the last 2 rounds in a row, so have actually whittled down the economy cushion that BSU built for themselves. Now, it looks like it's going to be likely the last buy-up for BSU, save for a member or two who might be able to afford a higher value eco weapon or even a Phantom or Vandal with light shields. So it's going to be one to win for BSU unless BU is able to tie it up here and then force BSU into the kind of similar economy position that BU found themselves in ahead of time. And with that Rolling Thunder coming out, it's going to be an aggressive retake.
Oh, but Swooty's blinding, not peeking off of it. It's just the blind coming out, trying to hold back this push. But it's doing a really good work. And the blind's getting through. Swooty wasn't able to play off. It's like Procure is the spike. Is not able to be planted. Procure with the 3K and the operator. And I mean, we did say, you know, in general, Procure's just doing amazing.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, Procure really picked it up in Ascent as well, are definitely feeling themselves here, especially with the operator going crazy, going loco with it. And looks like it's going to be a save coming out from Semi in this round because they do have that tool de false available, able to buy another member a gun instead, just to keep the eco kind of similar across the board. And now with that tool de false online, gonna be looking for a pick dish here, and will Semi peek into it?
Oh,
Spike down.
Numerous will, for sure. But I mean, side. Semi's trying to at least get a pick themselves here. This tour de force. I don't know if they're going to be able to. It's just, I mean, a lot of pushes coming through. Semi's waiting for somebody to peek, but maybe it's going to be taking a little bit too long. The spike is down. A site is not taken. And a lot of players are going down for Bryant University.
That's absolutely right. Now Bryant University is going to have to think about potentially rotating away. There are 3 members of BSU right now here posted up. Looks like another is primed and ready for the rotation there in CT spawn as well. And we're seeing the zip being taken by BU right now just to, you know, get back into positioning with the rest of BU here. And aimbot just walking out into Parker's crosshair.
30 seconds
Or is it
left.
Parker's crosshair walking into aimbot's head? I mean, Parker's really been killing it with the operator. Only 1 bullet left, and just as I say that, not gonna kill it right there, but still 10 bullets left in the op. Could possibly get a couple more picks through. It's 14 seconds left on the clock. The spike is not going to be
10
planted.
seconds left.
And that's time that really isn't in the essence of Bryant University.
No, Bryant University, unfortunately, not having the time to get that spike down. Playing for their guns, for their eco this time around. Unfortunately, since the spike was not planted, can't really play for those exit frags in that position. And BSU holding steady, not looking to get greedy, losing their weapons to BU in that situation. Just definitely playing it safe. And now it's going to be that last buy coming out from BU as BSU has the lead, has been able to answer to BU's 2 rounds of their own, looking to continue to maintain this lead, not letting things tie up. And like I mentioned, if BSU is able to take this map, Gompers, this is going to be the second upset of the night, considering that it is Bryant's pick.
I mean, I definitely think so. But maybe Bryant is better on the defense, and that's what they were wanting to play for. But, you know, you never know. I mean, it's definitely difficult with Prefer being able to get those op shots down.
For sure, Eve is going to be able to pick up a Vandal for themselves as their teammate did drop it in that situation after the death. Parker still holding strong with the operator, watching that arcade angle, and it looks like BU is looking to take a rotation over towards the A site, but with the lack of noise, BSU is going to take a little bit of a read here. That piece of chamber utility also calling out a member of BU lurking up through drop. That trademark getting that nice information. Shed's going to use that aftershock just to clear out backside.
Spike down A.
The time keeps on almost running out for Bryant University, and in the end, it's just
1 enemy
all
remaining.
state being able to hold the sights. So that snake fight isn't really gonna hit. It's still not really gonna matter. Semi's gonna make their way through. Decay getting some of their health there. In the end, Semi has only a couple seconds left, and I mean, all Semi has to do
I
is
have the
get that
spike.
pick, but it's not gonna work out. Not enough time to plant the spike. TN is just waiting around the corner, not wanting to get picked off, and it worked out in their favor.
It is nice that Semi actually did recover the spike to get the plant down just for the economy's sake for BU, but definitely unfortunate that the spike was dropped there in a main, not able to, you know, even fake the plant on the side of Semi to try and take TN out in that situation. And now going into round 9, BSU maintaining this lead 6-2 now, and also have 3 ultimates of their own online. Ian is going to have that Viper's Pit available, and Swooty will have that Rolling Thunder for a retake situation if BU manages to get the plant down.
You can see that they're trying to go for a more aggressive approach here, making their way up, but the Viper's Pit definitely denies that. They're not able to get as aggressive as they would like, and Ian's waiting to at least put that snake fight down. Numbras put in another one. At this point, it's just a back and forth. Hey, let's see if one of our snake fights is able to land, make a game out of it, if anything, but Swooty is able to get that first pick. It doesn't matter, though. That Viper's Pit's going to be a big detriment as to whether or not they can get onto the side, and Penumbras, the even though the decay was still there, peeking at the wrong time right now. Aimbot's gonna have to be one of the leading causes. They're pushing up, trying to gain some space to make way.
Spike planted.
Ooh, absolutely. Spike is going to be planted by BU, and Parker with the trigger discipline. It's actually going to whiff this situation. Beef going to come out on top. It's 2v2 now, Gompers.
Last player
There's
standing.
Utility's trying to stop some people, but there's not a lot you can do. Swooty's playing really nicely with the team. The flashes are coming out to stop the players from moving around, or at least let one of your teammates go by. Not only that, but right there in that moment, Tian knew that he could heavily rely on Swooty for those flashes to come through, and that favors Tian's.
Absolutely. BSU now continuing to rack up that lead, 7-2. Still have 2 ultimates online. TN is going to have that tool de force available in case BSU would like to pull out a second operator on their side to watch those long angles. Parker is going to have that Blade Storm just in case they get stuck in a sticky situation with the op. And I would like to see J-Corn actually trying to invest into those Seekers, try to farm those alt orbs, because there are 4 available on this map.
You need for the Blade Storm's getting pretty aggressive, but the one-way here, actually pretty surprising. I didn't know that that was a thing. Tian's really utilizing it, but doesn't know that Primrose is on the way up. The flash from Spooty worked out in favor, and right now Eve has a really aggressive angle. Might just be able to get one if anybody's pushing up. I like how Eve is trying to get a lot of site control here.
It's going to be tough retaking with this op. I'm wondering if Parker's actually going to pop the Blade Storm to try and get the retake down, but as I say that, we're going to see that Rolling Thunder come out as BSU try to take the site back.
It wasn't very effective. Couldn't really get anybody, but it definitely pushed him back just a little bit more. He has the Blade Storm, but is not going to do anything with it. Was flashed, unfortunately, and right now everybody's just taken out on the approach to get this retake onto site. And what we thought was Bryant University's map, it seems like Ball State's really taking it home.
Yep, I mean, I said it before, might be a second upset that we're seeing coming out, and now... Oh, actually, I believe that was Shed's Rolling Thunder, actually not Swooty's, that came out in that past round, unless I'm absolutely going crazy right now, but going into this upcoming round, round 11, BSU still maintaining that lead, just racking things up. 5 rounds in a row now, still have 3 ultimates online. The 2 I mentioned previously, the J-Corn is going to have those Seekers available this time around for these retake situations. Parker going to have to back off because of the... I said that and then the op kill happened. Sorry, I'm just going to stop talking now.
Oh no, there's so much util. They're just trying to maneuver their way out. They're able to get 2 though. The 3K came through right there. Flawless round coming out from Ball State University.
Last round in the half.
Last round in the half, and BU is going to be stuck on an awkward force up for this last round as well, considering we're going to see some rifles, some eco weapons coming out on their side. Luckily, Semi does have the tool de force available in their hands. They can break out in this last round, and otherwise, Aimbot is going to be the main person we're looking to on the side of BU to be able to use that Cosmic Divide to the advantage of BU on this attacking half.
I mean, it's kind of a split push towards A site. I think the approach onto A is definitely what's been working a lot for Ball State, so they just continuously... I mean, it's amazing. Ball State University has been having A site every single time, but there isn't really much of a difference here. Bryant University tries to make their way to different sites. It doesn't work out in the end, of course. I mean, the cross holds, the holds in general from Ball State are just stronger.
That's for sure. However, I do want to point out that on the side of BU, we're actually missing, you know, you had that initiator coming out on the side of Reach for BU, but there's a lack of information for BU in this particular agent composition. As I said, that Parker is going to take down Eve, leaving Aimbot in this 4v1. We've seen Aimbot be pretty clutch previously. Can he do it again?
Ooh, I mean, with the Bulldog, it's definitely looking a little scary. And right there, I mean, the spray down coming through. Or
Oh, that was a
I
great.
don't know. Oh, if aimbot can get this one. I'm completely fumbling over my own words, but I was about to say if aimbot could get that one pickoff, it definitely would have been huge. But in the end, flashes, I'm telling you, Swooty just has amazing coordinated flashes.
That's for sure. And anyways, back to the previous point that I was making. Despite the fact that Breach is filling in that initiator role, there's no information that can really be gathered on the side of BU on the attack previously in the last half. So I think that's where BU is really struggling. On a map like Fracture, information is king. I mean, on any map, information is king, but Fracture especially, with it being so large, with so many avenues being available, you really want to be able to get as much information as you can to be able to make these plays happen, to get reads on the enemy team as well. But we have swapped sides. We are going to see BSU on the attack. And are they going to be able to hold up to their defensive holds, or are they going to fall flat on the attacking half? No way! No way!
Oh, it took me a second to realize what was going on. Aimbot was just sitting there waiting for the flash. And I had no idea that there was a ton of people in front. And even a little bit of a spray might have just been able to get a fake down, but oh, that was a rough round there.
Toxin screen down. Spike planted.
Oh, it was a rough round, but tides have turned. BSU able to get the plant down in the situation. Being gonna be on the retake this time around. That smoke is gonna come up to provide some cover. Snake bite as well.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, yeah, everybody's just trying to work their way up. Semi is able to get this 3K, but not aware that EN is right around the corner trying to pick up this clutch, and it looked like it might have just been in favor of Bryant University, but they're not aware that there's only one more person standing. I mean, Semi was just, TN was just able to clutch it up for the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TN we've seen has just been an absolute monster. Specifically on this map right now, 20-3 is an insane KDA. That's I can't even do math right now. It is it's more than even a 4-time KDA at this point. 4-time would have been 18 there, but hitting 20 is nuts. Only having 3 deaths, and like I said before, it is tough considering the fact that BU really struggled on the attacking half, not having that information. With the double initiator composition that you usually see coming up, because Breach is incredibly strong on this map, considering that the sites themselves are very small.
Oh, this is extremely scary. I mean, everybody's just pushing their way up through. Bryant University is just able to get all these picks down. But especially since, I mean, Ball State did buy here. They have the Spectres, but I believe Bryant University bought as well, trying to at least counter everything that's going on. J-Corn trying to get some flashes through, not really able to heal themselves. Yeah, I mean, the timing there was impeccable. Semi just going on pros, being a little bit quiet so J-Corn didn't suspect the thing.
Yeah, unfortunate that J-Corn did get pinched in that situation. Now BSU is going to be forced onto a save. That round was honestly something that BU really needed to be able to keep their skin in the game just a little bit longer. Otherwise, BSU would have been at match point and BU would have been the ones at on the save round. Or I guess it wouldn't have necessarily been a save round because it would have to be a force up, but they wouldn't have had the econ or those rifles that you would like to be seeing coming out instead. So it was a huge gamble for BU.
Too easy. Too easy.
Yeah, aimbot definitely has aimbot here. I mean, the Spectre definitely is not an easy gun to maneuver around, especially with these distances, but Ian has no idea that aimbot's working the way towards trying to get another big. Aimbot's definitely feeling a little bit greedy with the timing. It's going to work out in favor. Right now, Tian is being the one force that's able to get these picks through, but still just a very, very slow push from Ball State.
Yeah, slow push. A little bit of change in pacing here, but nothing too surprising. Again, gonna actually grab the drop on Shed here. And I mean, when you're in these thrifty kind of eco
Fancy
rounds
spike.
where you're on those saves. Playing slow is usually the way to go. You want to get as much information as you can. Try and get those picks down early.
We're currently has a frenzy, so I don't know how well the distance is going to be here, but the Guardian is definitely
player
coming
standing.
clutch. 29 health, though it's not going to work out. TN is only good for 3, but the Numbers might be good for a second. The defusal coming through. Right now,
One enemy remaining.
it's only 1 against 1, with Eve being able to have the better weapon and the better aim in this moment in time. I mean, Bryant University able to get these 2 rounds in a row coming through here.
Absolutely. And now, BU still trying to keep their skin in the game. We're going to see those buy-ups to rifles in this upcoming round, finally, after, seeing that bonus happen and whatnot. BSU definitely looking and itching to get match points here, considering the fact that BSU is going to be forced onto a save in the next round, allowing BU to kind of crawl closer and closer. Eve going to peek here with the Guardian. Is he going to be good for 1?
Whoa! And they were lined up perfectly for a second there. I thought Eve might have just been able to peek at a perfect timing, but right now it seems like Ball State is having the time of their lives. I mean, Ball State really just pulling through. Look at the rounds they have on themselves here.
trail.
There's only 2 players left on Bryant University. They're gonna have to get this retake down B.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, it's going to be that rotation coming out, and TN actually has pushed into CT pretty aggressively here. Penumbra is going to be able to take him down, punish that. This time around, it's a 4v1 situation. Gompers, can Penumbras clutch this out?
I don't know. I mean, 15 health left. It seems like the numbers can, and right now it's 12-4 for Bryant University. They're down a lot.
Match point.
Question is, can Bryant University be able to really get the clutches through so they can put these rounds out?
Yeah, I mean, a round differential of 8 is pretty hard to climb back from, to be completely honest. I'm not going to say it's impossible, especially considering the fact that BU is going to be up on this final buy for themselves before being forced onto a save. So, Semi, unfortunately, not able to afford anything but the utility, is going to have to pull out that Toll de False glass cannon. No armor this time around. J-Corn using the Trailblazer to clear out Dish here, as we have seen being held by 2 before, and BSU posturing up for this A take. And I just want to say, BU already has some CT control. Or attacker spawn control, not CT control.
Ooh. This is scary, though. I mean, Swooty has insane breach utility. I'm assuming they could get away with something, but it does seem like they were trying to bait out A. They know that a possible rotation had come through. And right now is the time that they're going to have this rotation, but they have to work quickly. Oh, the flash on the teammates. Didn't go through the correct wall.
Unlucky. I just want to point out, I like the fact that we saw Semi, push out as the chamber and actually kill that that trademark pretty early on, just to put pressure on that flank, but actually not committing to it and just falling back here. And as I say that, it's a 3v4 situation just like that.
30 seconds left.
Now coming in through. Oh, no way!
Planted.
The headshot through the smoke.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Viper was in a very predictable spot, so the one tap just came through. Ian does have 26 health, so I don't know if he's going to be able to clutch it, but oh, this is perfect timing. Like I said, Swooty with amazing utility, able to get that rolling thunder down. Right now, TNO, all Semi has is British Force. Switching it out for a Vandal here, trying to work their way up, but not really able to do much. I don't know if Breach has a flash, but the timing is going to be impeccable.
Attackers
right
win.
there it is. Ball State University winning the round. I mean, wow, from Bryant University to Ball State, but it was kind of a very, very big gap in 2 games there.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent was a really close game for both teams. That was a 13-11 game on Ascent, where we saw BU, Bryant University, taking BSU's map pick, and now another upset has happened. This time it was a 13-5 game, I believe, or was that 13-4? 13-5 game on Fracture, where BSU was able to take a map of their own this time, Bryant University's pick, which means we are going to be left going to a third map, which is going to be on Icebox, Gompers. And I know that, the deciders can definitely be really intense. We might be in for a pretty close game on Icebox, and I believe it is going to be Bryant University or no, not Bryant University. BSU is going to be choosing their side first because they have the higher round differential between the two.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I definitely have to agree. I think Icebox is definitely going to be one of those things that's like, oh goodness, what is going on here? Just because, I mean, you go from being very, very close in games to just kind of going 13-5, and that's a really big gap. So either, maybe the first map was really, really good for Bryant University, and Ball State University just really didn't have it that game, or it's just Bryant University was just trying to try something new with Fracture, and it ended up backfiring.
To be honest, I do think that part of it is the fact that Bryant University didn't have the greatest team composition going into Fracture, considering the fact that, Breach and Viper are two very meta picks for this map. Viper being able to use that toxic screen to close off a lot of the angles that are normally being watched. And then Breach has the utility, the buffs to his utility a few patches ago also made him even more impactful on this map, considering the fact that his util now covers a wider range of space, and the sites themselves on Fracture being very, very small make that Rolling Thunder especially incredibly powerful for both site takes and retakes. However, BU didn't have any information gathering agents in that team composition. They didn't have a Sova or a Sky to come through with that util to get the info. And when you're on a map like Fracture, that is one of the key components that you have to have within your team composition. And I think that's why BU really struggled on the attack. They just didn't have any info to go off of. But we are going to throw to a really quick break as we get the lobby set up for the third map. So Gompers and I are going to see you in a few minutes, and we'll catch you guys back here for map 3 of Bryant University versus Ball State University on Icebox.
Impeccable with the Sheriffs, but I guess Ball State is really showing me that they have the aim and sped right now. It's just only one player remaining on Bryant University. They're going to have to work their way towards hitting his pick, but yeah, it's just going to
Into 4v3.
Workers trying their best. So Smoke is able to cover maybe just another one. That's going to be one. That's going to be a huge one. 2 health left finally. The fight isn't really going to hit. It's still not really going to matter. Semi's going to make their way through. Hey, some of their health there. In the end, Semi has only a couple seconds left, and all Semi has to do is get that kick. It's not going to work out. Not enough time to play the spike. The end is just waiting around the corner, not wanting to get kicked off and work out in their favor. Not a lot you can do. Smoothie's playing really nicely with the team. Flashes are coming out, but players are moving around, or at least let one of your teammates fight. And don't rely on flashes that big TM.
Have that tool to false available in case BSU would like to pull out a second operator on their side to watch those long angles. Parker
wasn't very effective. Couldn't really get anybody, but it definitely pushed him back just a little bit more. He has the Blade Storm, but is not going to do anything with it. Was flashed, unfortunately, and right now everybody's just taken out.
I said that, and then the off kill happened. Sorry, I'm just gonna stop talking now.
Oh no, there's so much util. They're trying to maneuver their way out. They're able to get 2 though. The 3K came through right there. Quality sight. I think the approach onto A is definitely what's been working a lot for Ball State, so they just continuously
Are they gonna fall flat on the attacking half? No way! No way! Oh, it's a situation just like that.
30 seconds left.
Now coming in through. Oh, no way! The headshot through the smoke.
Semi has this sort of force
it out for a vandal here, trying to work their way up, but not really able to do much. I don't know if Breach has a flash. Timing is going to be impeccable. Right there it is. Also, University is impeccable with the Sheriff, but I guess Ball State is really showing me that they have the win instead right now. It's just only one player remaining on Bryant University. They're going to have to work forward to his fake.
It's a 4v3.
Workers trying their best. Oh, Smoke is able to cover maybe just another one. That's going to be one. That's going to be a huge one. 2 health left. Finally, the fight isn't really going to hit. It's still not really going to matter. Semi's going to make their way through. Hey, some of their health there. In the end, Semi has only a couple seconds left. And I mean, all Semi has to do is that it's not going to work out. Not enough time to make the spike. The end is just waiting around the corner, not wanting to get picked off and work down in their favor. Not a lot you can do. Smoothie's playing really nicely with the flashes are coming out, but stop the players from moving around, or at least let one of your teammates survive. Heavily rely on Smoothie's flashes and doing that big TNs.
Gonna have that tool to false available in case PSU would like to pull out a second operator on their side to watch those long angles. Parker
wasn't very effective. Didn't really get anybody, but it definitely pushed it back just a little bit more. He has the blade storm, but is not gonna do anything with it. Was flashed, unfortunately, and right now everybody's just taken out.
I said that and then the off kill happened. Sorry, I'm just gonna stop talking now.
Oh no, there's so much util. They're just trying to maneuver their way out. They're able to get 2 though. The 3K came through. Right there. Flawless sight. I think the approach onto A is definitely what's been working a lot for Ball State, so they just continuously I mean,
are they gonna fall flat on the attacking half? No way! No way! Oh, it's just a situation just like that. 30 seconds now coming in through. Oh, no way! The headshot through the smoke.
Oh, Semi has this sort of course. Switching it out for a vandal here, trying to work their way up, but not really able to do much. I don't know if Breach has a flash. Timing is going to be impeccable. Right there it is. Also, University is impeccable with the Sheriff, but I guess Ball State is really showing me that they have the win instead right now. It's just only one player remaining on Bryant University. They're going to have to work forward to his fake.
It's a 4v3.
Workers trying their best. Oh, Smoke is able to cover maybe just another one. That's going to be one. That's going to be a huge one. 2 health left. Finally, the fight isn't really going to hit. It's still not really going to matter. Semi's going to make their way through. Hey, some of their health there. In the end, Semi has only a couple seconds left. And I mean, all Semi has to do is get that pick, but it's not going to work out. Not enough time to plant the spike. TN is just waiting around the corner, not wanting to get picked off and work down in their favor. Not a lot you can do. Smoothie's playing really nicely with the team. The flashes are coming out, but stop the players from moving around, or at least let one of your teammates survive. You can't rely on Smoothie's flashes or doing that big TNs.
Gonna have that tool to false available in case PSU would like to pull out a second operator on their side to watch those long. Welcome back, everybody, to week 2 of the ECAC regular season presented by Esports U. This is going to be map 3 in a best of 3 series between Bryant University and Ball State University, both having taken maps of their own. Bryant University took Ascent, which was BSU's map pick, and BSU took Fracture, BU's map pick, right back. So that means we're heading over to Icebox. And it's going to be BSU who's choosing sides first. I'm not entirely sure. There we go. Thank you, production. Ball State has picked defense to start on, so we will be seeing BU on the attacking side first. And Gombers, you ready to take it into the game? I'm excited to see. Well, Gombers
I need
just
to remember. I need to remember. Sometimes it just floats away from my brain that I'm silent. Anyways, I said, I'm excited to see the map. And I'm excited to, get started here.
Absolutely, and we are going to see the agent picks coming out from Ball State University pretty right off the bat. Bryant taking a little bit longer to hover over those agents, but pretty meta picks coming out from both sides. The Viper is going to be coming out. Nothing too surprising for Icebox. You're going to see the Jet as well. This time in Tien's hands instead of Parker, though. So that's interesting. We've seen Tien playing 3 different agents actually across now the last 3 maps. So I don't know if Tien is normally a flex player or usually does sit, just on the duelist role, having picked up Chamber because of the fact that it can be used in a more aggressive playstyle. And then your double initiator coming out from Jcorn and Swooty. And onto the side of Bryant University, we're seeing a Chamber pick. Once again, coming out from Semi, not going for the Sky this time around. Shed's going to take on that Sova initiator role. Eve on that Jet, as per usual, that Jet main coming out. And Aimbot's going to be on the Sage. And I'm actually, I don't know, this Sage has been kind of in and out of the meta recently for Icebox ever since those map changes came out, especially the B double box no longer being Radianite, now being just, full metal. You can't wall bang that spot anymore. And you often see an Astra, the double controller setup coming out on Icebox as well. Your typical meta team composition that you see across the board, the Astra, the Viper, the Sova, the Sky, and usually the Jet. That's like the top 5 agents, especially within the last episode. But now that we are in a new episode, things are shaken up a little bit more, and Sage I've seen has been actually coming out a bit more frequently in these Icebox compositions as well. And I don't know, how do you feel about that, Gombers? Do you feel like Sage is still a must pick?
There was definitely a time where she wasn't a must pick, and people thought, now that the box in Icebox, I believe it's on like B site, is Steel, where people normally plan, hey, like, we don't really need Sage anymore. And I saw a decrease in Sage being played on Icebox, but I think in general her walls are definitely, very nice to have to kind of isolate certain areas of the site. Not only that, but to make it easier for your team to get that spike down and play for those post-plant positions and play for those possible, lineups that you might have.
For sure, and I mean, getting it right into the nick of things, we are going to see BU looking to take a main control here. That Viper's wall being set up. Actually, I haven't really seen that lineup too often, but the Trailblazers going to get a lot of information for BSU.
Walls going down, so now kind of BSU can see everything that's going on site. They're trying to work their way up on Bryant University as they get that spike down, but right now they can play for the post-plant position. Sage still does have that heal in case needed, but right now it isn't very dangerous. Oh, except for Penumbras. Penumbras didn't have a very nice time, and I like the wall that was saved for this post-play. Now they're going to have to be able to get the wall down. Semi is trying to work their way up, and it's just not working in enough time. All Aimbot can do is try to at least get a pick. Jcorn's going to close it off before it can happen.
Yeah, I think honestly, these days, the Sage wall on Icebox is the strongest on retake for the most part. You can get such a safe diffuse because of where the default plant positions are on both A and B site, and most teams, it's not really a need, when... I'm going to roll back here. I'm just going to roll back. When Icebox first came out, it was like Sage has to wall tube every single time. And that's how teams felt. That's how the meta was, both in comp and in not just like ranked comp, but within competitive leagues as well. And we've actually leaned away from that quite a bit as people have realized that mid control on Icebox isn't the most important part of the map. And as I say that, we are going to see BU going for an A push once again.
Going up, and the Viper's wall is doing its job once more. Aimbot trying to work their way up, getting some damage in for Tien to really drive off. But Jcorn and Tien are just really going to be the leading factors as to why the flawless happened in the first place.
Nothing too surprising there, Gompers. I mean, BSU definitely had the advantage having the buy up for that round, considering that they won pistol. Now going to be bonusing across the board as they face off against BU's rifles, and BU once again is going to be leaning towards the A site, maybe feeling a bit more confident this time around with the rifles, and It's possible also that BU is actually going for some conditioning on BSU right now, trying to, have them expect them to go A and then go B in a later round. What a shot! No way!
Down A.
Oh, what do you do? What do you do? It's just the one tap coming through from TN really just... I mean, that in general would probably be one of the leading causes as to how Ball State University can win this round, but right now it's looking like... I mean, Bryant definitely has a really good lead here with the players. Keith is getting a little bit too cocky, not really knowing what they're getting themselves into. 2 players versus 1, it doesn't matter regardless. Might just be able to get the pick, but it's just going to back out in time playing for this post plan.
Yeah, and now allowing actually BSU to pick up rifles of their own here in this round. Is Ian going to be able to spot the head of aimbot in this situation? Never mind, aimbot is screens. I thought aimbot, based off of the map, I'm going to stop.
Last player standing.
Oh no. There's only 1 player standing, that's Ian. Ian is trying to sneakily defuse the spike, or at least waiting here until the orb goes down. Eve knows exactly where Ian is. It's just going to spray it down. Penumbras has it, free cave. Now the spike is just going to explode. Give aimbot a little smack on the back there.
Yeah, back to what I was saying, I totally thought that person was not screens and that they were sitting in maze. That is my bad on that call, but like you said, I mean, in that situation, I actually kind of like what Ian did in the sense that hiding in the poison cloud by the spike there, being able to tap it freely, knowing that Ian, himself, knowing that he wasn't going to get out of this alive, was trying to keep the attackers close to the site for as long as possible, just to ensure that, they lose their weapons to the spike explosion and whatnot. And once again, BU is going to be going towards the A site this time around, and looks like aimbot's going to get tagged up by that Dowel drone.
Trailblazers coming through on the side of Ball State University. They're trying to get some information, not a lot given though. So DN is proceeding with caution with this operator. Might just be able to get one. That's exactly what's going to happen. Looking for another. Oh, but it doesn't work. Next, already on the site, and right now the plates could possibly come out as one of those backup plans, but definitely not going to be easy coming in through Viper's.
No, especially not with Tien on that operator as well. It's just so hard to make that retake happen, and Semi is going to take down Tien regardless. Now it's a 4v4.
Has the Phantom to make their way up and try to get a pick, but nothing's working out right now for Ball State University. They're trying to get this retake, but the Spike Spit isn't making it any easier. The spray through just has to come down. Exactly what's going to happen. Attackers. Bryant University winning this round pretty flawlessly.
2-2, BU able to tie things up. Now BSU is going to be forced onto a save. We're going to see mostly sheriffs across the board. Tien does have that Blade Storm available though, and we have seen Tien. I mean, we've seen Tien play now on Ascent and then on Fracture. For Fracture, I believe at one point Tien had a KDA of 20-3, and I believe ended that map at a KDA of 29-6. So their aim is reigning true. This could be a Hail Mary for BSU with that Blade Storm.
Oh, and Tien is in a he's in a funny position here, just waiting along, allowing Tien to get picked off. Trying to get the trade off, but not a lot that you can do. Having to back off there. Only thing that's going to be able to save Tien today is that dash. But Booty has a nice flank coming along. Nobody's very suspicious of it just yet, especially this early on within the rounds. Actually, just kidding. Numerous was? Numerous was able to get it. Another one, in fact. And right now, that's going to be leaving only one player standing on the side of Ball State University. And, I mean, Bryant University just closing it off.
Nothing too surprising. I mean, BSU was on a save in that round, and now TN is going to have that operator back in their hands. Rifles across the board for the other members. J-Corn is also going to have the Seekers online for that retake situation, or just to get a little bit of info later in the round if BU is playing quietly. Otherwise, some other ultimates we do see are or ETHs and semis, I should say. But both of those
You want to
being
play?
equal
Let's
ults,
play.
likely not going to see that coming out. And as I say that, the Tool of False is actually going to be popped right off the bat.
The first pick going over to Procure. That's looking good for Ball State University, just because now the main controller on Bryant University is off. Now nobody has to worry about any vision being obstructed. Right now, the only people that have to
Spike
worry
planted.
is Bryant University. Right now, we being able to get one just solely based off the fact that there aren't really much to work off of. And right there, TN just getting another. The Vipers. No more Vipers here. No more walls. First trying to figure something out, but the wall has already been used, so can't use it for the post plant here. Right now, it's just
One enemy
a
remaining.
lot of Ball State having to try to get these picks, and it's just gonna happen. Swooty is gonna swing around the corner, try to help the team out just a little bit, and the defusal is gonna come through. Ball State University bringing it back up 3-3.
Looks like this might be another rendition of what we saw in Ascent. I mean, such a close and tight game on that map. That was map 1 for you at home watching if you weren't here for the earlier matchup, but going to round 7 now. It's going to be another buy up from BU, still able to afford it. This isn't necessarily going to be the last one, considering the fact that there is a little bit of cushion on their team if they do decide to force in the next round, if this one doesn't go their way. However, BU is at risk of falling into that ping pong economy if they do lose this particular round. So it's going to be important for BU to come on top here, not allow BSU to take that lead and maintain that lead, since BU was the one. They were the ones who did climb back up in this situation. Guiding Light, though, isn't going to find anything. However, the sound cues from those steps being made in A main are going to give away a little bit of information.
Aimbot has a resurrection. A little bit scary, especially considering the fact that Aimbot is peeking up very, very aggressive. Picked off any second. Just like, I mean, everybody's getting picked off right now. That Hunter's here doing some really good work, but Penumbra's able to come through. And right now, that resurrection, as previously talked about, is going to be in use. Resurrecting the Jet. If they're able to frag out here, it's definitely, that resurrection's definitely not going to be in vain. Slow push through. The Viper spit coming through. This could definitely help out with this
Enemy remaining.
refusal. The wall is there interfering. Right now, all Aimbot can do is hope that they can at least spray through the smoke and get one, but it's going to be for Kerr having the Aimbot today. Right there. I mean, it's a back and forth, Ash, just once again. It was like an iteration of the first map that we saw.
That was a really interesting post-plant spot. I mean, considering the fact that we saw the players playing kind of towards a main/maze there, it was definitely open to, you know, try and get the pinch off and whatnot. But considering the fact that the barrier orb on the side of BU actually went up in that default area, it kind of allowed for BSU to, if they had wanted, try and get sneaky at least half on the spike. But regardless, didn't need to happen. BSU still coming out on top either way. Bladestorm is going to be popped this time on the side of ETH. He's going to try and make some space for the team for BU here on the A site. Tien is watching. What a flick with the operator.
What? Oh, and another. What is going? I'm
One
a little
enemy
bit
remaining.
confused here because Aimbot's supposed to
down
have
A.
the aimbot, but Tien's being able to get this 4K, and right there, I mean, just flick that it had just happened. It was like Tien honestly just was eyes
I have the
closed,
spike.
trying to figure out what was going on, and just heard. That was impeccable. Right now, Shed is gonna have to try to pull the same thing. Maybe they can pick up the op and get a 4K really quick. Try to clutch up the round here. But all they really have is a Rincon Bolt to try to gather some information, and right there, J-Corn having an off angle, able to take out Shed in a moment of vulnerability.
Those are some pretty nutty quick scopes coming out from TN. Unfortunate that the members on BU were just kind of kept peeking the operator one by one in that situation, kind of feeding those kills to Tien in that situation, but now gonna be on an eco for BU. We're gonna see the Viper's Pit is available in Penumbra's hands. That could be a tide changer for BU in this upcoming round, possibly being able to pull off a Thrifty with that ultimate in hand, but Tien has swapped locations this time, holding B main.
And doesn't have a dash, so they can possibly get one dash themselves away. Not going to waste it just yet, though. It definitely is one of those detrimental things that if you don't have it in 1 second, it could definitely lead to your death. But a Hunter's Fury from Shed, they're possibly going to use that for the post blend if Ball State will let them get on a site. Ooh. It's just a very strong hold right here, honestly. Not a lot going on fourth.
Yeah, a bit of change of pacing. Looks like BU's trying to... I thought was maybe cutting noise, but the recon bolt's going to come out instead, and there's going to be one from BSU to answer as well, and it looks like BU's going to try to make their way onto site now. Leaf last alive, able to get one, let me get another.
He has the spike, but Smoothie's right on this hill. Right there, it's just the one tap from Smoothie, a 3K at that. Defenders being able to win this round. Ball State University bringing this up 6-2-3. They've been having a really, really nice and clean streak coming along.
Yeah, 6-3, 4 rounds in a row for BSU, and just padding that economy one round at a time. BU able to buy once again, but stuck in that back and forth buy and save position. This is going to be an important one for BU to win. Otherwise, BSU will be taking likely 2 more rounds in a row for themselves, and it's going to be an A hit once again this time around, but all the members of BU going towards Belt.
Oh, Tien was waiting for something. Given a little bit of suspense there. Shed still does have that Hunter's Fury. Are they going to use it with the recon bolt? I assume not.
Oh!
A lot of the players on Bryant University save it right there. Aimbot is not going to be saving the head of Tien today. That wall that Aimbot's going to be putting up is going to be huge, especially since it's going to push back also University a little bit, scare them off, not let them get onto the site as smoothly as they would like to. And a lot of the picks are already coming through. That resurrection is going to be huge for J-Corn. Now, there's more players on for this retake. Unless Keith is trying to get at least 2 more. The double peeking is going to be nice and smooth. Aimbot trying to at least get the last with a 3K to Aimbot's name. 2 health left standing. J-Corn only needed at least 1 more bullet to finish that off.
And the operator has now swapped sides into... I mean, we're still going to see Tien buying an op, considering the fact that BSU has so much economy that they can play with right now, but BU able to put an op into their own hands this time around. Eve. We've seen Eve with the operator. We've seen the kind of work that Eve can do with it. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some nasty attacking jet operator skills in this upcoming round, but we'll see if it's able to come to fruition. And look how aggressive Tien is here, but having to fall back because the recon bolt did manage to scan him.
Aimbot's only 1 off of the resurrection here. Oh, I was about to say, so they could possibly, you know, get that res down and try to res maybe the jet, but right there, Burr. It's just Burr down on the mid. It was a terrible joke, but a valiant effort. Only 1 health for Semi there. Don't really have a healer left. Everybody's dead, especially the stage. So maybe this operator might just be able to help. And I mean, Semi's good for more now. Having the Steward first out is definitely going to help in favor. It doesn't matter 1 health or 2. Nobody is going to be able to beat Semi without being taken down first.
Absolutely not. And the 2v2 situation, J-Corn has all of that Sky utility online. Might be able to get enough information here. Could actually get a kill with the Trailblazer on Semi, but with so many angles to watch, I don't know if J-Corn feels confident pulling it out.
No! Semi! Oh, I was about to say, I know Semi feels confident trying to get this shot, but not really. The Hunter's Fury is coming out. I don't think Shed knows. Pulling it back just in time. J4 trying to peek, but Shed winning the fight. When it comes to peeking through, Packers,
Last round before
Bryant
the
University trying to at least bring this 6-6 to the top.
Yeah, Bryant University itching to tie it up, like you were saying, to 6-6 in this half before we swap sides here. TN going to be the only one on the side of BSU to have an ultimate online, and we do have two incredibly packed full ones on the side of BU at the moment. That Viper's Pit, if Penumbras is able to get onto a site, we'll be able to throw that down just to make that retake even harder for BSU, and the Resurrection could absolutely be a huge tide turner for BU here, and yeah, we're going to see that coming out, bringing ETH back to life.
Spike down A.
Ooh, the guiding light right there did get Eve. Did get TN, my apologies, but Blade Storm's gonna come out even stronger. TN definitely has to use that Blade Storm. At least this round, they pulled it out. So we're definitely gonna see it, but not yet. Procure, once again, trying. I'm not gonna say it again. Procure is definitely mid, trying to at least get some shots through with the Odin. I like how Procure's utilizing that Odin, trying to get a lot of shots mid. It's kind of not making anybody from Bryant University want to peek through, but ETH is going to get a little bit aggressive. They're going to have the confidence to do so, and that's going to take out one.
3-3. It looks like BU's trying to make their way onto the B site, but with Ian staggering that toxic screen, it's going to deny that. J-Corn narrowly missing Jet mid here.
Spike planted.
ETH is going to have a huge flank.
3.
Oh! I thought I almost thought all the knives were gonna miss.
Oh, it's knife on knife action.
Enemy remaining.
ETH can one more even, but the one tap that just came through, it didn't go again. Ian was able to stop. That was amazing. I'm kind of out of shock of words for what just happened. You just walk right through, you get a sick one tap on someone, and then you're like, all right, my job's done. I'm gone.
I thought, that's tough. That is tough. I really thought TN was gonna have no, it was Eve. Okay, the colors swapping sides. We are 7-5 now. Swap sides. I did think, I got a little bit mixed up there, but like you were saying, I think ETH, maybe if they had a little bit more discipline in that moment, but we're probably nervous that the spike had already been maybe a bit closer to a full defusal rather than just having Ian get it to half in that situation. But regardless, going into this pistol round, BU is going to want to win the first 2 rounds here, especially the pistol, to get that economy advantage going into the second round. And we're going to see BSU just taking a bunch of mid control, that barrier orb going up to allow safe passage under tube.
Ooh. Everybody's walking their way up onto site.
That's
Procure's
a nice
out
TP.
in the open. I like the TP, but now Procure's in a very bad position, and it was a little scary. Honestly, if anybody had peeped Procure, I don't know if it would have been a battle to the death there. Ian's trying to at least get something to help out the team, lower maybe some of the players, dwindle the roster. Right there, the defusals coming through. The wall is looking pretty nice and sturdy. Aimbot, once again, using that post-plant wall, saving it through the post-plant just so they can get that defusal down, and that's going to be dangerous for Ball State. They have to be very wary of having that cycle.
I would say the Sage's barrier orb, the biggest strength right now on Icebox is definitely for the defuse situations, having that the safety cushion of having that barrier orb up while you're trying to get the defuse down, considering, like I mentioned previously, the default positioning. Especially, on B, there aren't too many avenues in which you can take in those post-plant scenarios, unless you have that mid control as well, where you can sneak up on green to try and get the drop on the defensive players. But going into this round, we're seeing a change of pacing coming out. Aimbot here, poised with a Spectre, but nobody's going to be pushing through that poison cloud to undertube this time around.
Spike down A.
No, but Semi's going to be pushing up main here. Trying to go up B long, maybe find some picks if anything, but Eve might just be able to get something. No, Sweetie's not going to peek just yet. But
I think aimbot could possibly... Nope, just the wall through. I was going to say aimbot might just be able to get a couple here if they push up and get a little bit aggressive, but it's not going to work out in this time. Just a slow way to try to get these picks through, and it's going to be one for aimbot, possibly another for J-Cord is better with the right clicks, trying to work their way through to get the Spectre. J-Cord is hiding. No, open the door, J-Cord. Try to go through the wall, get the Spectre if anything. Oh, that wall is so misleading. That right there, that's clickbait.
Okay. Well, going into round 15, BU has managed to tie it back up 7-7, and like you said, that was something I wanted to point out, but you know, all the action started happening was the fact that BU did a really good job of taking that map control A main, that push up into mid from aimbot with the barrier orb, that wall coming up, not allowing BSU to make any mid plays, just allowed the rest of BU to just sandwich in from all those other main areas, and now we are going to see just like the A heavy default, more of a blitz onto site coming out from BSU this time around, and Trailblazers clearing things out.
Ian has a good angle here, but it's dangerous because there is one player right on top of Sign. Oh, and nobody knows Shed is there. Shed is just slowly waiting for the wall to drop, and just as the wall dropped, Ian was able to get a couple, but Shed was as well, and Ian's gonna just get a 3K right off the bat, winning this round for Ball State. My goodness. That wall dropped, but so did Ian.
Ian's dropping kills. But yeah, 8-7 now, BSU. Now taking the lead for themselves. Once again, we're going to see that operator coming out in Eve's hands pretty early on into the match. Actually, no, I take that back. Not too early on into the match. I almost lost what round we were at. There we are at round 4. So that's not too surprising, and we've seen what these Jets can do with the op and with that aggressive angle on pipes, just poised, waiting for someone to peek.
He's gonna be peeking first, but not able to get one. And that's dire. You need to be able to get the first pick with the operator, just because a lot of people are gonna know your habit now. Either they're gonna play more cautiously, or they're gonna try to push you back to take it out of your hands, or maybe go for that rotation. But maybe, just maybe, peek. Yep, the peek was gonna come through. Eve is able to get one, and that's unfortunate for TM for pushing up a little bit too far without the players helping. But right now, Ian has a good position, might just be able to get Semi, but Semi's just playing around with the emotions of Ian. Just making some noise, doing a little cha-cha slide.
Semi's just baiting here for aimbot, who's watching the other side of mid right now, and that Poison Cloud is going to go up, though, providing a little bit of cover for those mid players for that rotation towards B to happen. And I don't know if aimbot is still kind of worried that Ian is lurking here, but Semi,
30 seconds left.
with those trademarks in hand here in B main, going to be able to slow down the players of BSU and get some information as well. Possibly a pick of their own.
Ooh, that's one pick of their own. Sammy does have a TP still in hand, but I don't know if they can use it, especially with Procure coming up behind. 9 seconds left on the clock. Procure still has the spike, not planted yet, but that's one. Trying to gather at least some kills. I think the spike definitely could have been planted, but it was a difficult position there. I think Procure knew that someone was waiting.
I don't think it was a bad play to go for that save, considering the fact that they were able to get the gun out of Semi's hands. It was an awkward buy for both teams, so actually being able to preserve the rifles going into the next round, it could be pretty key for BSU. And, you know, allowing it to tie up isn't necessarily the worst thing, especially considering the fact that BSU would have been hard-pressed to find themselves into good close plant positions in that particular round, and the operator has been gambled to hold B in this round, but this time BSU going for an A take once again, and an aggressive barrier orb down mid is going to secure a lot of control for BU.
Get out of my way!
Penumbras is trying to put up at least some utility to stop this attack to come through. Tien does have this Blade Storm, and as we've seen before, Tien does tend to get a little bit overzealous with it, so it could be punishable, but you gotta be able to not get hit in the head at first. Right here, Tien is going to be playing a little bit back, though. Not gonna want to push up too far. That's playing very, very well here for Ball State University.
The thing is, I don't know if BSU knows that the barrier orb did go up mid. It is down now as the Sage Wall has timed out. And...
Oh yeah, I think right now they were just waiting. We're trying to at least catch everybody
did
by
you see Tien just miss?
Last player standing.
I didn't.
Spike down A.
But
30
Semi's
seconds
not
left.
missing. At this point, it's you know, you miss, I go. Ian's just gonna hit it with a classic. That's a free vandal for Ian if they can pick it up. Yep, that's gonna be one. The reload, one bullet's all I need for two. Maybe you guys should line up for me instead. This is extremely dangerous. I thought Ian was gonna try to clutch this up with one bullet. Not anymore. Only
10
11
seconds
seconds left on the clock. Ian has to be able to clutch up. Having an orb though, but not peeking at the correct Ian right behind you. Oh, and Ian didn't peek the correct corner. That operator shot. Oh my god, I would have been flying. I would have been flying with my mouse 360. My whole desk would have flipped over. I would have been terrified.
Ooh, that is rough. I mean, I think Ian definitely could have gotten the plant down in that situation. Unfortunately, felt the need to check screens, turning their back to rafters, led to their demise. But the miss that I was talking about was the fact that Tien went into that poison cloud, and I saw a blue figure, you know, obviously from the defensive side. I can't remember who it was. But, like, they just crossed paths and had missed each other.
Oh, wait, yeah. I did see that. I was like, what are you talking about? Tien doesn't miss, but they missed a person. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, Tien doesn't miss the shots, though. Tien does not miss the shots. But
don't let Tien play Where's Waldo. That's for sure. Wouldn't work out in the end. Anyways, we have the resurrection for Ball State University. Right now, Jaquan's trying to use some of that util to at least gather some information. Not a lot being given, though. The wall is definitely interesting. Gives at least a little bit of inches. Numerous is trying to work their way to get some picks. Not really utilizing the smokes that they have. Instead, that's gonna be Ian utilizing the Viper's Pit. The Seeker is giving out some information as to where the flank is. Sammy not available anymore. They did not know that there was an operator watching behind, and that was an unfortunate turn of events here.
ooh, the nice recon bolt into the Viper's Pit, but it's not going to see anything this time around. It's 2v4 on this clutch. Trailblazer 2 is going to come out to get more information, and
Last player standing.
Aimbot's trying to get some information, but not enough. Ian, though, trying to get themselves out of their Viper's Pit to maybe get a little bit of a higher ground, but Shed is not anywhere to be seen. Saving that rifle, a good idea at most, but now Ash, once again, back and forth. Although Shed is going to be going back and forth, trying to at least gather, you know, see maybe if they can find someone else. Right now, though, it is, once again, I mean, like I said, back and forth, we're tie to tie.
yep. It's just, it's just, you know, tie to tie, like you said, might be an overtime game, actually. And just taking a peek at the ultimate economy for this round, Swooty and Parker on the side of BSU do have their ultimates available. That Hunter's Fury would be huge here for a post-plant situation. And, I mean, not even just a post-plant situation, but if able to tag somebody off with the Owl drone pretty early on, could help to push off these players here on side of you who are waiting to be main.
Sammy is gonna teleport back, trying to save themselves from death, saving their life, but not saving Eeps. Eeps is gonna just be down. Maybe if Sammy can get two here, it's gonna go in vain. Not gonna go in vain. My apologies. My vocabulary is very low, but Kurt does have a resurrection. Once again, like I said previously, they could definitely utilize it, but Kurt has to play very smart here. They can't be pushing up too heavy, or else that, you know, that resurrection might not be able to come into play.
Don't get in my way.
The Hunter's Fury coming through. Everybody on the attacking is trying to make their way, and right now the 3K came through. The Hunter's Fury trying to at least back some of the players down.
and once again, not really even needing to use the resurrection. I think Procur's doing a very good job at saving it for these perfect moments.
Ooh. And that being said, there is a resurrection available on the side of BU for this round as well. Not as well, because I mean, like you... Oh, no, yeah, as well. Both Parker and Aimbot do have their resurrections available. Clearly, I am not literate at the moment. Shed with that Hunter's Fury this time, kind of trading off with player on the side of BSU and that Guiding Light. Gonna get a bit of information, but not gonna be able to capitalize off of it this time. And I've really liked this TP from Semi. You know, being able to take this aggressive vertical angle and then safely rendezvous away back to kitchen in case things do go awry. But a really nice angle for a first point of contact.
I like the way that this was played from Semi. Kind of scared back the players, didn't allow them to gather more information than what was needed. But right now it's leaving Ball State University in a very difficult position. They don't know where they want to go just yet. And that's going to be leading TN to try and at least get aggressive, maybe for a pick.
TN is definitely creeping through here, but there is the trademark on the left side. I don't know if they'll see it quite in time. Yeah, actually gonna cloudburst that, get away from the situation. Another cloudburst is actually gonna come out for the rotation in mid here as BSU tries to recover the spike.
Only 30 seconds left. That spike has to go down, but Semi's holding a really tight corner here. It's going to be taken out by J-Corn regardless. The resurrection has to come through. Ball State University wants to be able to stop this iteration of back and forth when the rounds come. Oh, the Hunter's Fury just stopped the whole entire plan. And now TN's trying to find a way to get it down without being attacked by their own teammate. It's going to be able to go down pretty nice and easy, but Eve is not going to be easy on the team. Instead, Eve might just be able to get a couple more, especially having the operator in hand, but you sure know that a lot of the players on Ball State are going to want to get that off out of the hands of Eve.
Oh, the wall bang. And Ian here with the flank actually might be able to catch Eve off guard.
Oh no, it didn't happen. Oh, Procure just with the one tap into the wall. Eve was having a pretty hard time trying to get those shots in, especially with so many angles that you have to be watching. It was unfortunate for Eve there.
Yeah, I think in that situation, once you're in that 1v4 situation, the clock is ticking. You don't really have the time to clear out your angles with an operator. You don't have the ability to go and pick up a rifle of your own to try and clutch things out. You're better off saving, but in the end, I mean, Ian was creeping up behind Eve regardless, so I don't know how a save would have panned out unless Eve was able to take down Ian in that situation. But now, BSU has the advantage, and BU being on a save round, an eco round this time. BSU, it looks like they might be taking this to match point, but I'm not going to count BU out quite yet. We've seen some nasty ecos.
I mean, I have to agree. I think eco rounds are definitely, you know, a lot of people think it's over for the team who's doing it, but a lot of the time it's not quite the case. But, I mean, TN really isn't pleading that case right now. TN's just taking everybody down as we know it. The classics are not stronger than TN tonight. But Eve might just be. The Blade Storm is here, but the misses are there as well, giving away the location of Eve, hovering themselves away, trying to at least eliminate as many angles as possible. But right now, Ball State University having the 12-9, having this lead.
Match point.
Match point now for BSU, and as a reminder to everybody at home right now, this is map 3 in a best of 3 series. Both BSU and BU have taken maps of their own. BSU secured Ascent, or secured Fracture, and BU secured Ascent. So BSU is looking to take this one under their belts to beat BU 2-1 in this series, but BU might be able to bring it over to overtime, where we can see both teams kind of duking it out, come out on top, as this game has been incredibly close.
I agree entirely. This game has been close. The last one wasn't. The game before that as well. I think it's just, honestly, I think it's just the map picks. Whoever is more comfortable on what is able to win it. Right now, Ball State University's really
proving that, you know, the first map wasn't theirs, but these last two probably are. The question is can Bryant University step it up in time?
Yeah, that is the question of the hour. But now, just a minute left on the clock, and BSU hasn't taken too much map control for themselves so far. Looking to make a play here on B, but Semi's going to get the drop on one. Not going to get the second, though. That's going to open sight up a little bit more, but we're going to see a rotation towards mid as well. It's 3v3 Gompers. Jcorn now having total control of Kitchen.
30 seconds left.
But not knowing that aimbot was there, I got a little bit scared for aimbot, but Shed was right around the corner, able to get the flank around. That's going to be pretty nice for Shed, but now the location is a given. The wall has been put up to at least eliminate Shed's attempt at getting this lurk in. Well, now I think Ian has a couple lineups here. Probably going to play for it, but Procure has to do a very good job at protecting Ian in their effort. Just very slow walk up. At this point, Shed is trying to at least stash this recon dot. Yes! This recon bolt's definitely going to do a lot of work here, giving out some information. Now they know at least one is yellow, but Eve is not peeking the right corners here.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunate every time he tries, but right there it's going to be one with the miss! But Shed clutching up for Eve as Eve tries to at least, you know, hit some of those off shots. The bear shrug, like, yeah, I missed it. That's my bad.
Oh, and that is another round on the board for the defenders. BU keeping their name in the game a little bit longer now. ETH still able to have that operator in their hands. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a solid buy up across the board. It's going to be a force as much as you can for BU, as BSU does still hold the advantage at match point right now. TN still reigning supreme with now a 30 bomb. Going into this upcoming round. Ian has that Viper's Pit online in the case that BSU is able to make it onto site for a nice little post-plant situation.
Take flight.
This drone could definitely help on the execute onto site. I'm hearing a lot of utility being used, especially with this Trailblazer. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of good information. It really did pressure back the players of Bryant University, and now Eve has to play back a more secure corner, just in case, you know, this push is way too aggressive for taking. But right now, I mean, as it is,
Enemy remaining.
everybody's just being picked off on the side of Ball State University, and that Viper's Pit definitely looked like it had a really good chance of being one of the leading factors to Ball State winning. But, I mean, Bryant University, they have one more round to take this into overtime. Ball State University has to figure out what they're going to do to not let that happen.
Yeah, BSU is going to want to close it out here or risk going to overtime and allowing BU to level things out 12-12 Gompers. I mean, no operators on either side this time. Oh, never mind. ETH actually did manage to keep that operator, was just buying an extra rifle for themselves going into this round, and a Guardian is going to be the hands of TN. But TN, almost like a heat-seeking bullets there with the headshots that we see coming out from them. Now, just a lot going on. B main, a lot of firepower. Shed looking to get a little bit of information with the drone, and the faithful Viper lurk. As always, from Ian with that poison cloud, just putting a little bit of pressure towards mid, having to force BU to, you know, take some eyes off of other positions. You see that both the players on B actually fell all the way back from B main just to check under tube in case of that lurk. That is super impactful.
I definitely agree. Look at TN making their way up. Gathering so much space here. Honestly, if they updrafted and just made their way, tried to get some picks down and stairs, it definitely worked with this Hunter's Fury trying to get some damage, not really doing a lot there. Just kind of making a little bit of a cha-cha slide go on site, but Jcorn's gonna get the first pick. Keeper's trying to at least figure something out with the operator, but TN's in a very good position. Just has to play it correctly or else they're gonna be picked off. Not good for one, but they're good for two instead. And that's going to be an amazing play from TN, really helping out Ball State University. Ball State University trying to make their way. It's only aimbot left, trying to get this defusal down. The heal is definitely there. Right now, that Viper's
Molly
Last
is definitely
player
not making it
standing.
any easier. The snake bite is coming in clutch. Aimbot is not peeking. The Viper peeking just in time. Ian being able to clutch up the rounds. Ball State University taking it home within this tournament.
Congratulations to Ball State University taking this series 2-1 versus Bryant University. You know, we saw that upset, taking Bryant's map pick and now taking Icebox, which was the decider. So kudos to them. I believe we are going to be throwing to a really quick break before heading into an interview shortly afterwards. So we will be right back as we get the interview set up. But those were some close games. Have them expect them to go A and then go B in a later round. What a shot! No way!
Oh, considering the fact that Bud is peeking up very aggressive. Picked off any second. Just like, I mean, everybody's getting picked off right now. That Hunter-Shooter doing some really good work, but Penumbra is able to come through. And right now, that Resurrection, as previously talked about, is going to be use resurrecting the Jet.
Team for BU here on the site. Tien is watching. What a flick with the operator.
What? Oh, and enough. What's going on? I'm a little bit confused here because Aimbot's supposed to have the aimbot, but Tien's being able to get this 4K right there. I mean, I was about to say so they could possibly, you know, get that res down and try to res maybe the Jet will have a user left. But that is maybe this operator might just be able to help. And I mean, Semi's good for more now. Having this tour out is definitely going to help his favor. It doesn't matter. One health
Here. Eve is going to have a huge flank.
Oh,
I thought I almost thought all the knives were going to miss.
oh, it's 9 on 9.
Enemy remaining.
Oh. One more. Oh, nobody knows Shed is there. Shed is just slowly waiting for the wall to drop, and just as the wall dropped, Ian
Enemy
was
remaining.
able to get a couple, but Shed was as well, and Ian's gonna just get a 3K right off his back. Oh yeah, I think right now they were just waiting. We're trying to at least catch everybody.
Did
by
you see Tien
surprise.
just miss?
Player standing.
I didn't.
Spike down A.
Or else that, that resurrection might not be able to come into play. The Hunter's Fury coming through. Everybody on the attacking is trying to make their way, and right now the 3K came through. The Hunter's Fury trying to at least back some of the players down. It's gonna be taken out by J-Corn regardless. The resurrection has to come through. Ball State University wants to be able to stop this iteration of that. People think it's over for the team who's doing it, but a lot of the time it's not going to be the case. But I mean, Tien really isn't pleading that case right now. Tien's just taking everybody down as we know it. The classics are not strong as yellow, but Eve is not peeking the right corners here. Unfortunate every time he tries, but right there it's gonna be one with the miss. Shed more secure corner, just in case, you know, this push is way too aggressive for taking. But right now, I mean, as it is, everybody's just being picked off on the side of Ball State University, and that by there, right now, Viper's volley is definitely not making it any easier. The snake bite is coming in clutch. Aimbot is not peeking. The Viper peeking just in time. Ian being able to clutch up the round. Ball State University taking it home.
To, you know, have them expect them to go A and then go B in a later round. What a shot! No way!
Oh, considering the fact that Aimbot is peeking up very aggressive. Picked off any second. Just like, I mean, everybody's getting picked off right now. That Hunter-Shooter doing some really good work, but Penumbra is able to come through, and right now that resurrection, as previously talked about, is going to be use resurrecting the Jet.
Team for BU here on the site. Tien is watching. What a flick with the operator.
What? Oh, and enough. What's going on? I'm a little bit confused here because Aimbot's supposed to have the aimbot, but Tien's being able to get this 4K, and right there, I mean, I was about to say so they could possibly, you know, get that res down and try to res. Maybe the Jet will have a slap. Maybe this operator might just be able to help, and I mean, Semi's good for more now. Having the Steward forced out is definitely going to help in favor. It doesn't matter. One health.
Here.
Spike planted.
Eve is going to have a huge flank.
3.
Oh.
I thought I
Player
almost thought all the knives were going to miss.
Oh, it's 9 on 9.
Enemy remaining.
Oh. One more. Oh, nobody knows Shed is there. Shed is just I think right now they were just waiting. They're trying to at least catch everybody
Did
by
you see Tian
surprise.
just miss?
He didn't. Or else that resurrection might not be able to come into play. The Hunter's Fury coming through. Everybody on the attacking is trying to make their way, and right now the 3K came through. The Hunter's Fury trying to at least back some of the players down. Gonna be taken out by J-Corn regardless. The resurrection has to come through. Ball State University wants to be able to stop this iteration of battle. I think it's over for the team who's doing it, but a lot of time is not by the case. But I mean, Tien really isn't pleading that case right now. Tien's just taking everybody down as we know it. The classics are not strong as yellow, but Eve is not peeking the right corners here.
One enemy remaining.
Fortunate every time he tries, but right there it's gonna be one with the miss. Shed. More secure corner, just in case, you know, this push is way too aggressive for taking. But right now, I mean, as it is, everybody's just being picked off on the side of Ball State University, and that's there. Right now, Viper's volley is definitely not making it any easier. The snakebite is coming in clutch. Aimbot is not peeking the Viper peeking just in time. Ian being able to clutch up the round. Ball State University taking it home.
To, you know, have them expect them to.
Hello, hello. Yeah, yeah. Right now we are. Well, I mean, at least I am. Everyone else is at their home PCs. My PC is a little bit bad, but you know, I gotta come in here and get the best friends I can.
Okay. I mean, if you're a monster on the good PC, stay on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it works, it works.
Oh, Gompers.
I'm trolling. Can someone remind me every time that I open VMix? I'm so sorry to production for constantly having to tell me I'm muted on VMix. Anyways. Let's continue on with the questions. Ash, if you want to continue.
No, you're all good. I thought you were going to kick off with the first question, but I can take it if you want. I was curious. So what role do you usually play, Tian? Because we saw you flex through, Duelist and as well as like Chamber. I know Chamber can be played aggressively as a Sentinel, so that's why that was kind of my guesswork throughout the cast as to why you picked up that role on Fracture particularly. But I was curious to know if you normally do just do solely the Duelist role, and on top of that, if you always frag out as hard as you did tonight because you were online in these 3 matches.
Yeah, I usually do run Duelist. But that Fracture game, to be honest, we played Fracture maybe 2 or 3 times before, and we've been mixing up our comps a whole bunch. So I used to play Jet on Fracture, but I decided I was right before the match, I was like, hey, can I play Chamber for this one? Because comp games I've been popping off as Chamber, so I was like, all right, I'll try it out. And looks like
You're feeling yourself.
Yeah, looks like it worked out. Yeah, but
I mean, I think it more than worked out. You finished with almost another 30 bomb on Fracture. You absolutely went off there, and I think in general your whole team performed as a team. I know that specifically I do want to highlight Ian, particularly on the Icebox match. He had a lot of really clutch rounds, especially in the second half, absolutely popping off and definitely saving quite a few rounds with those multi-kills and those clutches. So kudos to them on that. So you were saying that you guys are kind of for Fracture specifically, you guys have been changing up your team comps, but do you find that you guys do fluctuate a lot across the different maps right now, testing things out at this particular moment?
Recently, yes, we've been trying to do different comps, especially on that Ascent game. That was our first. We've been running a similar comp, but that was our first time trying out that new comp right there. But
okay,
yeah, just that map right there, Bind especially, we really need to work on. We've been fluctuating comps there too. So.
Gotcha. I mean, if that was your first time running that comp on Ascent, 13-11, not a bad scoreline for trying something out for the first time. So that's definitely huge for you guys. I think I'm curious because Fracture, you did say that your team has only played it a few times, and that was the opposite of the closest game. You guys had the biggest lead in that particular game. And do you think that that was because of the agent composition? I touched on it quite a bit during the cast, and I think that chat mentioned it as well. The agent composition coming out from the side of BU lacked information gathering. And do you feel like that was the biggest detriment for them on that particular map? Or was there something that you thought that your team was just doing better overall?
Yeah, I definitely think that their team comp lacked information, but we also, as a team, we traded perfectly. Everything we did there worked really well. We didn't like fail a single shot. Honestly, we were hitting our shots. Everything comms perfect. So I think it was a little bit of mix of both our team play and their composition being information lacking.
Okay, awesome. I mean, yeah, you guys definitely, the synergy was alive and well, and we definitely saw that today. Gompers, did you have any other questions before I asked my last one?
I just wanted to ask, what is TN? Like, what is the name?
Honestly, I used to play a lot of like Fortnite with some of my friends and everything, and I didn't know a name or anything, so I honestly clicked 2 letters on the keyboard, and it ended up being TN. So that is my name. That's how I came up with
Okay.
it.
I thought it was like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was just like, oh, TN, like I
Tonight,
don't know. I
Tennessee.
thought it was some abbreviation for something so
Yeah.
deep and
Oh
sentimental.
no,
It's
no.
just 2 random letters.
2 random letters I clicked
accidentally.
on the keyboard. That's all it was.
Honestly, I respect that. To be fair, I got my name from a random username generator, basically. So I respect it for sure.
I don't know where I got my name from. It just popped up in my mind, so don't worry about it, dude.
But before we head out, first of all, thank you so much for your time, taking this time to do the interview for us. And congratulations again to your team for winning the series for
Thank you.
week 2 of the ECAC. And before we head out, was there anyone that you want to thank or shout out before we head out?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates, of course. Can't get those kills without them. I mean, everything they did helped me, and I gotta thank the esports director Dan also letting me in this arena at this time. There's also an Overwatch match going on behind me, so
okay.
so for him letting me in here really does mean a lot. So.
Well, that's awesome that you were able to use like the school computer and whatnot to be able to pull through for today. And congratulations once again. We are gonna head out of the interview for now, but I hope you guys have a nice celebration online. Unfortunate that the homies are back at home right now on their own PCs, but I'm sure you guys will celebrate maybe with a little bit more comp grinding or a movie night or something together. But congrats once again, and thank you for your time, Tian.
Yep, thank you.
But that may have been the end of the interview. It may have been the end of the BSU versus the BU games, but we do have 2 more best of 3 matchups coming along for tonight. The next one that we're going to be seeing actually is going to be Wayne State College versus RPI 1, and we won't be casting that this time around. Gompers and I are going to be heading out for the night. But the lovely Dan Dryad, as well as the wonderful Juggle God, are going to be coming through for the upcoming cast. So, Gompers and I are going to say goodnight for now, but stick around to watch some more good old collegiate Valorant, and we will catch you guys next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome back to the broadcast. My name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, and tonight I am joined on the mic by Dryad. How are you doing tonight?
Good. We had a really good match on that last one, so I'm excited to see. We have two more left, and I mean, we
Yes.
started really, really well, so it's only up from here.
Absolutely. We're going to have Wayne State College going up against Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. This is the regular season for ECAC, but a second week for the preseason here at Esports U. And I'm excited to see both these teams. They are looking to make a top finish here, and some new additions to each of these teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they've been kind of in the mid-table, so I want to see how much they've been able to change and how they
Hmm.
can start making those changes right at the beginning of the season to make it to playoff, to make it to the grand finals, right? And it starts from here until what they can do next. So those couple of changes that they've had in terms of players or even compositions, as we see Valorant change very, very often, is going to
Right.
enable them for that success.
That it is. Now, there's one player in particular that I wanted to talk about on the Wayne State side, and that's going to be Hindenburg. He is one of the newest additions to that team, and they described him as kind of the final piece of the puzzle. So they've been very happy with this new teammate, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do tonight. But on the other side as well, for RPI, we've got a couple of players that just joined the team. Three of them, in fact. So there's Swift, Eggy, and Shin. Now, they were brought on this past fall, so they've been with them for a little while, but they definitely brought some new life to the team.
Absolutely, and having new teams and having a lot of new players as well is going to make a good building of a good story building. I want to say for what they can do this season. That is one of the biggest things about collegiate is that you're pretty much going to be working with that same team throughout one season, and that is going to enable you as well to work on the synergy and everything beyond that.
Mhm.
And it starts with matches like this one that are just to have an idea of where you are in that table, and then going to enable you to study, to bot review, to get all the way to the top.
Yes, indeed. Now, let's go ahead and jump into these games because, yeah, that last one was certainly a banger, and it's put us a little bit behind. So we don't want to hold up the action any longer than necessary. And we are going to be going to Ascent first. That was going to be Wayne. That's going to be Wayne State College's pick, and RPI has opted to go on defense first.
Yeah, so that one is going to be interesting as well. This map that is pretty often that we see it in Valorant more than not. It is one of those classics at this point where you are expecting to see an ascent at some point. And that is why I feel like you already have those set agents that you want to play. So you have those initiators like that Soba, and I think Soba has been one of the biggest conversations recently about how good is he as an initiator. And of course, is one of the best ones, if not the best one that we have. So we see it being locked in both of the sides. And on top of that, talking about, those conversations that everyone in the scene has is also Astra and how powerful, how good her kit is compared to everyone else. It is so full, it is so complete. So it just makes sense to see it in both sides. And I think the little variety can come into one or two agents maybe, but not as of now. It doesn't seem like it's even going to be the case. Yeah, just yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Looking like a pretty standard pick coming out from Wayne State College. They really love to run that Sova Astra Sky Jet and Killjoy, and that's exactly what we're going to see them start out on. So definitely going with their what they think is their strongest look. But it'll be interesting to see, how this game goes, and if they decide that they're going to need to do something a little bit different going into the second one, if they have to kind of shake up that composition a little bit.
More than anything, yeah, it depends on how comfortable they feel, and even the play style. Even if you are playing something like a Killjoy, that when you are in the defense, you're supposed to be playing back, just with your util onto one of the sites, and that will be enough to give you that information. Sometimes we see teams with this in composition wanting to play a little bit more aggressive, so I wouldn't mind seeing one of those. I love those aggressive plays that teams want to bring to the table because it also plays into the confidence game that affects teams more and more, and especially the longer that they play in these matches. So it should be a good one as well to see that and to see the level that they can have. I'm also curious about the duel that we're gonna have between the two jets. Of course, in a big difference here, one of the teams only having that Reina, and it's also starting on the defense. So how can you enable that, and how can you enable that aggression that we see right away?
Yes, absolutely. Lots of aggression coming out, and I'm in particular going to be looking to Eggy be leading that aggression for the side of RPI. Got one pick coming in early on the defense, but that's not going to be too terrible. They're going to be able to hold on as long as not another pick comes in too terribly quick. Going to be an A-side push coming from the attackers, and they're looking to take this a little bit slow, just try to get a little bit of intel before they decide to move in. And the defense has started to rotate back towards the A side as well. They think that the rotation is coming in, and that's absolutely correct.
There's a little bit of hesitation though for this Astra. Doesn't want to rotate yet. Also has the utility towards A, so doesn't even feel the need to do that. Diggy will be able to connect that kill. A really good one as well, just with the classic to guarantee. The pistol round is going to turn out a little bit better, at least for now, for the side of the defense. But there's 3 members alive, and the spike hasn't been planted yet.
No, it hasn't. But look at this. RPI, 2 players down to a little less than half health. We're going to see Eggy get picked out, though. So now just 2 more players for RPI. Neither of them have a whole lot of health remaining. This could be an easy and quick round for Wayne State College if they're able to just find these players out, though. Sky has gone down fairly low for Wayne State as well. Looking like a rotation may be coming up to heaven. Killjoy's thinking about it at the moment. Actually looking to come straight into point as well, but as Sky knows she's there, Diggy gonna be able to come away with the kill, though. Now it's just up to Sova to see if they can get the last remaining kill. Ends up being a 1v1. This looks a little more positive for Wayne State. They're gonna come away with the defuse. Or RPI gonna come away with the defuse.
Oh, and almost running out of time, but making it happen right when the defense needed to, just jumping over the box and being able to connect that kill. That is exactly the confidence that I want to see. 4 kills already going for Diggy. You couldn't ask for more, especially for this Killjoy, where you're not only using that utility but playing aggressive, and that is what he talked about towards the beginning. It is in a defensive composition where you usually have your Killjoy throw the utility for information. You can also play aggressive, and this is one of the scenarios where you enable that. You also have a transitory round where we're gonna have next all those specters being bought, one of those marshals, I believe, that I saw as well. Just having more confidence on the defense to work this one around.
Yeah, this is most likely going to go their way, just given the advantage they've got. Swift coming out with a nice kill on the Marshall already, and that takes out Hindenburg, that new player from Wayne State College. So they're going to be minus them when pushing in here. Still going to try and make something happen on the B site, despite the entirety of RPI knowing that they're there. Killjoy still lurking around A, though, just in case a rotation does come through, which it looks like it might.
The information game is everything that you can expect for this attacking team, especially when you don't have the best economy, when you're fighting against those specters. Ideally, even taking some of those duels in the long range to guarantee you that the kill have a bigger chance of connecting, but that information on the other side will be connecting instead right away. And there's 45 seconds remaining. The kills have to come in, and once again, it's going to be Diggy to start it off.
That it is. RPI looking very good right now, especially after a kill on the Sova. This is going to be just Astra remaining now. And they're not going to be too long for this world. They're right here at the entry to B site. Spike right behind them. Reyna looking to push in here. Is she going to be able to find the kill? A couple of headshots come in courtesy of Astra, but it's going to be a flawless round for RPI.
Expected here, and this is why on those second rounds, as after your team loses the first one, I like to see more aggression, because you know you don't have the economy, and the best thing that you can do is just go in, maybe try to get some traits, maybe mess up with the economy of the enemy team as much as you can. But that wasn't really the case on the attacking side. So now they all got taken down. They couldn't take anyone for this set of RIP down, and this is their chance to shine more. It's going to be forcing literally everything that they got to make sure that those Vandals are going to be bought, those heavy shields are going to be bought, and see how they can change, especially what they can do next. Because now it's not only a B to start it off, especially taking into account that util for the Killjoy a little bit more, and that initial pick that now goes on this attacking team.
Eggy going to be out of the play for RPI, one of their top fraggers. Not currently in this game, but just in general. So that's going to make this defense a little tougher. Wayne State College absolutely has an opportunity here. Killjoy still over on B side with the spike. So I'm not sure if they're looking to just make a little noise around here and rotate back, or if Killjoy is eventually going to join them. Haunt with a kill as well. That's going to set Wayne State up for a great approach here on A if they want to do it. Killjoy starting to rotate now from Wayne State. Looking actually, I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't know if they're going to go for a plant on B or not. It looks like they will as the members of Wayne State begin to rotate.
It's all about playing for the information in the early round, and then when you figure out when you get one pick, you can push in, and the spike is going to be planted just for that. There's two members alive on the defense, though, for this retake. It's going to be difficult. They have to play together, and it already seems like that's not going to be the case, because Taunt already with a third kill can't even get a little bit more. And with all members alive, the last opportunity here for RIP to get something done, it seems like it's not going to be possible. Again, pretty much standard, taking into account that they only had specters at hand. This was just trying to get any value from them, but only one or two picks can do a lot here.
And it's just going to be up to Killjoy now for RPI. RPI looking a little more like RIP at the moment, as that's going to be a flawless round coming in for the attackers. Not an unusual scoreline to see, though, after 3 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So now the force bite that is going to come in for the set of RPI is what can change things around. They have a lockdown available to use at any point, and I love the way that they're playing for that information. Very slow, especially towards mid, even forcing an operator that they want to have in the hands of Swift. Again, everything pretty standard for this jet, to see what kind of early picks they can go do, and then just deny as much as you can for what WSC can do here, especially when they have that confidence from the last round.
Yeah, that is very true. They're going to be coming off of this with a little bit of a boost in their step for sure. A little bit of information gained by the Sova recon dart, if not the exact location, just knowing that somebody is over there and close. Looking like Jet wants to start pushing out of the center. Going to be a Jet duel here very shortly, but could go very quickly the way of RPI's Jet. It's not going to be the case, though, this time around. We're going to see Wayne States begin to rotate a little bit, looking for a different angle, different opportunity. They don't want to mess with that operator on mid, but it's still going to look like it's going to get some value. A couple shots coming in. The blind there as well. Swift able to finish off taunt, but Hindenburg is there for the kill as well.
The kill happens right away. The operator that goes into the hands of one of the attacking players. It was a very aggressive push that we saw there for Swift trying to get some value, but right in the middle, I think the dash either wasn't supposed to go there or was expecting to connect both of the kills as soon as possible, but didn't really turn out the way that they wanted to. We saw that trade happening. This is a 4v4. And it's about 20 seconds remaining for this attacking team to make their way towards A, get the spike planted, and the defense, they already have an idea of where this push might be coming from. They're waiting for it around 3. Already getting that information. That alarm doesn't really connect in time, but the trade, once again, is right there.
That it is, and that's going to lead us to a 3v2 situation. Now, Spike is planted right at the last moment. Going to be a recon dart going out to heaven as well from Silva, trying to get some information. It's going to be Astra, though, peeking, who finds the Jet. Hindenburg finds Shinneman as well. Now it's a 2v1, and Guiding Light going to find a little bit of value right there. This blind's going to go away very quickly, but at least they know roughly where this Silva player is. Gonna be able to take out the Hindenburg, but they're not so lucky there, and it's gonna be FSDD coming away with the win for Wayne State.
Stealing the operator as well, right for this attacking team, and what they can do with the operator is the question. We know a lot about what Munoz can do. This is a new scenario where he can shine a little bit, especially peeking towards mid, and if he can get an early pick towards catwalk, and then with that, just have a numbers advantage to push with the rest of the team. And a 2-2 that so far seems very close, but should be another round for this attacking team as the side of RIP just is going into an eco round.
Yeah, they're going to opt to save and see if they can get a little bit more value next round. Wayne State definitely with the advantage here. A little bit of a recon coming out, find some information. Nobody really making a big fast push yet, but look at this rotation coming out from A side, from the defenders. They've got to have a fantastic idea that it's going to be a B side push. Astra Nebula comes out, smoking off that hallway very briefly. Gonna be curious to see if Wayne State opts to just push through that smoke, or if they're gonna wait for that utility to die down.
Is a little bit slower. They're expecting the Astra and the Killjoy utility to take place. And talking about utility, there is a lockdown active and putting a challenge into what can be done. Taunt right away, being able to connect those kills and the control, the dominance that this attacking team can take right inside. The spike is going to be planted. There's only one member alive. This Astra with one last chance. He's not making a flawless for the enemy team, but it seems very unlikely when they only have a sheriff at hand. Yeah, it's not going to connect. Hunt with a 4K that he's able to get. Beautifully done for this team. And now another round where RIP is able to buy. And everything goes back to normal. I definitely expect to see more of the aggression coming in for them, especially with the use of their own utility.
Yeah, that is very true. Especially considering they've got a couple ults coming online as well. So with the Hunter's Fury could be a great in a plant situation. So I'll be curious to, or rather, they're on the attack. So it could be great in terms of clearing out in a post-plant situation if someone's trying to defuse. Astra has Cosmic Divide, though, for the defense, so this could be important as well.
Absolutely. It is going to be crucial, especially into guarantee maybe that 5th round. If you don't want to force the enemy into an eco round again, this is now or never for RIP to get something done into this one. So he's going to be playing very careful towards his defense. No one making any crazy rotations towards the beginning and capitalizing of the utility early on, denying as much information as possible as they continue to do.
Operator shot coming out mid from Jet, not finding any value just yet, but making a lot of noise. See a shock dart come in from Sova. It's going to land a little bit too close to them. Now the rotation coming out from the defenders. Swift is able to get a pick onto Zobi. So this defense looking a little better, just like you were saying, given that they're going to be able to, that they were able to buy up this round. Now we've got Jet lurking in the Astra smoke. Finds themselves, or pardon me, that was Astra actually lurking in her own smoke. Not finding anybody. She's
30
going to
seconds left.
throw out her Nebula once again. There's a couple players lurking nearby, but I don't think she's quite aware. Could be Seekers coming out as well. They know that somebody might be in that smoke right there. They're looking to get some value from it. Look at this though. It's gonna be Killjoy coming away with a kill onto Tonto. They maybe a little bit too long in those smokes. We've got the lockdown coming out from the defenders. Killjoy as well. Here comes that Hunter's Fury from the attackers, but they're looking a little worse for wear at the moment, especially after Swift gets that pick onto Munoz, and that's gonna be a nice defense coming out from RPI.
So for the 4K, really nicely done as well, knowing the skills that he needed to take for the team, and also just knowing that the defense was enabling him to do just that. So it's a 3-3 that we have right now. It couldn't be closer as of what we expected. Both of the teams, again, in the mid-table, and they are just showing that the improvement is coming for both ways. It's really about small things from the eco rounds and the forcing that you decide to commit all the way into those duels that you have to take one by one to guarantee those rounds. So it was nicely done by both of them, but the 4K really guaranteeing so much more for this defensive team of RIP. Now, keeping the operator, managing to keep it for a little bit longer, and also expecting it towards B.
Yeah, we're going to see a hard commit towards B coming from the attackers. Astra Smoke going to be pulled back. Like, Cloudburst as well, obscuring vision for a moment. Walking straight into another smoke, though. That's going to be RPI down 3, though, at the moment. These attackers can push hard and fast if they so desire, but if they do, they could be going right into a gravity well from Astra. Astra's got that sightline locked down on B, so they're going to know as soon as they push in. They're going to opt instead use the smoke. We got an Aldrone coming out as well from Sova. That's going to give them a little information that maybe they can start pushing, especially with Astra down as well. Just going to be Killjoy now on the defense. So it's going to be interesting to see how much they're going to be able to do. Not going to be anything this time as Taunt comes out with another kill.
One more to finalize the round that started to be very, very slow, but decided to go towards B. And now just holding more and more rounds that this type of WST is able to get early on. It's an operator that keeps going back and forth between the teams. Everyone just fighting to take it now their way for a little bit longer. And I think it's going to be another one of those defaults where you start to get information, once again, maybe towards B, to push into a little bit more in those early picks that continue to be pretty much the winning condition for every round that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It really has gone the way. Like, whoever ends up getting the first pick tends to be winning these rounds. Been very predictable in that sense so far, but gonna see if they can maybe mix it up a little bit here. Jet has already popped the Blade Storm. Hasn't found any value with it yet, but they have a good idea that there's people holding up on B. A couple of blades thrown in. Hasn't found anything yet. And the attackers, Wayne State, still waiting to push in, waiting for some of that util to go down. Now they've just got to make sure that they don't push out onto that Astra smoke too well. And there it's going to go. They're going to use it. Couldn't quite tell if they used it as a pool or a smoke. That was going to be a smoke. Couple of picks coming in for Wayne State now. They lost one, but that's a far cry from the 3 that RPI are down right now. This is going to be a tough retake for them. Just the Astra and the Killjoy, so it's going to be a tough time. And in fact, Sova with the Odin as well, finding a kill. Attacker's going to come up with a win.
It was a good strategy for the defense as well to deny any rotation to come in for the attacking team of WSD. We had the flank coming in for the Astra all the way from spawn to make it happen, but it was way too long. And when you have an Odin to connect those kills right away for the side of RIP or for the side of WSC, it was impossible for them to make it happen. And that flank turned out to be not anything that they expected, especially with the aggression that we saw with the Blade Storm early on that didn't really get any value. And even though this is one of those ultimates where you need to have confidence, we saw the hesitation rotation. At least we're not seeing any more because only a Marshall is going to be enough to get that first pick on the side of the defense and maybe give them another round.
Yeah, they are certainly coming into this with an advantage now. Another equalizing pick, though, coming in from Hindenburg, and now Swift with that Marshall's going to be out of the equation, looking for another shot, not unable to find it, but Zobi is going to connect onto FSDD. So, the attackers have successfully turned this around now, despite the early pick coming out from RPI, and speaking of turnaround, we're going to have exactly that as the attackers start to rotate over towards A.
Members alive for the defense, and they are playing together, so at least they have that going on for them. They're going to meet and then play together to make that rotation. That seems like it's going to be towards B. I want to see that Killjoy util at use very early on for what they can do here in the defense to guarantee at least the hesitation on the side of the attackers to get anything done. Nothing thrown into the area, so that means that the spike is going to be planted, and that post-plant scenario for the side of RPI might be a little bit more difficult than they expected, especially because now they're split and they're going to find the Jet waiting right on catwalk to get one of them. So it's only going to be the last Reyna alive. Good for one. A little bit more that's going to be needed.
Yeah, that is a great start, though, coming out from RPI. And if you have somebody as the last standing player, you want it to be Reyna. Especially considering it's going to be Eddie on that Reyna as well. But the pick gonna come in. The Marshall taking care of that final player of RPI. And now we've got a little bit of a runaway happening. Wayne State is up by 3 now.
Because of that, is going to be a timeout coming in for the defense. A little bit of pause that is good to stop the momentum of the enemy and also to discuss what changes can be done. It seems to me like there's a lot of trades going on early, and then the spike is planted in the last 30-20 seconds. So it's just taken into account that the attacking team for WC, they are playing for picks and they're getting away with it because the defense is pushing into corners where they shouldn't have. And even though they have the composition to do that, just with the double duelist, it's just lacking a little bit more, and they're not capitalizing the way that they could from the information that you can get with the Sova early on, and also what you can do with the Killjoy and what you can do with the Astra and all that utility that you can place towards A or B site and just deny the entrance right from the beginning.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And one thing I would like to add to it as well is that I feel like Wayne State's play has been a lot more coordinated, whereas RPI's has seemed a little more disjointed, a little too disjointed for my taste. I feel like some of these retakes are coming in a little bit staggered, and if they coordinated a little bit better, I think they find more success because, like you said, they're Wayne State getting these early picks, they're getting the plant in, and then it's the retake where RPI is really struggling. Gonna be a push coming over towards A. Jet starting to hold down that angle and finds Taunt. This is a great start for the defense now. Gonna be interesting to see if that that sniper rifle is gonna dissuade the attackers from pushing onto A, and if they're gonna opt to rotate towards B instead. Aldrone going out towards mid, it's not gonna see anybody, so they know that the rotation is gonna be clear if they desire to do that, either towards A or B.
For the first peak that we saw towards the beginning, for Taunt especially, taking into account the performance that he's had, I would have liked a little bit more support for the rest of the team because there's more likely than not someone going to be looking at that corner. So you have a Sky, for example, one of the better initiators that we have in the game. You can use one of those guiding lights to enable your player to peek or to make sure that he's going to stay alive. So it's a risky one to take. This time didn't capitalize for the side of the attacking team the way that they wanted to. And a Hunter's Fury to get some information as well. It's not going to connect with any kills or a lot of damage. And the other Soba has taken already. They're starting to go towards A.
And the picks are coming in hand over fist now for RPI. Shinamon leading the way on Astra right now. It's going to be BBO1 looking if they're going to have an opportunity to plan here, but I don't know if they will. They may have to just go for kills, but these RPI players are playing it slow and smart. There is going to be one kill, but not going to be enough, and the defenders are going to win.
defense that gets away with another round, and also good to keep a lot of that ecos, which continues to go back and forth and makes things a lot more difficult for them. And I like how close it is, but this one is going to be the most important, I would say, for RPI to win. It's guaranteeing and denying the last possibility for the economy to be bought from the side of WSC. And it's gotta be from the beginning that the use of the util, the use of those ultimates to deny space to get some information early on, like we've seen with the Hunter's Fury to get information. And this time around, Swift that's going to play all the way back and not push any further, even the operator.
And here comes the Seekers as well. They've located Swift. Trailblazer comes in as well. Somehow they're still standing. And in fact, they're going to get a kill as well onto Hindenburg. This is a tremendous showing here from the defense. It's just Astra left now. Taunt on the attacking side. And the best they can hope to do potentially is just do a little damage to the economy. But you never know. Could see a big play coming in. And oh, look at this. The trigger discipline there was tremendous. Taking out Swift, who had the angle on them first. And then going back for the Astra. Taunt is certainly showing why they have been top fragging so far for this attacking team. Their location has been revealed. They're going to throw out a little utility on the point. Going to smoke it. Maybe they can get a little bit of a push in here, but not quite able to. Recon boat gonna let them know exactly where they are, but it doesn't matter. FSD is going down. This is very doable now. Killjoy gonna take a couple shots to her turret. But it's gonna be Aggie in the end who clutches it out for the defenders. But what incredible play coming out from Tom.
Last round in the half.
A good try there by the attacking team. They wanted to rush into side. They wanted to play more aggressive. It just didn't turn out the way that they wanted to. And I think the first step into making it happen maybe had to be clearing where this jet was hiding, where Swift was hiding. They knew that there was an operator close. They saw the jet using the cloudburst to hide herself into that corner. And even then, she was able to get away with a kill after the Sova was able to connect that information. So it was this really good teamwork that enabled that to happen, and it is a teamwork that I would expect to see from the attacking team as well into that round, like I said, where it mattered the most more than anything. So Cosmic Divide is going to come in, also rushing to a side, but this time is going to be the other one. This time we go to B.
Yeah, that we do. It's going to be a fast rotate. This is one of the quickest ones I think we've seen come out from Wayne State, and definitely all on the back of that Cosmic Divide, cutting off so many of those sidelines. I think he has an idea there's going to be someone peeking. They get a couple shots in, but it's going to be Zobi who comes away with a kill. Plant going to come in now for Wayne State, and it's a 4v5 now on this retake. Another smoke coming out from Astra. It's going to be Taunt finding the kill, though, on the Swift. Taunt has just been incredible. Look at this. Gets another onto Eddie. Taunt is absolutely on fire right now. Hunter's Fury going to come in as well, but it's not going to last long. Rather, that was the Hunter's Fury coming out from the attackers. Guiding Light going to find Shinamon, and they're not going to be long for this world.
75 for the first half. Not too bad for any of them, and it just goes back to looking at what can be done next for this new attacking team for RPI to win this pistol round more than anything. And I think they definitely have the capacity to do so, right? They have Arena, and that is one of the better, if not the best agent that you can have in a pistol round to get some value very, very early on. I think that should be a good one for them, and they can capitalize as well out of the mistakes that WC has made when they were attacking, and now on the defense. When you look at them, they have two initiators to work with, so it is how you can capitalize from that, knowing that there's not going to be any Astra right away to use all the utility, and instead it can be just once again playing for picks this time around for the other team.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. We're going to see a recome out towards mid, gathering a little bit of information. Astra are going to use one of their smokes to deny some sightlines. And this push is going to come straight through mid over to the B side. Eggy with a pick early on onto Hindenburg. And RPI's attack looking like it's going well so far. Nice push coming out for them on the B side. They just have to worry about this jet around the corner for the moment. Swift swiftly takes care of them, but there's going to be a counter pick as well. Two coming out from Zobi. That's going to equalize this fight right here. They will eventually go down, and now it's just Astra standing from Wayne State, the spike is going to be planted. Let's see if Talk can make it happen once again. Not going to be the case this time, as Swift is there to take them out.
Another one of those that we turn into those transitory rounds that can do so much with those Spectres to enable that confidence as well, to start building, to know that there's a almost comeback potential, even though the score is so similar, especially after the 7-5. But just knowing that you can come back from it and knowing that you can get more and more rounds is going to be really nice to see for the set of RIP. Like I said, we had a really good match to start it off, and this one is already building to do just that.
Yeah, exactly. RPI definitely looking primed to get this second round for their attack on their way. 2 picks come in very early on, and you know what? I think this double duelist is really benefiting them tremendously on the attacking side. Gonna hear Guiding Light comes out, finds a little bit of value, but no pick is gonna happen off of it immediately. Push is coming out onto the A side now. We should expect a plant coming relatively soon, but the firefight has ensued instead. Now it's just one member left for Wayne State Hindenburg. Gonna see if they can do what they need to do, or if they're also gonna crash and burn, and that is unfortunately what happened. Plant is gonna go through for a few extra dollars as well for RPI.
7-7, but a lot of losses that we saw for our RPI. There were only 2 members alive towards the end, which could mean decision to buy into this one. It seems like they're trying to decide that. I saw Diggy looking towards buying the Vandal, but it seems like deciding against it this time around. It would be nice though. I'm not the biggest fan of forcing those buys in most cases, but this one should be a nice one just to keep staying ahead of the game. Or that means just so much aggression of a lot of players staying together to make it happen, and it seems like that is what the attacking team is going to try to do, right? We see everyone peeking towards mid, the spike on the floor, playing for picks before deciding if that mid to be is ideal or not.
We're going to see a little bit of Astro Util come out once again, so it's going to launch the Owl drone, see if they can figure out where anybody is. They are going to reveal the location, but Taunt doesn't care. They're going to get the pick anyway. And now Wayne State looking very good on this defense. FSD does find Taunt, so no more Astro Util coming out, and FSD finds another. Hindenburg is down. This is definitely now doable for their side as well. Gonna be a 2v3 as the spike is going to be planted by Diggy, but Silva doesn't have a whole lot of health on FSD is looking a little bit weak at the moment.
Player standing.
They're gonna go down almost immediately from their counterpart on the other side. Gonna be detained as well. That is unfortunate for them. Munoz is there to finish them off, and the fuse will come in.
The DP's connecting right on time, and RPI, they were just playing against time the entire time that we saw them. It was the lockdown coming in so early. I mean, 3rd round for this defensive lockdown to come in. And in a situation where the spike had just been planted, they had nowhere to run to where they would feel safe, because where that lockdown was located is usually one you want to, or you pretty much have to play towards long, but they didn't have the time to run away. The enemy team was already on them, already had their location, so just denied that opportunity, and gives once again the advantage towards the side of the defense for WSD. And another pick to start it off. Munoz, again, one of the better players that we have, especially in the duelist, in what can be done for this tournament, and it's already building up to do more and more for them into this round.
Yeah, Wayne State coming out with a vengeance right here. They got that last round win, and they are looking to capitalize and make it a 2-point gap instead of just 1. They want to start to run away with it if they can. They've been in the lead, I think, more times than not compared to this RPI crew, but they're keeping it very close as well. 3v4 right now. Reina with the spike. Gonna start for a push onto A. Cloudburst comes out. Munoz is going to rotate a little bit. There's the Guiding Light. Finds some value. Hindenburg going to be able to take out Eagle and Diggy and FSDD. Hat trick for the end right there for Wayne State.
what can he do? But just been so many highlights, and I think especially for the side of WSC, we've seen so many highlights for pretty much every single player in different scenarios where they're able to shine a little bit brighter than everyone else. And this one is the one that they had to win, the one that could have mattered the most, because it turns into the same scenario that we saw in the first half. It was winning those rounds once again, forcing into an eco, forcing into knowing that RPI is gonna have no money to work with, and they are only gonna depend on maybe a couple ultimates. Like we hear it is going to be that Blade Storm coming in, but so far it hasn't gotten them the results that they wanted to. So it is, what can they do with it in a way that they can play aggressive, they can guarantee one pick, one rifle, and just work from that.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart plan right here. Swift with the Blade Storm definitely going to be leading the charge here for RPI. Nice job checking all their corners, but they're going to meet a Sova and a Jet right around this corner. It's going to happen in just a moment. Let's see how it's going to end up. And oh no, they missed Munoz right there. They had no idea the dash was just a little too quick. Zombie going to find a pick as well. And RPI, once again, looking worse for wear. But this isn't totally unexpected as well, just because of that econ difference that we saw. Nice shot coming out from Taunt as well. Gonna be just one more member left of RPI, and they're not gonna be long for this world. Flawless round coming out for Wayne State.
Really is a really odd timing, I want to say, for the set of RPI. Sure, it was an eco round. They didn't have any rifles to work with. But even with the Blade Storm, it was waiting, but not in a way that you're pushing into sight in the last second, but in a way that it was kind of right in the middle and dashing. Also not in a positioning where you are safe. He can be at risk, and that is what we saw. Didn't get any value. That is why I said I don't want to depend so much on what the Blade Storm can do, but more of getting one pick or two, which is really the last chance here, because WSC now is having double digits. It's 10. They have all the advantage to continue buying all the utility that they need to. And now, because of that, it's going to be a cosmic divide, hoping to create a little bit more space to work with.
Yeah, that's going to shut off several sidelines right there. We've got the attacker Killjoy also using Lockdown. See if they find anything from it. Nobody's going to be detained, but that's going to leave B-side open to plant. Taunt going to find another kill onto Swift. Now we've got a 4v3 as Wayne State going to look for the retake here. And they get it. Astro going up, laying in a few little bit of utility. They're going to use... We're going to use a Cosmic Divide as well to kind of shut down those doors in the back. Taunt coming in with a nice kill. But going to be taken out now by Diggy, and that's going to be the win once again for the defenders. They are starting to run away with us now.
It's just a confidence game that at this point it starts to build up for them, for WSC, and the way that they're playing. It seems so nice, the way that they're making those rotations in time, because the more rounds that we see, the less that RIP is faking, pushing into the sides, is doing less defaults than we saw towards the beginning. So it's just, once you see them, you already know that they're going to be pushing into the side no matter what, and WSC is capitalizing out of it so much. Not only with the utility that we saw for Killjoy and for Astra that has turned out to be very well, one of the Cosmic Divides kind of diagonal into this side, but also the other one towards Boathouse. So it's so much space that is denied, and that means that is more space where you can be expecting the enemy. This one is going to be a more aggressive one though, because Swift is already getting away with the first one.
Yeah, Swift getting away with murder, quite literally. BDO1 gonna equalize things though. So now it is a 4v4 once again. Wayne State not going to go down easily, but Diggy finds Taunt. So Taunt been one of the top fraggers so far, and without them, that's going to make things a little bit tougher. Eggy does find Hindenburg, going to be able to heal some as well. But meanwhile, Munoz has found Diggy with the with that Marshall. Once again, Munoz now with the Blade Storm, looking to see if they can finish this off, seeing if they can come back now from a little bit behind. Spike has been planted now on A, so rotation's going to come through from the defenders, but this is going to give so much time for RPI to set up. Recon Bolt going to show that nobody's up in heaven just yet, but Silva is headed that way, it appears. No, they're going to take the low ground, as a matter of fact, to give the high ground over to Jet. And this could be a good retake here. The door is closed, so I'm curious to see if they're going to try and just shoot it down or open it. A spike and ready to go off. This could be the attackers coming in with a much-needed win right here. Munoz going to need to act fast, though, as this spike is just about to go off. BB1 is going to be able to get a pick, so things have been close to equalize, but that's not going to be them coming away with a round win. RPI comes back just a little bit in the scoreline.
It was only for that running out of time more than anything in WAC. They had the right idea, especially the way that they were playing for that retake. They were only 2 members alive, and that makes a retake so much more difficult when you don't have the numbers advantage. That is why we've seen so many mistakes really happening for both of the teams, where they're peaking way too early into the round and they're not really trading each other. So it puts them in a difficult situation where they can't really recover, because it is either the more than anything, and for that last round, it was the attacking team being able to get away with it and just being able to push into sites, knowing that the numbers were just going to be more than enough.
And now we're seeing ourselves in a situation where this is a must-win round for each of these teams. The Econ is going to suffer tremendously for the losing side. So both of them really want to come away with this win. Swift's going to be briefly hurt. They're going to go down to about half health. Eggy is able to find a pick. So once again, RPI looking a little bit better here on the attack. They're starting to bring things back. Eggy once again finding a kill. Diggy combining as well, but it's going to be Eggy with a 3K right now, and Wayne State looking to be falling apart as a flawless round comes in for RPI.
A chance, an opportunity that they spot, and they don't want to let go for the side of RPI. This timeout now that will be coming for the side of WSC, which of course they still have the advantage, but they're in a tricky situation where the economy, because they just lost the last 2 rounds, is not looking ideal. It's not looking too good, and any mistake can also give those 11 rounds to the enemy team to the side of RPI. So have to be very careful about the decision making here. Again, I would love to see a Force coming in. I think is the best thing that this team can do. They've been winning more than not on those duels that they're taking in the long range more than anything, and you just have to complement it with those early information rounds that they can get with the Soba. I mean, has Hunter's Fury, can use it at any point, and even though you can use it to destroy the upcoming lockdown that we can take from Diggy, it's also nice to see those Hunter's Furies to come in towards one of the sites to try to spot the enemy, and with that, just decide if the enemy team has to rotate or not, if that is going to be a force, or if that can even motivate the side of the attacking team to go into the complete opposite side.
Yeah, so many options, I really think, for the defenders, and I think it was wise of them to opt to use this timeout to try and figure out what they're going to do, because I do agree with you. I think a force in this situation is probably the best idea for them. We're going to see that come out. So we're going to pick up the Judge as well. I believe it's the first time we've seen that weapon come out. Going to be an early guiding light that finds some value. The attackers at least know that there's somebody pushing on A site. Much less the entire squad right now. In fact, we're going to see a big rotation coming in already. Jet on the defense, looking to flank, looking to see if they can find somebody maybe lurking, but nobody is right now. They're all starting to push towards A. Astra puts up the smoke, going to see if they can find a little bit more, maybe with a gravity well or one of those Nova Pulses. Not using it yet, though, as the Trailblazer is committed. They know, again, that there's people pushing in that direction. But attackers have opted to rotate.
There's a flank from Munoz that gets denied immediately, gets spotted, as it seems like there was going to be a rotation anyways taking place for the side of RPI. So Munoz has to back up with 58 HP, still managing to stay alive, so that's really all that you can ask for. And there's a split between what the attacking team can do. They have different opportunities here. If the Rain is able to get that pick into the Astra, it should be enough. It seems like she's going to back up slowly, and the push is going to end up being towards mid and towards B.
Yeah, this is a very interesting rotation coming out from the attackers right now. They do have the man advantage at the moment, and they, you know, I love these rotations that we've seen come out from both sides. You're going to see rotation come over towards B. They're eventually going to decide to go towards A. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Just a few more seconds to try and plant. Are they going to be able to find any information with this Hunter's Fury? Not really, but Sylvie is going to get a pick on the Swift. Just a couple moments left to plant, and that's going to do it. The defenders pick up the win.
Yeah, we got a match point right now. Only one more to go for this out of WSC, and that is what they've been waiting for so long. It was 2 rounds where they lost into the second half, and right in the middle, they made them a little bit uncomfortable. They took that timeout, and they figured things out again. So one more to go for them. Is going to be a lockdown available more than anything, and they also have the potential for the Cosmic Divide, potentially getting an orb, and then getting 1 pick. So it's a good possibility for them here to get things over with into the defensive side where they are looking so much better.
That they are. They have a great opportunity here to come away with the win. Like you said, I think that Cosmic Divide and that lockdown going to be critical here. Huge pick coming in, though, in favor of RPI. 2 down already. There is going to be 1 traded. No more Swift on the side of RPI. Spike is going to be planted, so now it's going to be up to these defenders. Waste State to see what they can do. Hunter's Fury going to be loosed as well. Astra going to use that that smoke to try and keep Heaven away. Munoz going down. And RPI, they're going to be able to stave off defeat, I believe, unless we see a hero play coming out from DBO1, but that's not going to be the case this time around.
The last pick comes in, and that gives also, and finally, it seems like double digits for the set of RPI. This is also a team that has been waiting for it, and they finally make it happen. And this means that WC doesn't have anything to work with. It's going to be an eco round that's going to be risky. Can give yet another round, can give the 11th round to the set of RPI. But the winning condition is still going for the set of WC. Even getting 1 pick, they have been the closest team between these two to win into an eco round. It is only 1 chance, and it was a really good one. So they can do it again. They're going to be more aggressive because of that. They're able to trade. That is a good one to start off with.
Yeah, that is fantastic. They're going to be able to pick up a weapon, hopefully get a little bit more value now, make it a little bit easier for them to hold off this RPI squad. Rotation, or the plant looking to be coming onto A side. Still got a couple defenders over on B as we see the rotation starting to come out from the attackers. They're going to wait until they're relatively grouped up, though, before they opt to start pushing in. Jet now on the defense, starting to think that maybe the push isn't going to come through on A. Killjoy still locking down A on the defense, waiting to see if anybody pushes. But they haven't just yet. There comes Jet with the dash in. Hindenburg going to be able to get a pick onto Eggy. 3v3, now a 3v2. Fake the plant for just a moment, but Swift is going to, in fact, continue on with it. They once again have the advantage in the numbers. RPI looking primed to make this 11-12 and take us very, very close to a tie game here. It's going to be Jet, the last player standing now for Wayne State College. Can they make something happen here? Recon Bolt has revealed their location. They're going to have to rotate quickly, but it's going to be, they're going to be surrounded here relatively soon. Just a few moments left before the spike goes off. They're going to have to start to make a play, and unfortunately, it's not going to be in the cards. RPI is really making a game of this right here.
The Cloudbirds came a little too late to deny that information that the Silva was trying to get from that Recon Bolt, so just got taken down immediately. There was a lot of question of if she was going to come from the side of Haven or if she was going to come from that tree area, and just that Recon bolted so much, and the timing for the Cloudburst wasn't really connecting the way that they wanted to. But now, again, it was an eco. They were not expecting too much, and even then I was really impressed with the trades that they were able to get early on, especially those first 2 picks. So this is the one that matters. And yes, they want to get this over with as soon as possible. Has to back up. Get spotted with a Recon Bolt again. That means to play a little bit more passive, deny a side control as soon as possible for RPI if they don't want to take us to overtime.
Yeah, Wayne State, the Silva there with a very risky rotation. They take a couple of bullets on the way in, but now this Cosmic Divide, that's going to be clutch here coming out from RPI. Quick kill. Swift is going to make things a little bit easier for this RPI squad. They're going to be able to plant, and now it's going to be very difficult to push through this Cosmic Divide. Wayne State likely going to want to wait until it has dissipated.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the chances here as well. Like, they have a in Ton.
Wow.
Still alive. Swift able to get about 3K, but Ton has been the star every single time. Cosmic right now from his side is a 1v3 can make it happen, but this Neuron is going to connect. There we go into that overtime. It is one Astra getting in the other. It was extremely close. It was a big chance, but the numbers were just not working the way that he wanted to. The time was running out, and the Cosmic Divide as well that we saw, the first one put so much pressure for the defense to play fast. Not really able to hear where the spike was or how much time they had remaining.
I gotta tell you, we have had a banger of a match after a banger of a match tonight here at Esports U. This RPI Wayne State looking like it's going to be just as close of a matchup as that last one. We are in a tie situation, so going to be everybody able to buy largely what they want to. We are going to see Operator come out as well from Swift. So I'll be curious to see how this goes for them, and it goes very well right off the bat, taking out Munoz.
It is a perfect scenario. Everything that you can expect from this operator already paid off with that first pick, and especially into a jet that now has no mobility, and the opportunity to come in has to happen now for this attack team. There's 3 members alive and you get through just in time. It's 2v1. We already saw it before. It's Taunt against the last players, the Rain and the Astra. You know exactly where he is when he hides. And doesn't know that Cinnamon was right behind him. Did not get it done. Was not expecting Cinnamon to play so close, but to actually just be pushing into side. So this Moran didn't make it work out. It was very, very similar scenario, besides the fact that the spike was not planted just yet.
Now we've got a very close situation here. RPI is on match point. If they can win this attack round, they are going to take the first game and move ever so closer to taking this match. And I think that they are in a little bit of a better position once again because they have that double duelist on attack. The CFSD coming out with a recon, both trying to find a little bit of information on where people are trying to push in. Don't find anybody just at the moment, as both as the attacking squad kind of split between A and B at the moment. Nobody really going up mid. Reina pushing there now. Eggy looking to find some value here. Isn't going to find anybody around that corner, but there's a couple defenders waiting right near trees. Albo going to come out. Aldrone, rather, is going to find one of the players. They have an idea where they are. Astra trying to use that gravity well, seeing if they can catch anybody out. Not going to get any kills off of it. Still, every single player up right now, neither team wanting to give that much of a chance, but the Hindenburg comes in big with 2 picks. Now things are looking really good for Wayne State. Are they going to bring us back to another tie situation? There's just 2 left for the attackers. Never mind, nobody is there, and the defender's going to tie this up once again.
Nice plan going on for Taunt as well. That was absolutely massive. I had 2 headshots as well that Hindenburg was able to get. It was all the winning conditions that the team needed on the defense. Now going back into the attacking side, and yeah, it is another tied scenario where anything can happen. And I still think that WSC, they have the advantage. They've had it from the beginning, and they started making mistakes that caused them to be in the situation that we are right now, but they still have the potential. And it's all about this attacking round and what they for the operator for Swift. This round doesn't connect, doesn't have either.
Oh my gosh, a little too aggressive there from Swift with that operator, especially after that Trailblazer came out. Spike is going to be down, but a pick coming in for RPI as well. So now things have been evened up. Spike is in a very unfortunate position, though, for the attackers. The defenders definitely have an opportunity here, but it is going to be picked up by Jet. In the meantime as well, Wayne State comes away with a pick. We've got Spike being planted as well, but the Aldrone has revealed where Zobi's been standing. They're going to be taken out by Diggy. So, RPI has equalized things in the kill feed at this point. Oh, this is going to be a tough
One enemy
retake coming
remaining.
in for them. One player remaining. Taunt coming out big once again. Can they find that final kill? And they do. Wayne State going to be up 1 point here. Let's see if they can nail this
Switching
down,
sides.
put the final nail in the
Match
coffin.
point.
The side of WC, they were able to shine quite a lot on the defense, and now this is why I say that they have the advantage, and they've had it from the beginning of the game. We've seen the dominance that this team has had, besides a couple mistakes where they couldn't afford it, and it was just more than anything the economy that was causing them to lose rounds. But now WC, they only need one more to work out. Everyone able to buy whatever they want. And it just gives them such a nice positioning, such a nice opportunity for this one to get things over with.
That it does. We're going to see a little bit of utility used by Sova towards mid to get some information. Nice rotation coming in from Swift. They've been able to move themselves, as has Eggy on Reyna, to a very good position. But they are going to back out from that, as Astra and another one of the defenders has started to rotate over towards that position. And we've seen just how deadly Taunt can be.
Everyone playing very carefully for that information. There's 3 members of the defense towards B, expecting that push to come there, but it's not going to be the case. You hear the leer, and you hear that eye that can be so threatening. Doesn't really flash anyone, doesn't really get any kills. And now Munoz hiding, once again playing a little too aggressive, was not even able to connect that kill right when they needed to. And it is now the numbers advantage going for the set of RPI. The spike that is going to be planted pretty well for them. The shock darts coming from the other side, that makes things so much more difficult to get any value from it. And now it's just the defense running out of time with one last chance to make it work. The Sova just shooting through hell, connecting those kills might have given them the opportunity to make it work. But everyone jumping from Haven, it's so difficult to connect. It's so difficult to reallocate where your crosshair is going to be.
Overtime.
So another round, another overtime that we're going into.
Yeah, this is incredible. Both of these teams playing to the top of their ability right now. Heading into, what would this be? Our 5th overtime round at this point. Just absolutely tremendous play coming out from everybody right now. Looking to be a hard push coming out onto A side, though.
There's a Soba, might be trying to get some info towards B before making that rotation. Immediately going to make that rotation, in fact, as there's hesitation. It's not going to be a rush. It's going to be, once again, playing to get one pick or not. Munoz has been making a lot of mistakes, but hopefully this time around it doesn't happen. And that is when we see the differences of what the Jets want to do, how aggressive they want to play. Swift is playing all the way back of sight, because any risky positioning might cost them their lives, and they already know Munoz was on the other side. Is that utility for the Astra is going to connect a lot of damage. Swift cannot get away with it, and Cinnamon on the other side is going to be able to get 2 kills right away. It's a 4v3. It can be done, but it's so much more difficult now for the set of WC.
That it is. They may, in fact, opt for a rotation over to B side, but if they do that, they're going to be meeting Killjoy on the way back as well, or at least they might be. Doesn't look like they are going to opt to rotate. Sova, having an idea that maybe they are on the defense, has moved over to the defender's spawn right now. Taunt now holding
30
this
seconds
corner
left.
with DB01. Just 30 seconds left for Wayne State to come away with a plant right here. They desperately don't want to go down and give RPI the opportunity to win it on their attack round. Got Sova still waiting in heaven with a shock dart poised and ready to go. Are they going to find anybody? What a shot! They almost do. Just a couple seconds left to plant. Wayne State has to do something with the spike carrier down. There's not much more they can do. The attackers are going to win this round. Or the defenders.
What a way to win as well, just running out of time, especially in an overtime. It is so unfortunate to see, but it is going to give that 15th round no. Going for the side of RPI, meaning that it is a very, very similar scenario to what we saw in the first ever overtime that we got to witness for them. And it's the teams doing so good when they are defending, but when they are attacking, that's when things become so much more difficult. So can they wrap things up for this one, or are we going to see another overtime? And it is going to be difficult, but those 1 or 2 picks that we see early on can do everything. This time around, Munoz is not going to get it in mid.
No, they're not going to be able to. We're going to see Cloudburst coming out as well to cover their trail. Taunt going down early, though. That is a huge pick for RPI. This is absolutely a golden opportunity for them to put this away. Spike is still over towards A site. They haven't picked it up yet, just playing for picks at the moment until they get a bigger advantage, so it seems. Got Sova lurking over near B-side, trying to see if there's any flankers, but nobody is coming over that way, and there's 3 starting to push in onto Munoz. Are they going to be able to hold that position? No, they're going to back up very, very quickly, opting to go towards Heaven, joining Sky there as well. Operator getting in a few shots through that Astra smoke, but not finding anybody as they rotate. Spike just about to be planted here. Cinnamon going for it right now. There's going to be a Trailblazer coming out from Hindenburg as well, but it is quickly dealt with. And now that the spike is planted, it's going to be very, very tough for this Wayne State College crew to try and come back from it. We've got a Owl drone coming out. They do find 1 player. They know exactly where Zobi is standing at the moment, but they're not going to be able to do anything about it. Instead, it's going to be Shinamon coming out with a big pick, but now all of a sudden, it's equalized. It is a 2v2. This spike is going to explode very, very soon. Defenders have an opportunity. It's just Reyna left. They're going to go for the defuse. They need to cover it during that defuse. 1 player down. Who's it going to be? It's going to be RPI coming up with the win after quite a bit of overtime.
Aggie also being able to get away with a massive clutch to finish things up. And it was a very, very risky positioning as well in those riding out boxes where you can get taken down and they can shoot through it. They can take you down as soon as possible, but no one was checking. Everyone running out of time. And when you know that you have to defuse the spike, things can get so risky, so difficult in a situation where it's overtime and you're just fighting to stay in the game. So this time around, it doesn't happen. It was extremely close nonetheless, and it was a really good ascent to start it off.
That it was. Just phenomenal play coming out from each side. Scoreline there at the end, 16-14, going the way of RPI. Wayne State going to see if they can bring it back here, though, shortly. We're going to throw it to a very quick break, though. We're going to be back in the action very soon, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
It also has the utility towards Ace, who doesn't even feel the need to do that. Diggy will be able to connect that kill, a really good one as well, just with the classic kick.
Now it's just up to Sova to see if they can get the last remaining kill. Ends up being a 1v1. This looks a little more positive for Wayne State. They're going to come away with the defuse, or RPI going to come away with the defuse. From the attackers, but they're looking a little worse for wear at the moment, especially after Swift gets that pick onto Munoz, and that's going to be a nice
connect with any kills or a lot of damage. The other Soba has taken already. They're starting to go towards A.
And the picks are coming in hand over fist now. And here comes the Seekers as well. They've located Swift. Trailblazer comes in as well. Somehow they're still standing, and in fact on the attacking side, and the best they can hope to do potentially is just do a little damage to the economy, but you never know. Could see a big play coming in, and oh, look at this. The trigger discipline not gonna last long. Rather, that was the coming out from the attackers. Guiding Light gonna find Shinamon. This is going to rotate a little bit. There's the Guiding Light, finds some value. Hindenburg gonna be able to take out Eagle and Diggy and FSDD. Patrick, we're gonna use a Cosmic Divide as well to kind of shut down those doors in the back. Taunt coming in with a nice kill. But gonna be taken out now by Diggy, and that's gonna be with this win. Swift's gonna be briefly hurt. They're gonna go down to about half health. Eggy is able to find a pick. So once again, RPI looking a little bit better here on the attack. They're starting to bring things back. Eggy once again finding a kill. Diggy combining as well, but it's gonna be Eggy with a 3K right now, and Wayne State looking to be falling apart from RPI. Quick kill. Swift is gonna make.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the changes here as well is they have it on.
Wow.
Still alive. Swift able to get above 3K, but on has been the star every single time. Crossing right now from his side is a 1v1. He can make it happen, but then on is open net. There you go.
from Swift. So, be curious to see how this.
That first pick, and especially into a jet that now has no mobility, and the opportunity to come in half. You have now for this attack to their three members alive and
Down B.
you get through just in time. It's 2v1. We already saw it before. It's Taunt against the last players, the Rain and the Astra. You know exactly where he is when he hides. And doesn't know the cinnamon was right.
Anybody out. Not going to get any kills off of it. Still, every single player up right now, neither team wanting to give that much of a chance, but the Hindenburg comes to dig with 2 picks. Now things are looking really good for Wayne State. Are they going to bring us back to another tie situation? There's just 2 left. For the attackers, never mind.
So difficult to get any value from it, and now it's just the Titans running out of time with one last chance to make it work. The Suba hell connecting those kills might have given them the opportunity to make it work. But everyone jumping from Haven.
What a shot! They almost do. Just a couple seconds left to plant. Wayne State has to do something with the spike carrier down. There's not much more they can do. The attackers are going to win this round. It's going to explode very, very soon. Defenders have an opportunity. It's just Reyna left. They're going to go for the defuse. They need to cover it during that defuse. One player down. Who's it going to be? It's going to be RPI coming up with the win. After
hesitation though for the Astra, doesn't want to rotate yet. Also has the utility towards Ace, but doesn't even feel the need to do that. JD will be able to connect that kill, a really good one as well, just with the classic TD.
Now it's just up to Sova to see if they can get the last remaining kill. Ends up being a 1v1. This looks a little more positive for Wayne State. They're gonna come away with the defuse, or RPI gonna come away with the defuse. From the attackers, but they're looking a little worse for wear at the moment. Especially after Swift gets that pick on Odios, and that's going to be a nice... Hello everybody and welcome back to the broadcast. If you're just getting here, we have seen an absolutely nail-biting match between Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and Wayne State College. First map does go to RPI in the end after several overtime rounds. And we are getting ready to go into our next map, which will be Icebox.
Yeah, second map, but it's one of my favorite maps to watch. And it is kind of a controversial opinion, knowing that it is one of the most stale maps that we have in the game. And it's why I like to see it, because there is a lot of variations that we've seen recently, especially with Chamber, that brings another possibility to the table. And especially with the changes that we know we're going to be seeing in the map soon. So it is kind of the last chance to see the map as we know it, to be played with that standard composition with the Reyna, with the Jet, with the double duelist that works so well into that one. And then you have a Viper that we actually haven't seen today. So bringing more variety for everyone to play different things and to feel comfortable playing them.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see Viper come out. I'm almost sure it's going to happen. Such a strong pick on this map. As we see some of the picks starting to come in, Shinamon still hasn't decided yet over on RPI, but I think you're right. I think we're absolutely going to see Viper come out here. It's almost a given at this point. Would be actually very surprising if we didn't. Wayne State College, though, I think they've got a pretty good chance to come back into this. Do you think we're going to see just as close of a scoreline, or do you think one of the teams might be running away with this one?
It should be an interesting one. I think it is going to be close, but definitely not as close to the point of overtime like we saw in Ascent. Just because when everyone is playing a very, very, if not the same composition, then it is less opportunities, less variety of the different things that you can do, especially in Icebox more than any other map. So that is why I think it should be close, but towards the beginning, once one of the teams started to get that momentum, as I look towards the side of WSC, then the possibilities to make more rounds very close are very much limited. And the last couple changes, Diggy and what RPI likes to do here is they like to play with a Killjoy in multiple different maps. So Killjoy, it is not a common pick on Icebox. It's not very rare, but it's not the best pick, I would say. So I want to see how they can capitalize out of it, because Diggy and the times that I saw him shining the most, it wasn't with the Killjoy utility, but it was just him being able to frag out and to get the kills when the team needed to. But it's just, you can't really explain playing a Killjoy over a Sage until we really get to see it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Swapping those agents, that's very curious. We're gonna see much more standard composition coming out from the other side. Um, and as we start to head into this, I think you're absolutely right. We're gonna have another close matchup, but one of these teams likely gonna run away with it somewhere towards the end. Wayne State College opting to go on defense first this time. So we're going to get a very good idea, I think, of how this Killjoy pick is going to work, especially on attack.
Right, because the defensive side here can do so much for the teams. It's so powerful really to start on the defense. So this side of WSC might be having the advantage just to start it off from that. And that means the aggression is going to be crucial. The standard composition here is only really coming out for the sort of RPI. So what can WSC do? Knowing that it is all going to be even a Reina being played for them.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question as well. Gonna see a quick push coming out on the A side. Hindenburg getting an early pick as well. Gonna set things up well for this Wayne State College defense, but counter pick comes in. In fact, Aggie's gonna turn things the other way. RPI a little bit in the lead at the moment now that the spike is planted. Gonna be able to start pushing out, seeing if they can finish off these last few kills. Got a couple players coming from heaven, notably the Sky and Jet. They're going to come in now in favor. Actually, trade coming in. So now we've got a 3v2. Location has been revealed by Silva, so that's some good information coming in there. Just one player now remaining for Wayne State, but it is Munoz, and Munoz gets the pick onto Shinamon. Are they going to be able to get any more picks? It's looking less and less likely. They've got an opportunity. They're not going to come away with the round win, but they do equalize things in the kill feed.
Yeah, just making things as even as you can. WC, they just have to get taken down right there from the spike. It's just a better way to get money, really. So a tough one there. It could have been winnable, but the time just playing against them made it impossible. So another transitory round, maybe a very aggressive one here even. Look at Swift buying a Vandal second round, and even Light Kill just deciding to commit into it right away. I'm trying to look if he's going to back up, if he might think that is too risky, but it seems like no, he's definitely committed into that one. Has no kills yet, but can get something early on, and that is exactly what he's going to do. No one is ever expecting a Vandal to come in for this one. And taking a little bit of damage here, nonetheless managing to stay alive, and as long as the Vandal is in the hands of his team, there's a chance for them to win it. This one the fastest way possible.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Jet gonna dash to the safety, at least tries to, of that toxic screen, but not gonna find any quarterback there. Now it's just up to Taunt, who has been an excellent fragger, but they're going up against 5. This is gonna be very, very difficult. This round playing out just about how we expected. Taunt does find Shinneman, though, a huge pick coming in there. But they're down to just 34 health, so just a couple of stray bullets could finish this off. A round win likely not in the scenario once again for the defense, and that's gonna be Swift taking them out at the last moment.
Spotted and taken down from behind in a way that at the end of the day the Vandal is able to work, and it puts it the set of RPI in such a nice positioning to be in. It's so risky to make that decision, but when you get that early pick, you already know the confidence is going to go for the set of Swift, where he's now able to keep that Vandal, and even though everyone is still saving and still maintaining that Spectre, you have one better gun to work in a map like Icebox, where you know a lot of duels can happen in that long range, and that is one that Vandal is able to shine a little bit brighter than everything else. Get that kill, and to ideally get this third round for them as well.
Yeah, such a great play coming out from them. Like you said, very risky, but it does pay off in the end. Wayne State College, though, they're going to be coming in with a fistful of rifles, so this is going to be a lot harder for RPI, but they do indeed have that Vandal from the last round, and Reina already has Empress, so they could use that ultimate if they find themselves in a tough situation, or just needing to come away with a couple of picks. Rotation gonna come out to B side now. First time we've seen it come over in this direction. It's gonna be Shinneman coming out with the early pick for RPI, and now that the plant has come in, gonna be a tough retake for the defenders of Wayne State, but they've got a good start to it as one player's already down. It is a 4v4, and they've got a generally good idea of where these remaining attackers are. Doing a lot of util right behind yellow at the moment. Sobi finds a pick. Can they equalize? Can they bring in more? They are. In fact, the fuse is halfway down now, but it's just going to be the kills that come in that finish things off, and Wayne State takes the round.
Around also keeps 3 of the members alive, and with barely any HP, especially for the Stoba, but in more than enough to keep that rifle into the next round, where things become interesting. Everyone getting those Vandals, everyone getting those heavy shields, and bringing a new possibility. I think Munoz is going to play for that orb early on, try to get it as soon as possible, have that Bladestorm to work with as well, because the economy, just because of the decision making that he made towards the beginning, is not really enabling to do much else here. So yeah, he's playing very forward with the Viper as well, trying to get the orb, but that is exactly where this sort of RPI are trying to push as well, so cannot get it. Has to back up, but it only has the shorty to work with.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough thing to work with now. And look at this, Taunt coming in with a kill inside of the Poison Cloud. They are going to be traded out, though, and now Wayne State looking a little bit better. We're going to see some of the util coming up from Eggy, but they're taken out by Hindenburg. There's going to be a plant coming in, but this is going to be very hard for RPI now with just 2 members remaining. Diggy is going to help equalize that, though, as the Hindenburg sends out another Guiding Light. Not going to find any stuns this time around. But Jet is about half health. We're going to see Killjoy now using Lockdown to push people off of, push Wayne State off of the site, and now there's going to be very little time for them to come back.
It's a 3v2 on the defense they have, but a lot of space to work with because they're playing together here. But the time running out makes things so much more difficult. The utility for Killjoy makes it a nightmare to work with for that defuse as well. Takes down the Stovan. There's no time, hoping to get one last pick, but that is not going to be the case because the attacking team now is going to get away with it. As a 3-2-1, and already making a difference compared to what we saw in Ascent.
Yeah, it absolutely is. RPI coming away with an early lead this time around, and this is going to make this next round very tough for the defense.
Especially into what they can do here and how aggressive they want to play towards B. It was interesting. It's risky, especially when you go from mid to B. It is not my favorite thing to see, but now on the attacking side, they can get away with pushing A. I believe Storm coming in for both sides, but it's a Jet that has to make a rotation from mid on the defense to make something to get value early on. The Bladestorm have not been highlighted for them so far, but can change this time around. One of the Jets being able to get away with one.
Yeah, the Bladestorm's really coming into effect now. So happy to see that. Guiding Light gonna briefly stun one of the members of Wayne State, or RPI rather, but they're gonna shake it off. Toxic screen up as well, or just down at the moment. And now we're starting to see a rotation from both sides. Oh, but look at this. The double juke coming in from the attackers. They're going to stick around on A, and right now, it's just Sky. She's going to send out the Seekers, and now the defense knows that the majority of the attack is still happening on A. And in fact, they are up 1 in the kill feed as well. This is going to be a tough round again for the defenders, especially if they get the plant out, but Jet still has the Bladestorm, so this could turn in the blink of an eye. FSD is going to get the plant, but Munoz is there with a pick onto Eggy. So now Wayne State in a much better position than they were just a moment ago. But they have to have an idea that Munoz is in heaven at the moment. Todd got to come away with a kill as well. Wayne State could bring this back. In fact, they are going to do just that as the defuse is going to come in.
All over the Marshall as well to get those last 2 picks. Taunt was, again, the star of that last match. He was doing so good for his team, was getting so many kills, 4Ks and 3Ks that we saw over and over again for him. So it is his chance to shine a little bit more now on the Viper and see what he can get away with. This one was a nice run for them to win, for WSC to win and to continue rotating those ultimates. Viper, again, is going to have the Viper's pit to work with. Use early towards B and just denying that the push is even a chance for what RPI can do.
Yeah, could be a very, very smart play to do here right off the bat. We're gonna see a push starting out towards mid once again. Gonna push through that poison cloud, see if they can find anybody as soon as they rotate. Almost finds Hindenburg. Guiding Light's gonna come in, briefly blinding Swift. And now, attackers looking to make a rotate towards A, but it's going to be a lot harder with Taunt down, and they had the Viper's Pit, so now they don't have that ultimate to depend on it as well. Trades coming in, it's a 4v3 though in favor of the defenders.
With a serious at hand from most of the players here, but that's not going to stop them from getting kills. Swift good for one, but the trade is able to connect right there for the defense. The rest is well, a little risky, and it's not going to work out. Being able to take down that Sky as soon as she comes back. Now Ton with another one. The defense just cleaning all the mess that the attacking team had left before and just making it into a 3-3. So even though it started a little bit more one-sided, things are starting to even out for both of them.
Yes, they are. We could be headed right back to where we were on the last game. Both of these teams, though, gonna have a pretty good economy this round.
Right, this is the economy working out for them, and also the Viper Spit that we didn't see being used might be used into this one, especially if the Jet is making any noises trying to peek towards B, which seems like is going to be the case. The Viper immediately backing up, for the defense does not want to take a risk, does not want to get taken down early on, as we see a default coming in for RPI, and where everyone's trying to get the information. The spike is all the way back, no one is pushing too aggressively. The playing for picks is going to be everything, and Taunt is able to do just that.
Yeah, huge pick coming up there. That's going to clear a lot away from B-side. We're going to see the Poison Cloud come out as well to try and dissuade a push. And now, Taunt starting to look, see if maybe they can get that jet kill. But Aldrone is out now from FSD. They found out that the site is largely clear at the moment, but Munoz finds a pick onto Eggy. And this defense is looking really strong coming out from Wayne State. It looks like they found their footing as another pick comes in. Swift is out of the fight. They're not even going to need to use this Viper's Pit on this round. They're going to be able to save it for the next one. Recon Bolt comes out from Sova, but they're not able to get any information. Doesn't matter, though, as they're still able to get the pick onto Taunt.
30 seconds
now,
left.
Looks like a plan is going to come out onto B-side, but the defenders have already rotated, and Jet is coming from spawn as well. They could be caught unaware by that flank. Sova down to about half health, though. This is not looking good for RPI. Iggy now trying to barely get the point, but they've got a defender right around the corner. They're going to be able to take him out, but they're traded just up to FSD, but it's not going to work in the end.
WC, as long as they have Taunt alive, they have so much confidence into their play. He was able to get that initial pick, and he was able to get a second one, even risking that the side of RPI already knew where he was going to be located. He was going to play around yellow, and that is a difficult position to play in because you don't have a lot of places to run away, and especially as a Viper, you don't have a dash, you don't have those chances, you don't have a teleporter, so it's very risky, but Taunt is able to make it work more than anything. Gave the numbers advantage for the side of WSC and was able to keep it up, just controlling that area. All that space control that WSC was able to get on the defense. It is so good to see from them as the attacking team now leaning towards A for this round.
We're going to see the Guiding Light come out. Going to briefly stun Jet, but they're not. It's not really going to matter. Pardon me. They're briefly going to stun Reyna. But it's not really going to matter too much. Now we see it's starting to creep onto A site, and already RPI has an advantage. Eggy finding one pick. Not going to find a second at the moment, though, but definitely still looking for one. They know that there's a defender back there. Now we see the Viper's Pit coming in right over the plant, and this is looking very good for RPI. It's going to be so difficult for them to push into it. We got a couple of defenders coming from heaven. Got Sky and Sage. looking into this Viper's pit now, I'm going to be curious to see where they decide to drop. We're going to get the Hunter's Fury coming out now from the defenders, looking to find some information, maybe find a kill as well, but not finding either at the moment. Is going to be Diggy, though, equalizing things. Munoz going in for the E-Fuse, and that's going to be the Viper's pit now dissolving. Excellent pick coming out there from Zobi. They desperately needed that on WST's side. And once again, Hunter's Fury coming out, but it's not going to get anything. The E-Fuse is almost in, but isn't going to happen in time. It's so close. It does. The defenders barely eke out that win.
The Killjoy as well didn't have any utility or got taken down early, right where it was around the spike, so just couldn't get anything else done. Got taken down, and the spike it gets deactivated right on time for this defensive team. So it is 2 rounds now that make a difference for them, and so many more that they're able to get away with. It's nice to see the change in pace that they've been making into playing slow, playing for that information, and knowing when they have to play faster, when they have to use that utility to make a difference. And even then, we've yet to see the Viper Spit from them to come up.
Yeah, that's very true. They've done a great job holding on to it and not over-committing to these rounds. Interesting, we get a couple Marshals coming out on the attacking side. And already finding value. Munoz has deleted Shinamon. So, they're going to have a much easier time now on this defense. Especially without their 5th player. Now, looking to be a rotation coming out towards B side. Munoz going to take out the Owl drone, but they do know that somebody is there just right around the corner. And Zobi going to make this even easier now for the Wayne State College side. Munoz goes up for a dash, but quickly backs away after taking down about half their health. FSP now looking once again for some more information, not finding a whole lot. And the attackers now opting to rotate back over towards A, but they're going to find some more resistance there as well. Swift now trying to chase down this kill onto Taunt, but they've used the Poison Cloud, they've got the Cloud Burst out, but it's going to be Hindenburg who finds Swift this time around. And now, once again, the defense really looking good right now. Diggy to about half health. It's going to be a tough job for them, but they've made it a little bit easier with a couple of one pick. Mike is down now, and that's going to be the defenders taking another round.
63 that we have right now. WSC taking the lead, and it's a lead that they also had towards the beginning, towards that first half of the last map, but they couldn't keep up with it towards the end. So even though it's a nice start, the question is how long are they going to be able to keep it? Is a timeout that is being requested by the side of RPI to see what they can do to even out the score, especially now the WC has 6 rounds won and going their way. It is a lot of RPI trying to play for that information, playing in different sides, especially peeking towards B. Even though that we saw a pick coming in from them early on and taking one of their members down, it just once again peaking and becoming very, very predictable to the point where the defense knows exactly where they're going to be located. They're communicating, they're making those rotations in time, and that is why they're winning more rounds. They're shining a little bit brighter just with that communication that we see happening that is enabling those rotations and those post-plan scenarios to come in time.
Yeah, they have just really seemed to have found themselves here. I mean, not only are they up by 3 points right now, but they've won the last, I believe, 5 rounds as well. It was a 3-1 scenario for RPI, so they have done a tremendous job recently, and it looks to me as though the momentum has firmly swung in their favor. Once again, they're still holding on to this Viper's Pit. They've still got it in case they need it, but they just haven't needed really to use it yet. RPI gonna come on to the A side, and it looks like this could be a very fast push from all 5 of them. They're gonna want to take this as quick as they can. Swift already getting a pick onto Munoz. They're gonna move into site as quick as they can. Cloudburst coming in to give them a little cover as they rotate. They're gonna be able to get a plant relatively quickly, especially now that Killjoy has used that lockdown as well. Plant is gonna come in very, very quickly. And RPI up 1 right now, and in a fantastic situation. We're going to see now, though, the Viper's Pit starting to come out, trying to obscure things. Still, though, we've got a 4v5 situation in favor of RPI. Make that 5v3. Wayne State is not having a good time here as Taunt goes down. It's just Sky left, and they're not going to last long. RPI is starting to narrow the gap.
But 2 more are going to be needed to make that happen. It's just the speed there that made the difference, and it's a tough one, right? Because you can get away with a rush that turns out to be very, very well in a momentum changing rush for what you're expecting on the side of the attacking team. But it is one of those strategies that you can only pull off once and maybe twice. It's so hard to make it happen without it becoming predictable. So the defense, I mean, they're not worried about it yet. They know they can stop it for the next time to come. And finally, the Viper split that we see towards B means that there's a lot more members that are going to be allocated towards that A side or surrounding that A side, denying even a rotation to take place.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And oh, look at this. Viper is just around the corner from. Look at that. She just left. Killjoy just barely exiting that smoke. And now, look at this standoff happening. Neither one knows the other is there. What that could have turned in an instant. But speaking about turning in an instant, with Swift has found Hindenburg. So once again, the attacking side up with a little bit of an advantage. But now using that cloudburst to really keep Munoz from peeking, but they eventually show their face, which is taken off in just a split second. Now things have been equalized due to some great gunplay coming out from Zobi. Spike is going to be planted, so the timer is ticking now. Sova throws out the recon bolt. Doesn't get too much information, but at least knows nobody is too close by. Another one going to come out. The res going to come through as well for Wayne State. This is big. This could drastically turn the tide in their favor. Seeker is going to be used, but Eggy's going to make sure that things are equalized once again. Diggy coming in big as well. RPI. Now it's a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. The defuse is going to come in. Hindenburg just has to cover them for so long, and that's going to be it. Wayne State increases their lead to 3 again.
Again, a beautiful post-plant scenario happening for WSC. It doesn't matter if the spike gets planted. It doesn't matter if they have to give a little bit more space than they're comfortable with. They know that they can all play together towards that post-plant scenario to make it happen. So, a good one. A 7-4. One last round to happen here. And it is a round that is going to be heavy in what can be done. And I'm looking at the Bladestorms that so far have only gotten a couple kills we saw early on, but both of the Jets having it now should be a nice one of those fights where they're pushing, they're opening up the space for the rest of the team too.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see another fast push coming in from RPI. It worked so well for them in the past, and they can do it with this Bladestorm as well, like you were saying. We're going to see Trailblazer come out, it just slides by Swift without seeing him. Snakebite now gonna dissuade members of RPI from moving, and we don't see quite the quick push that we saw last time. They're taking this as a much more calculated and measured way. These sidelines being held down now very well by Sky and Viper. So nobody wants to push in quite yet. They are really taking their time. They want this to be another 7-5 situation, just like we saw last game. If a WSC is able to come away with this round win, that is going to be one of the biggest differences we've seen so far. And they are well on their way to, as Eggy gets a pick onto Taunt. Taunt being out of the fight is a huge advantage for their side. But an equalizing pick comes in. It's now a 4v3. A little bit in favor of the attacker. Shinneman going to take out Hindenburg, but Zobi is there to take out Shinneman. Now we've got a 3v2. The momentum has swept in favor of Wayne State. And there's just one attacker left. It's all up to this Killjoy. Can they find any value? They're gonna have to try and plant as well. This is a very difficult situation for them to find themselves in. They do pick up Zobi, so it's not undoable now. They're gonna have to plant, and they're gonna have to do it very, very quickly. Munoz has the Bladestorm out. They have information on where Diggity is. They're gonna be able to take him out. Wayne State gonna go up by 4 this time around. That is a much better place that they're gonna end the half.
Much better one as well. An 8-4 that we have, and as we jump into the second half, and as the side of WC is looking so much better for this one, all the potential to take us to a third map, and is going to be defined by what can be done into this pistol round and how aggressive they're willing to play. It's an interesting composition nonetheless for the side of RPI, especially on the defense. But I still think this is where they can shine a little bit brighter, though, knowing that the Killjoy is such a defensive agent with all
Mhm.
the utility that can be thrown, and it will be thrown towards the B side early on. It should be a nice one to make things even and to at least get some trades to put up a fight into what WC is preparing from their attacking side.
And that attacking side is going to roll over to A side first as well. I think that Poison Cloud might not have landed exactly where they wanted it to. They're going to throw another one in, though. This one goes a little bit more according to plan. Already, though, we see a difference coming out. WSC has an early advantage by 2, as a matter of fact. We're going to see the Sage Ball come out. Plant's going to come in as well. There's a Snake Bite. It's going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough to really make a difference, to make a dent in the WSC side. Sure, they're down a little bit of health, but every player is still standing. It's going to be very tough for RPI to come back into this. Hindenburg going to take out Diggy. That's going to leave just one member remaining. Cinnamon flanking from behind. Can they find anything? Not this time around. WSC now increases their lead to 5.
Nicely executed over there. Almost perfect round overall that we saw for WSC on the attacking side, and it is what I love to see in those pistol rounds. Just going in, knowing that it's just trying to get the picks, trying to get the trades as soon as possible. They didn't even have to do that, though. It was just all the picks connecting right into the way that they were expecting, and just playing together as a team, really making a difference for them. So 9-4, that can turn into those double digits. It is expected, and it is why we see a little bit of a half buy coming in for RPI, because they recognize the danger and it's a Marshall to try to get something done over here.
Yeah, they're making a quick push on the B side. We see both Viper's walls going out. They have been deployed as well. Trailblazer not going to find anybody that time, but this has been a nice push so far for the attackers onto A site. They have the Sage Ball in place as well. They can plant at just about any time. Gonna see a Slow Orb coming out as well. That's gonna make it a little tough for the defenders, but they do have a 1-player advantage. No more Viper's Wall as well. That's gonna make this B side push a lot harder, and wisely, RPI, or rather, wisely, WSC opting instead to maybe go over towards A.
Poison orb emitting.
4 members alive for RPI into what they can do, but Diggy immediately taken by surprise and taken down. That makes it so though the spike can get planted, there's nowhere very close, and the last members alive for the defense will be taken down one by one. Sovi making it happen, making it look easy as well. And only Aggie left, but can only get 1 towards the end. So yes, double digits that we're going to be seeing. WSC looking so good this time around. They were able to get ahead and to get such a nice lead into the first half. This is just transitioning into an ideal scenario for this map.
Yeah, and I just need to point out as well that RPI has only won 1 round out of the last 7 or 8, I believe. This is Wayne State really starting to come alive here. It looks to me as though they have really downloaded and figured out this RPI team at this point. Even despite RPI taking 1 round off them recently, it's not enough to, I think, make that momentum swing back in their favor. Wayne State now with a very aggressive and quick push onto site. Munoz spots somebody now on the high ground as well. They're not going to be able to take him out, but they are going to push them back, make them take a less ideal position. Cinnamon gonna come in with a kill, though, taking out Zobi early on. Swift knows that the spike's there, but they just can't quite fit through. They're gonna have to knife away that ice block. But in the meantime, Taunt comes away with a kill, equalizing things for Wayne State. The T2 starting to come in now. It's gonna get to halfway there before they're taken out of the fight. Now Wayne State looking a little bit worse for wear. Just 2 members remaining. Can they come back from this? Can they increase their lead? No, they're not going to be able to. An excellent defuse coming in from RPI.
That's so about towards the end. Still hungry for the kills, able to get away with them, and even denying that the economy is going to thrive there. If denying that RPI will be getting away with any rifles that they had or they were able to pick up. So nice round towards there that we saw, but it was just a really weird timing into a thrifty round that I think the first one that we see today for these two teams. It's so rare to make it happen, but it was just a weird timing that allowed them to do so. So still a 10, but now another round, another chance that RPI gets.
That it is. And they are making the most of it as Swift finds the head of BBO1 with that Marshall, knocking them out of this fight. Zobi gonna equalize things though, so now it is a 4v4 opportunity here for them to come back. Swift though with another headshot, this time Zobi the target. And maybe this is gonna be the answer for them. Taunt, on the other hand, once again equalizes. So RPI is getting initial picks, but Wayne State is finding the responses as well. Have a rotation now coming out on the B side, but the defenders are there to meet them. Diggy taking out Taunt. That is a huge boon for this RPI side. Now, Wayne State has opted to rotate back over towards A, and they equalize once again, getting a pick on the last remaining defender there. They're going to be able to plant without too much trouble. Eggy now looking to make something happen from heaven, but the Cloudburst is going to dissuade them. Here comes the Seekers as well. One player remaining for each side. Who's going to come away with the win? It's going to be the attackers. Wayne State inching ever so closely to equalizing this matchup.
11-5, and only 2 away. They're separating WSC for their first win today. And also to separating us to see if we're gonna see a third map towards the end. It should be a nice one. And again, the first match that we saw was just getting us ready for a very long night of Valorant. A lot of
Right.
really good gameplay that we've seen so far, and just making things as close as we can. So 11-5, Bladestorm coming in early on. Cinnamon only with a sheriff at hand has to back up, but already at least is able to communicate that. It seems like it's going to be a push towards B.
That it is. Both Viper walls up at the moment. We're going to get a rotation through mid coming out from the defenders. They're looking to sneak up on them from behind. Hunter's Fury comes out as well, trying to get a little information. Even gets a pick onto FSD. So Wayne State College up right now, and with Swift with the Bladestorm as well, this could turn very quickly in their favor, especially because Killjoy is almost down as well. Spike is going to be planted, but the equalizing pick comes in. Munoz is down with that Bladestorm. But RPI is starting to fall by the wayside again, and once again, one of the 2 remaining members barely has any health. They are going to go down. Wayne State College looking primed to take this next round. Shinamon going to do everything they can to make that not happen, but it's not going to be in the cards, and we are at match point.
Match point here, and RPI, they decided to go into an eco for the last one to buy into a round that matters the most. It's a difficult one to keep up with, right? It's going to make match point into as far as they can get. And we've seen a lot of crazy things happen in games like this one, especially on Icebox, but it's just a mental that has to be pretty much unbreakable to make a comeback like this one happening. It's going to be a risky one, and it has to start with those early picks. We've seen Swift more than anything get those early picks, but it doesn't seem like it's consistent enough to rely on it only. And on the other side, talking about early picks, it's going to be Munoz, the one being able to get away with it, has to back up towards the yellow box, and still playing so aggressive on top of it.
We're going to see the Vipers pick come out as well as the Bladestorm. They are throwing everything they have into this fight. Hindenburg in the middle of that Vipers pit as well. The plant going to come in. We've got the, I believe that was another Hunter's Fury coming out as well. Might have been debated in the booth. Eggy going to be able to equalize things though, and the Spike Planter is down. RPI has equalized things, and they've got a golden opportunity here to come away with it. Munoz will pick up the plant and finish it. And Taunt gonna come away with a kill. They're hoping to nail this down right now. They're hoping to equalize this series at 1-1, and they've got a prime opportunity to do it. FSD just outside of that Viper's pit. They find them. They're able to take him down. 1 player remaining. It's just Killjoy. They're not gonna last long. That's gonna be Wayne State College coming back with a win on Icebox. We're going to a map 3.
It's a 1-1 on those maps. First Ascent, second one Icebox, and we have one more to go. It's been a lot of very intense matches throughout the day, but yeah, it pretty much went as expected towards the beginning, and it can look very close into Icebox. But whoever is better at those compositions, especially because we saw a little bit of variety, was able to shine brighter. And after you have an 8-4 and you win that pistol round, you have pretty
Mhm.
much the entire game going your way. So it's a nice one to see what WSC was able to do. But it's not guaranteed victory because they have one more map to win and one more map to guarantee if they're actually going to win this entire match.
That is very true. Now, an interesting point, though, I would like to bring up is that Icebox was RPI's map choice. So Wayne State able to take that from them means that they're going to go on to their map pick for the final round here between these two teams. And Dryad, I don't know if you drink coffee or tea, but you might want to start brewing some because we are in for a long evening here of Valorant. We're going to throw to a very short break, though. We will be right back with much more action. Don't go anywhere.
Has no kills yet, but can get something early on, and that's his way possible.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Jet gonna
Playing the other here, but the time running out makes things so much more difficult. The utility for Killjoy makes it a nightmare to work with for that defuse as well. Takes down the Stovon. There's no time. Hoping to get
5v3. Wayne State is not having a good time here as Haunt goes down. It's just Sky left, and they're not going to last long. RPI is starting a huge advantage for their side, but an equalizing pick comes in. It's now a 4v3, a little bit in favor of the attacker. Shinamon gonna take out Hindenburg, but Zobi is there to take out Shinamon. Now we've got a 3v2. The momentum has swept in favor of
taken down. That makes it so though the spike can get planted, there's nowhere very close, and the last member's life for the defense will be taken down one by one. Zobi making it happen, making it look easy as well. Only
Wayne State looking a little bit worse for wear. Just two members remaining. Can they come back from this? Can they increase their lead? No, they're not going to be able to. An excellent defense coming in from RPI. To rotate back over towards A, and they equalize once again, getting a pick on the last remaining defender there. They're going to be able to plant without too much trouble. Eggy now looking to make something happen from heaven, but the Cloudburst is going to dissuade them. Here comes the Seekers as well. One player remaining for each side. Who's going to come away with the win? It's going to be the attackers. Wayne.
That one has no kills yet, but can get something early on, and that's his way possible.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Jet gonna
playing the other here, but the time running out makes things so much more difficult. The utility for Killjoy makes it a nightmare to work with for that defuse as well. Takes down the Stovon. There's no time. Hoping to get
5v3. Wayne State is not having a good time here as Haunt goes down. It's just Sky left, and they're not going to last long. RPI is starting a huge advantage for their side, but an equalizing pick comes in. It's now a 4v3. A little bit in favor of the attacker. Shinamon gonna take out Hindenburg, but Zobi is there to take out Shinamon. Now we've got a 3v2. The momentum has left in favor of
taken down. That makes it so though the spike can get planted, there's nowhere very close, and the last member's life for the defense will be taken down one by one. Zobi making it happen, making it look easy as well. And only
Wayne State looking a little bit worse for wear. Just two members remaining. Can they come back from this? Can they increase their lead? No, they're not going to be able to. An excellent defense coming in from RPI. To rotate back over towards A, and they equalize once again, getting a pick on the last remaining defender there. They're going to be able to plant without too much trouble. Eggy now looking to make something happen from heaven, but the Cloudburst is going to dissuade them. Here comes the Seekers as well. One player remaining for each side. Who's going to come away with the win? It's going to be the attackers. Wait.
That one has no kills yet, but can get something early on, and that's his way possible.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Jet gonna
playing the other here, but the time running out makes things so much more difficult. The utility for Killjoy makes it a nightmare to work with for that defuse as well. Takes down the Stovon. There's no time. Hoping to get
5v3. Wayne State is not having a good time here as Haunt goes down. It's just Sky left, and they're not going to last long. RPI is starting a huge advantage for their side. But an equalizing pick comes in. It's now a 4v3. A little bit in favor of the attackers. Shinneman gonna take out Hindenburg, but Dobie is there to take out Shinneman. Now we've got a 3v2. The momentum has left in favor of...
Down. That makes it so though the spike can get planted, there's nowhere very close, and the last member's live for the defense. Dobie taken down one by one. Dobie making it happen, making it look easy as well. Only
now Wayne State looking a little bit worse for wear. Just 2 members remaining. Can they come back from this? Can they increase their lead? No, they're not going to be able to. An excellent defense coming in from RPI. To rotate back over towards A, and they equalize once again, getting a pick on the last remaining defender there. They're going to be able to plant without too much trouble. Eggy now looking to make something happen from heaven, but the Cloudburst is going to dissuade them. Here comes the Seekers as well. 1 player remaining for each side. Who's going to come away with the win? It's going to be the attackers. Wayne State.
That one has no kills yet, but can get something early on, and that's his way possible.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Jet gonna
playing together here, but the time running out makes things so much more difficult. The ability for Killjoy makes it a nightmare to work with for that defuse as well. Takes down the Stovon. There's no time. Hoping to get
5v3. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast for the exciting conclusion of this game between Wayne State College and Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. And for our final map, we are going to be going to Breeze, Triad.
It seems like the order for the maps it's a little messy compared to what we've seen in other matches and other tournaments more than anything, where Icebox is more than anything the decider. But this time around, we had it as a second map, and we need one more. That one being Breeze is an interesting one because we've seen a lot of that Killjoy coming in for one of the teams, and it's a Killjoy that doesn't really shine too bright on a map like Breeze. It's one of those where you're a little bit more hesitant of how often you want to use it. And I'm just so excited to see if it's going to be someone like Chamber coming in that we haven't seen before, especially for those players that like and feel comfortable using the operator. This is a map that is perfect for Chamber and for how much value he can get compared to everyone else.
Oh, absolutely. Chamber is such a good pick on this map. I mean, there's long sightlines everywhere you look. It's a perfect opportunity to bring out that tour de force and show off your skills with a scope. So I'm excited to see if that's going to be in the cards this time around for either of these teams, because it certainly would be a fantastic pick to make here. And we're going to get a shot in just a moment here. Oh, yeah, perfect. There it is, of what both of these teams are thinking. And does anything stand out to you at the moment, Dryad, from either of these sides?
Yeah, when I see the selection, right away, it's gonna be a Chamber. It's just so good in this map more than anyone else, really. And I feel like the more that time passes, the more and more that we see Chamber being played, especially into a map like Breeze. Even after the changes, it's a map that is extremely big. You're taking a lot of duels from the distance, so that is when you capitalize from something like the Headhunter and even like the Rendezvous, where you just get one pick and you immediately use it to stay into a safe positioning. It is so nice, almost working like a jet dash, but even in a safer way in some cases. So just enabling that better and even riskier positioning to shine out the most, especially when you're on the defense. So the defense starting out and getting away with as many rounds as they can is going to be the key winning condition for me here.
Yeah, and I believe, if I remember correctly, it is going to be RPI starting out on the defense first. So in a lot of ways, they could be the ones who are here to set the pace, to kind of set the goal line almost for Wayne State University on their defense. And yeah, I agree. This is going to be quite the way to end this series.
A lot of very surprising and unexpected trades that I'd like to see and that are so exciting to see in a map like this one, where it just anything can happen. There's so many different angles where everyone can be coming from, especially on the attacking side early on. So that is why winning those early rounds are going to be so crucial for what we see of the side of WSC. And it seems like this time around is going to be playing towards that A side.
Yeah, definitely looking like an A site push here at first. We're going to see the Poison Cloud tossed over the building. Viper's Wall going up as well to give a little bit of clearance while they start to push in. Owl thrown out as well to get some extra information as well. Swift gonna take Munoz out though early on. So gonna be a tough push for WSC, especially as the toxic wall goes down. And now Sky is kind of caught out there as well. It's gonna be a hard escape for her. But it looks like the plant's still going to come onto a site as well. Spike has been planted, but in the meantime, 2 players have been picked. RPI going up quite a bit at this point.
Out of charge.
Looking to potentially get these last couple of picks. There's going to be a little bit of information found out by that recon bolt. Iggy making quick work of BB1, and now it's just Viper standing, but not for too terribly long, and the defuse will come in.
The snake bite that was able to get 1 pick, but that is all that is able to get. The DPS that is going to connect right into the hands of RPI, and this is what he talked about. The defense has a massive role here to get as many rounds as they can into this first half and just build up into the momentum that can turn into the second half. This attacking side for WC is very, very difficult. It's risky, and it means a lot of synergy that has to be on point to get some plays down. So it's why we see even a commitment coming in for this map, and it's not too uncommon to see, but it's also an indication of how aggressive the side of WC wants to play. They have 2 Spectres at hand, they have 2 Marshals, and they are decided to get some picks early on, which they're able to get here. Munoz playing a little too aggressive, has no idea, but just with that leer, not able to connect the kill the way that he wanted to, but at least is able to communicate with the team that there's a Spectre in the hands of the side of the attacking team. That means that you have to play even more careful for the defense.
Yeah, that they do. And we see them playing ever so carefully at the moment, locking down several sight lines here. Chamber now moving over towards mid and seeing if they can catch anybody rotating. They might get a quick peek of the other chamber, but it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like they were quite aware. Now the rotation coming back over to A site. With 50 seconds left to go, I think this is going to be this last rotation we see. Toxic screen going up. That's going to enable the plant very quickly, but the spike carrier is down now. The 4v4 Jet picks up the spike relatively quickly. Their Munoz is going to plant it. Now RPI with the toxic screen down is going to start firing. Eggy able to get a little heal as well off of that kill, but WSC up in the numbers at least for a moment. Not anymore as a 1 more kill comes in. WSC has an opportunity to really run away with this. Poison Cloud going to be used to help for the defuse here. Can Shinneman get it? They're very close. This actually might work. It's...
Yeah, he gets it.
That's incredible.
That's a nice one, yeah. That is a very nice play there. Just sticking and just praying that you don't get taken down, but when you have all that utility thrown, when you have that poison cloud that doesn't really allow the side of the attacking team to get that visibility the way that they want to, and you throw the late snake bite, it's already too late. They thought it was going to be a fake, but of course, you know, the pros are not going to fake, and RPI they get away with a round in a very unexpected way, but a nice one to start off, now enabling them to even buy some rifles to work with.
Yeah, this is going to be a much better situation than RPI has found themselves in the past. Poison Cloud going to be thrown out to knock down that sight line across mid. No clear direction that either that this attacking team is taking at the moment. We've got Jet moving over towards B side for WSC to see what is going on over there. Get a little bit of information for them. Now, most of the attackers moved up near mid on A site, and toxic screen goes down over towards B. Jet moving ever so closely. We could see some fireworks over here on B relatively soon, but it's actually going to be kills coming out on A. WSC looking a little worse for wear at the moment. They did pick up 1, so they're not out of this yet.
And Hindenburg not able to connect that pick, but also getting some information. The Jet pushing forward and having the better gun to work with. The Bandle is going to connect right into the head of that Sky. The spike, though, has not been planted and there's 30 seconds remaining. And 5 HP to work with for the Chamber. Cannot get away with it this time around. Cannot connect anything else. And Munoz being the last one alive makes things so much more difficult. Even with the Blade Storm, your location gets spotted. Swift is going to contest you 2 HP to work with. And again, a Blade Storm that just does not connect from the distance. 3K going on for Diggy. This time around is playing it into a Sova. I love seeing those changes as well. And enabling this defense to get now the 3rd round. Now, once again, changing things around every single map. There's more and more confidence that we see towards the side of RPI. So it's nice to see going back up again with that 3-0 that we have so far.
Yeah, RPI definitely making a statement here. Like you said earlier, you know, they really needed to come away with a strong showing here on defense, and WSC, it looks to me like they just don't really know what to do at this point. RPI has an answer for everything they've thrown their way, and now the gonna be a relatively even buy coming out from each side. So this is an opportunity now for the attackers to come back in this.
But what can be done here? It's towards the B site this time around to get some information early on. And it's the toxic screen that makes that visibility so much more difficult. The Trailblazer as well trying to get some info, knowing it, or trying to check someone's in the corner, but I don't think the Trailblazer had enough time to check.
No, I don't think it did either. And with the spy carrier down, things are looking really rough for Wayne State College. They are going to equalize in the kill feed, but only for a short period of time. Now Spike is really kind of hemmed in on B. They are going to get the plant in, but this rotation coming out from the defenders could be devastating as well. They're going to use the Seekers to figure out which side the attack is going to come from. Just one player remaining now, and that's going to do it. RPI again coming away with the win and the defuse. This is really a bad situation for them, I think.
3 coming in with the Rain. One of my favorite agents to see on this map as well. And sure, it's not a jet, it's not a chamber, but it's just the confidence that you have and that you have to have as a Reina player really can build up to do so much more for the team. Like we saw into that round RPI, just a 3K for Eggy, making it look easy, just connecting those headshots right into the heads of the enemy team and taking us to a 4-0 where WSC, they're not finding their footing, they're not finding a way in, even with the economy. This one is going to be a force buy coming in for them, even some light shields that we see being bought, but it's a commitment into just stopping whatever is going on through the heads of RPI.
Yeah, they need to stop this fast. Otherwise, RPI is going to run away with this. We are almost already in kind of a snowball situation, right? Where just the economy of RPI is going to take over and just could dictate the rest of the game. Toxic screen up now, and we're going to see a big push onto A side, I imagine, as soon as that goes down. Jet going to dash onto point now, clearing the way for the rest of the team to move in. And now we're going to see the Viper's Pit come out for the plant. And for the first time, Wayne State finds themselves with a little bit of an advantage here on this map breeze. The plant is going to come in, but this certainly isn't over yet. Diggy gonna equalize things on the Sova, so now RPI looking really good. If they can find especially Viper in this Viper's Pit, they could really come away with a match, but they don't need to. Hindenburg is down. Now they're starting to move on a point, but it's going to be EBO1 equalizing things once again. Now it's just out of Viper. They're down. They're going to get the defuse again. RPI is absolutely running away with this.
They are running away with it, and it was a Viper's Pit that was risky, but I like the way that the Snakebite was playing into it, just denying any side control for the enemy team. And RPI, towards the end, just taking that down. Does not matter, just playing aggressive, playing for those retakes, and shining so much more than what we saw early on, especially into the last map where it was the opposite for them, where they couldn't really find the momentum to work with. So now they're maxed out, they have all the economy in the world to work with, and because of that, it's going to be WC and figuring out what they can do. I mean, to be fair, it's a very difficult map to come up on top with, especially when you are attacking. So it just continues to enable them to go into a save round, into a buy one, into a save round, into a buy one. And it's momentum where you have to change it. You have to bring something new like we've seen them do before, where they're simply rushing a site, getting away with it, and then finding once again playing for that default and changing that pace over and over again, but just getting 1-2 rounds to stop the economy that continues to build so nicely into the hands of RPI.
Yeah, they have got to put their foot down right now. They have to change something, I think, dramatically with what they are doing if they're hoping to come back from this. And I hope that the timeout has given them time to, kind of calm nerves, maybe reset their mental, refocus a little bit, and realize that, after every single round, it's a new opportunity, right? It's a new chance for them to come back and take this RPI team down. We're going to see another group up towards A site. That's going to get a little bit of value right here, but they're going to be taken out very quickly. And Wayne State has an opportunity here now to push onto A site very quickly. We're going to see the toxic screen go up as well versus the briefly obscuring vision. There's going to be the Trailblazer out to try and find some information. Recon Bolt as well. But RPI has no idea at the moment where this Wayne State crew is. Munoz finds a head. Diggy goes down, but a couple of quick picks equalize things in favor of RPI. Spike now in the hands of Jet. And let's see if they can make anything of this or if they're going to opt to rotate around. Look at this chamber, though, coming up from behind Jet. There to support. They're gonna, it looks like they may opt to go over towards B, as a matter of fact.
And changing pace, which at least is nice to see, but the spike is going to be on the floor and is a 3v3. The side of the attacking team, they don't have any numbers advantage to work with, so playing for the spikes is going to be the winning condition. Munoz does get taken down. That is another chance that fades away for the side of WSC. Nothing else. There's just no time to work with. There's no numbers to work with. There's no anything for them. They cannot figure out what to do. Even after the timeout, it just wasn't enough to figure out the best win condition. They're maxed out into the money that they get for losing. It's just so many rounds in a row where RPI are just getting away with it.
Yeah, they're getting away with it over and over again. Even when Wayne State has had an advantage in the kill feed, they haven't been able to transition that into a round win yet. They're going to move over towards B side, try this site one more time, but already Swift able to take out Munoz practically before the round had even started. They give them a tremendous advantage. Hindenburg sends out the Trailblazer to check and make sure the site is clear, but they didn't capture that last corner there. And Eggy gonna come up with another pick. Wayne State looking really rough right now, trying to push on to B.
3 members alive. Already 2 losses for WSC. The spike that cannot make its way into any of the sides. Of course, looking towards B, but you're going to have a Viper in one corner, the Reyna in the other, a complete nightmare field to work with. Nice pick there, but with 50 seconds remaining, is going to be pushed into side, and the visibility is going to be denied by the toxic screen. There's not allowing to get anything done. Good opportunity, though. Probably the best one that we've seen so far in this attacking team. WSC, 2 members alive, trying to get some information. The guiding light doesn't spot anyone playing on the other side of the corner. And that might have been the biggest mistake here. Shinneman was just able to get away with it, and Swift on the other side with the operator expecting that push for Hindenburg to take place and to also take that last member down. It was a guiding light that played into only one side of that corner and not where the enemy team actually was. A massive just mistake there, and I don't even know if it can be a mistake, because how do you plan for that corner to be completely watched, especially with the changes that we had in this map? It is a very, very unfortunate thing for the side of WSC, but it's just a continuing of momentum, and this is looking like a completely different team for the side of RPI.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I thought that Wayne State was going to come into this with a tremendous advantage, given that this was their map pick. They took Icebox off of RPI. We're going to see a quick equalization in the kill feed there. Tour de Force is out, and that could be very, very dangerous, but not any longer. Swift is able to find BBO1 with the shorty. Once again, RPI leading in the kill feed. They're going to take another one down as a trade happens as well. A spike is going to be planted. They'll be trying to cover them as best as they can. But now we're going to see the defense start to surround this site for the retake. The spike actually still not planted. They went for the plant, but opted not to finish it. And now it's just Silva left standing on the field, and Eggy takes out the last two.
8-0, and the mental for WSC has to be shattered at this point. I mean, what can you do? There's a couple more to go, and even though it's definitely winnable, there's an absolute comeback that is possible here, especially when WSC goes into the defensive side. Is if RAP gets to those double digits, you cannot make any mistake right after. So it is pretty much now the time to stop that momentum. This is the last chance to really make sure that the mental is not completely shattered for the side of WSC, and to know that there's still a chance to get something done. Good start here. Eggy does get taken down, but it is not the first time that we see an early pick that doesn't capitalize from anything else.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We haven't seen it really transition yet into a win for WSC. They are up 2 now in the kill feed. Make that 3. This is a golden opportunity for them to try and stop this momentum from continuing for RPI. Zobi is going to get the flange in, and now it's just Silva left. The flash does successfully land, but Diggy's going to come out of it better regardless. Al drone is out, going to go through that poison cloud. They're going to... Oh, look at that. They might have missed. They missed that. There's one player out there. They're going to go out here thinking that they're in the clear. And Taunt is able to take advantage of that mistake and take them out.
First round, I mean, there's at least some hope. This is what he said. It's kind of the last chance to get something done, and 8-4 would not be too bad for the side of WSC. Right. But... I mean, sure, there's one round, but that is not going to be enough to give you that momentum to continue working with. So the ultimates can make a difference here. The Viper Spit, as once they push into that site, is everything that they're hoping for. And I would say even go for the double ultimate, the Hunter's Fury as well, to get some information, then the Viper Spit early on. And speaking of Viper Spit, it is going to be one coming in for the defense trying to be site.
Yeah, they're going to effectively lock that out from... the attackers. Already one pick in favor of RPI. They seem to have shaken off that last round loss relatively easily, and it's not to be not surprising in the least, given that they've got such a lead at this point. We're going to see the members of WSC begin now to rotate over towards A site. Sky in the back, though, or rather Silva in the back with the spike, just to make sure that nobody's following them on the flank.
I've got your trail.
And now we've got the Seekers coming out as well to get an idea of where everybody is holding on defense here. We see the rendezvous used to let Chamber get out of dodge very quickly. Zobi gonna come away with the plant, but there's just a couple of members left for WSC. Make that just one. RPI looking to come away with another round win and just further cement their lead and the possibility of them coming away with this match win.
And the bird takes some damage from that Viper and then finally gets taken down. There were so many members alive. It's an interesting strategy for the side of RPI that they've been doing over and over again is they are allowing and they're giving that side control just for a little bit to the side of WSC. They're at least being able to plant the spike. But after that, it's just RAP playing together. RPI just playing together and denying any possibility for a post plan where the attacking team is able to get in a beneficial position, I would say. So it's just another round that goes their way, and it is one round away for those double digits that are really the nightmare where WSC doesn't want to get to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They desperately need to come away with a round win here. Swift gonna throw out a quick shot from the sniper rifle, doesn't find anybody as the cloudburst briefly obscures their vision, allowing the attackers to gain a little bit more advantageous position. Both jets right around the corner for each other. I'm gonna be curious to see which one peaks here, or if a rotation comes in. Oh, look at that! Just barely doesn't see them. I love how these rotations have been. BBO1 coming away with an early pick on the Eggy, going to give WSC an opportunity here to start the push onto B site. The Viper's Pit was obscuring it last time, so they're going to try and take advantage of it not being on the table this time around.
One member down for the RPI and the spike once again that's going to be planted. A trade that goes into Hindenburg. Good for 2. Can get something else done here. A good opportunity for the numbers to shine for the side of this attacking team, especially with the spike planted, with the side control as well going their way as the last 2 members live for the defense. We're making that rotation are going to be relayed into the side. An operator can be good to spot where the enemy team is going to be located. They know that is going to be all the way back of sight. And they're able to get really good kills here. Get load. Location gets spotted, and the Hunter's Fury denying that the spike is going to be used here. Might be another round finally going for this side of the defense. Almost able to get half, but it's not going to be enough.
No, it's not, and the attackers get that much needed win right there. WSC has staved off that double-digit position for the moment, but RPI still has an opportunity to make it 10-2 here before the side swap.
What can be done here? It's one last chance here. I like the use of the Hunter's Fury. It looked like a stronger team, and probably one of the only times that we've seen that the set of WSC capitalize from an early pick. But what can be done to push to a 9-3? It's not the worst, but also not the best. It's just a good one enough to work with. If you have some sort of confidence that 9-3 first can be done into this one and can take us to a very long game. It's still very much a possibility, all about the defensive side and also into this round.
We're going to see a lot of utility here extended on A. Shockbolt comes up, not going to find Diggy, but lands pretty close. WSC really taking their time on this approach. Aldro now deployed. It's going to spot Hindenburg, but they take it out relatively quickly. And now with the Odin in hand, they start spraying through the wall to see if they can find an early pick, or at least some early damage. Going to see the flash come out, briefly obscures Diggy's vision. BB01 able to take advantage of that. And now, WSC looking pretty decent. The spike is going to be planted. Only 2 RPI members remaining, but they have started to equalize things in that kill feed. Can they find more?
You want to play?
It is also, yeah, the chamber util being used into the last round possible where you can do it. And a last opportunity here with the tour the force as well. It can be very strong into an area like this one where you know exactly where the defense for the Spurs will be coming from. Really nice coming in and connecting, knowing that this guy is going to be on the other side, and out of nowhere the numbers are going to go for the side of RPI. Are going to use no one.
Here.
Made guarantee that the last pick will not be going down for the side of WSC. A 10-2 win, crazy last round that we just saw there.
That was, I can't believe the lead that there, and the just the fantastic way that RPI was able to come back from it. The Jet and Reyna really coordinated well on that retake back on A site. And they were rewarded with a excellent defuse and a 10-2 scoreline going into the side swap.
10-2 here in the pistol round can be the start of something greater for WSC on the defensive side. Only 2 ghosts that are going to be bought their way, but it is in the hands of very good players that have been getting a couple of kills, have been getting something done early on, and it is a good toxic screen that we see early on, and the pigs that start to come right in. WSC, a good start here, but a little bit more than that is going to be needed, especially just to deny the spike that is going to be planted and not deny the possibility. And there's 3v4, a lot of HP working for the set of WSC to get it into this post plant.
Yeah, that it is. They are in a distinct advantage here. Shinamon now kind of pinned down on site. Guiding Light going to come out, but it's not going to do any damage. RPI steadily losing players, but there is an equalization. Zobi going in for the defuse. Diggy going to try and take him out with a shock bolt. Pick going to come in. Just one person standing, but WSC comes away with a round win.
One last member alive, one last ghost remaining into this team for WSC that win their third round just now. And it's going to be a long comeback, but it's a good way to start it off, especially as they see those marshals being bought into the hands of Munoz, into the hands of Hindenburg. One of the players that we've seen that are most likely to get those multi-kills, to get those 3Ks, those 4Ks even that we've seen in some scenarios, especially into the last map. So it's a chance for them to get that once again and just to get something done as soon as possible as the numbers start to get closer and closer for them ideally.
Yeah, that they do. The long road back to a victory has started for this Wayne State College side. But oh, look at that. Couple of picks coming in early on. It's going to be RPI coming away with a little bit of an advantage here. Now, we're going to get a rotation through the defenders spawn from the attackers over towards B site. Rain coming along from the attacker side as well. Viper, the only one from the defenders really over there at the moment. They're going to get a quick peek onto this Silva potentially, but they don't quite see them. Toxic screen preventing any information from being gathered right here, but Taunt is there for a pick. WSC up in the kill feed once again, quite a bit. The long road back has started indeed. Taunt going for a quick defuse, and it's gonna be there. Wayne State gets another round.
Out of nowhere, things might be looking a little bit closer for them. Just waiting for that last defuse to happen. And it's an RPI where only 10 is what they've been able to get so far as WSC is starting to get exactly the answer to all the questions that they have into the first half. It's just the power of the defense here, really.
Yeah, it certainly is. RPI taking a couple of quick losses, but that's going to lead them to a pretty significant bye this round. They're going to be able to make a much better attack this time around.
I want to see, it's going to be a force as well for a couple members. For 3 members, it seems like actually on the side of the defense to continue getting that momentum, especially with those Vandals. The minute that it gets to 11 or 12 for RPI, that is when things become more difficult. So there's still some room to work with for WSC. They're definitely going to work with that room the best that they can on this defensive side. There's 3 members into the A side, just following those patterns, making those predictions, and so far being able to get away with those early picks that are giving them so much. But it's 2 down now for the side of RPI. 3 members alive for them, and even the rifles are not really helping them out on the attacking side.
No, they're really not, which is surprising. The plant is going to come in once again for RPI, but they're looking really worse for the wear. They are going to commit the Viper's pit, so that's going to make things much more difficult for WSC. They're going to have to see if they can find Viper initially. Diggy there, getting ready to loose a shock dart, but in the meantime, Taunt has found FSD. So things are looking quite rough for RPI at the moment, despite having the plant down. Pick gonna come in. It is just Viper left. Can they do anything? The defuse is coming in. The snakebite is out. Look at that. They're able to get 3 quick picks. Now this is definitely winnable for RPI. It's just Sky remaining, and the spike has time to detonate. I think this is gonna be a round for RPI against all expectations.
Is a 4K as well, an absolute massive clutch coming in for Chinemun on the Viper. Just the use of utility there shining so nicely. Also heard the defuse and right away being able to use that snakebite to deny it, to get that last kill, to get those 4Ks going in for this player, and to get those 11 rounds finally for RPI. It seems like we've been waiting for it for a couple of rounds, but they just want to get it over as soon as possible, and that is a good way to start it off and to continue just restarting whatever mistakes that they made early on, and knowing that the attacking side is not going to stop them from winning.
No, it is certainly not. They are primed and ready to call this a night right here. Early pick onto Taunt is going to make things much easier. Viper's wall gun go up. That's going to give a quick plant here for RPI, and now they just have to hold on through this post-plant situation. Defenders starting to rotate through defender spawns. And they're gonna start getting a pick. RPI down one member now. Things have been equalized in the kill feed, but time is on RPI side. If they can just outlast this aggression coming in from the defense, they can come away with the round win. Vipers wall up once again. A couple of defenders just on the other side of it. Gun peeking through. Eggy just barely saw it, but it's going to be BDO1 getting the kill onto them instead. It's a 2v2 now. Make that a 2v1. RPI has an opportunity to come away once again with a round win, and they're going to take it as Zobi goes for the defuse, but just gets caught out by Dick.
Match point.
Match point finally, and RPI in a perfect scenario where they messed up with the economy for WSC, who thought, oh, it might only be one round that RPI will be getting away with, but it turned out to be now 2 in a row, messing with the last chances of the economy that they had, and just hoping to get some things done early on with what the Tour de Force can do, especially for this chamber that has been top fragged, that has been making things even. Still a long run though, and this is not the way that WSC wants things to end.
No, it certainly isn't. The Viper's pick coming out early on A. Spike being carried over in that direction as well, but they're going to quickly move it through mid, and this may in fact be a B push that we're starting to see here. But the defenders are starting to rotate around. Viper still in the midst of that pit, just holding on to it for the moment. The information is out now. RPI has pushed on to B. It's a 3v3 now, but Chamber has gone down very low. That's unfortunate because they have that Tour de Force out right now, and that is definitely something that they are hanging their hopes on. Biggie gets the plant. And now it's up to WSC to try and defuse before time goes down. 2v2 right now. Last player standing on RPI side is going to be Chamber with just about half health. WSC has an opportunity here to come back in this. Toxic screen going to go up, obscuring any vision. The possible retake. Oh, look at that. The snake bite as well, taking them down. That's going to make easy work of FSD for taunt. And the defuse comes in.
5 rounds and still a very stressful situation, I want to say, to be in for WSC. Sure, you're able to get away with a couple rounds into the second half, but it's a long way to go to make things even and to even push the overtime. And again, it can be done, but it's so rare to see it happening. It's got to be almost no mistakes happening for them on the defensive side. Quick rotations like we saw for the side of RPI when they were attacking first. And that way they continue to stand a chance into more and more rounds. I see Munoz is not buying any guns. Definitely an indication that, yeah, that Blaze-Storm will be coming in. But what can be done with the Blaze-Storm Hunter Fury on the other side is also trying to get something, and it will be getting something. A trade though, Swift only with the Blaze-Storm is able to get Munoz right away.
Yeah, that was some good value coming out from that. They are counter-picked, though, so not going to be in the fight any longer. Viper's wall, Toxic Screen is up now. Zobi gets a nice pick onto Eggy with the shock dart as well. DBO1 following them up, and WSC looking to take another round off this RPI squad, staving off the feet for just a moment. Shinamon down to just 18 health. On site right now, desperately trying to stay alive and get picks. They found one. Can they turn this into even more? It's just Shinamon standing, but they're going to be taken out by Taunt. Coming in clutch for WSC.
6 more rounds. Is a taking it as slow as you can, taking it round by round. As I've heard many players talk about, it's just one of those things that you can do, just from small victories to the bigger ones that you want to turn into. In WC, it seems to me that you were looking so good into that first map. Then they started losing their momentum. They were pretty much surprised by that overtime, and slowly but surely they've been getting that potential as well to get the victory into a defense where they're looking so much stronger compared to what we saw early on. So RPI, they have to catch them off guard, and that is a nice way to do just that. Swift only with a Marshall being able to get away with a pick, 5 HP to work with, but the kill is already enough.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's gonna make this so much harder for WSC to defend. They're doing a fantastic job of it as Taunt and BBO1 combined for a pair of kills. Now WSC with a little bit of an advantage. The spike traveling over towards A. Viper wall gonna be committed now. Lear going out as well. Gonna briefly blind a couple of people, but not for too long. Cinnamon planting a 2v3 situation at this point. This is certainly winnable by RPI. Now even more so as things have been equalized. And we've got the toxic screen on point as well from Cinnamon. Things looking really good at the moment for RPI. And they come away with this fight win. Members from WSC slowly rotating onto site. They're not going to have a whole lot of time, though. Once they get there, they're going to have to make something big come out of this. And RPI, they're down now. The Viper's pit has been dissipated. WSC on the defuse. Hunter's Fury coming out. Are they going to be able to deny the defuse long enough? Are they going to be able to come away with a kill? Defuse coming in once again, and it looks like they're going to get it. Now we're just at 5 difference.
It wasn't even bad timing for the Hunter's Fury, though, because you hear it and it can connect. Maybe waiting, I would say 2 seconds could have made a difference there. But it was just a defuse that was already coming in. You had 2 players alive as well, so you can count. And if one gets taken down, the other one is able to make something work. And I think the timing more than anything for the Soba could have made a difference, which is it's crazy because Sobi, they're doing so much from what we saw early on into the late round, and just giving another chance, taking it round by round into 7-12, which is suddenly not so bad as what we saw early on. Good way to start it off, but Lear is not going to stop what Taunt is able to do, immediately pushing in, expecting the enemy to be playing more aggressive, and immediately being able to get away with it.
Yeah, look at this aggressive push also coming out from Taunt.
3K.
Gonna be rewarded with another kill onto Dig. RPI looking really rough at the moment. And I don't know about you, but if I had quite the lead that they had and I've been seeing it dissipate like this, my confidence would be shaken. But Shinnemon's isn't, as they are able to take out Hindenburg and start to come back in this round. A 2v3 definitely not undoable, not impossible for them. Gonna see the Owl drone committed as well. Not gonna find out too much. Still got a Viper's pin on WSC side, so that is in their back pocket if they need it. Rotation coming out now from the attackers, looking to maybe push over on towards A.
30 seconds left. One enemy
An
remaining.
information that connects 4 kills for Taunt. That is amazing for this Viper, but a little bit more than is going to be needed. And with 2 members left, the defense has everything to win this round as well. To make it to an 8-12, right where Munoz expecting here and where Shinamon was coming from, takes this Viper down. And once again gets away with the round. WSC, but they're finding their footing into the second half, into this defensive half, where they know exactly what to do. They know what corners to peek, what corners not to peek, and to check where they can get taken down. And Taunt, again, it's something that we saw in the first map. It slowed down a little bit into the second, but now it's starting to pick up again. Has a Viper Spit to work with. He's able to get kills even when he's blinded. I mean, what else can you expect from this defensive player?
Yeah, exactly. Taunt has just been tremendous for their team. We're going to see Viper's toxic screen going up. Empress being used as well. Aggie going to take Taunt out of the equation, so this is a really good start for RPI. This could be the difference maker here. Land is going to come in from RPI. And now all the defenders rotating who are largely stacked on A. But they're going to be met briefly with a toxic screen as well. No idea really where the defenders are at this point. Players just spraying through at the moment, but toxic screen goes down. We are going to be used, but it's not going to do too much. 4v3 at this moment. RBI and WSC actually coming back at this 3v2. WSC with the advantage, as a matter of fact. Now, can they get the defuse in time though? Diggy going in for a shock bolt. Now it's a 1v1. It's just down to this Viper and Jet. The kill's gonna come in. The attackers win, and RPI is gonna come away with the win after a very close match.
It is a time where what we saw there, it was so risky every time, especially where the Viper got surrounded immediately thanks to the jet dash and just got taken down into a point where the defense in the post plan didn't even have enough time to work with. It was a 1v1. It couldn't get more stressful to work with. So it was so close, but so far to make a comeback happen. It's still a really nice one and getting as many rounds as you can on the defense, but still not enough for what slow momentum WC was trying to get.
Yeah, RPI really came away with it, and I gotta say the mental fortitude that it's got to take to come away with a victory after such a long, drawn out game. You really have to compliment both these teams for staying in it as long as they did. We're gonna throw it to a short break. Right after that, we're gonna do a quick interview. Don't go away. We will be right back. Out as well to get some extra information as well. Swift's going to take Munoz out though early on. So, it'll be a tough push for one more kill comes in. WSC has an opportunity to really run away with this. Poison Cloud going to be used to help for the defuse here. Can Shinneman get it? They're very close. This actually might work. It's...
Yeah, he gets it.
Going to come in, but this certainly isn't over yet. Diggy gonna equalize things on the Sova, so now RBN looking really good. If they can find, especially Viper, in this Viper pit, they could really come away with a match, but they don't need to. Hindenburg is down. Now they're starting to move on a point, but it's going to be BDO1 equalizing things once again. Now it's just out of Viper. They're down. They're going to get the defuse again. Well, but RPI has no idea at the moment where this Wayne State crew is. Munoz finds ahead. Diggy goes down, but a couple of quick picks equalize.
The side of the attacking team, they don't have any numbers advantage to work with, so Anchor the Space is going to be the winning condition. Munoz don't get taken down. That is another chance that fades away for the side of WSC. Nothing else. There's just no time to
start to surround this site for the retake. The spike actually still not planted. They went to the plant, but opted not to finish it. And now it's just Silva left standing on the field, and Eggy takes out the last chamber. Get out of dodge very quickly. Zobi gonna come away with the plant, but there's just a couple of members left for WSC. Make that just one. RPI looking to come away with another round win and just further cement their lead and the possibility of them coming away with this match. You see the toxic screen preventing any information from being gathered right here, but Taunt is there for a pick. WSC up in the kill feed once again, quite a bit. The long road back has started indeed. Taunt going for a quick down. Pick gonna come in. It is just Viper left. Can they do anything? The defuse is coming in. The snake bite is out. Look at that. They're able to get 3 quick picks. Now this is definitely winnable for RPI. It's just Sky remaining, and the spike has time to detonate. I think this is gonna be a round for RPI against all expectations.
It's a 4K Asbel. Absolutely.
Right win. Members from WSC slowly rotating on the site. They're not going to have a whole lot of time, though. Once they get there, they're going to have to make something big. He actually coming back into this 3v2 WSC with the advantage, as a matter of fact, now. Can they get the defuse in time, though? Diggy going in for a shockbolt. Now it's a 1v1. It's just down to this Viper and Jet. The kill's going to come in. The attackers win, and RPI is going to come away. Algroon out as well to get some extra information as well. Swift's going to take Munoz out though early on. So, it's going to be a tough push for one more kill comes in. WSC has an opportunity to really run away with this. Poison Cloud going to be used to help for the defuse here. Can Shinneman get it? They're very close. This actually might work. It's...
Yeah, he gets it.
Come in, but this certainly isn't over yet. Diggy gonna equalize things on the Sova, so now RBN looking really good. If they can find, especially Viper, in this Viper pit, they could really come away with a match, but they don't need to. Hindenburg is down. Now they're starting to move on a point, but it's going to be BDO1 equalizing things once again. Now it's just out of Viper. They're down. They're going to get the defuse again. Well, but RPI has no idea at the moment where this Wayne State crew is. Munoz finds ahead. Diggy goes down, but a couple of quick picks equalize.
The side of the attacking team, they don't have any numbers advantage to work with, so Anchor the Space is going to be the winning condition. Munoz don't get taken down. That is another chance that fades away for the side of WSC. Nothing else. There's just no time to
start to surround this site for the retake. The spike actually still not planted. They went to the plant, but opted not to finish it. And now it's just Silva left standing on the field, and Eggy takes out the last chamber. Get out of God. Very quickly, Zobi gonna come away with the plant, but there's just a couple of members left for WSC. Make that just one. RPI looking to come away with another round win and just further cement their lead and the possibility of them coming away with this match. Toxic Screen preventing any information from being gathered right here, but Taunt is there for a pick. WSC up in the kill feed once again, quite a bit. The long road back has started indeed. Taunt going for a quick down. Pick gonna come in. It is just Viper left. Can they do anything? The defuse is coming in. The snake bite is out. Look at that. They're able to get 3 quick picks. Now this is definitely winnable for RPI. It's just Sky remaining, and the spike has time to detonate. I think this is gonna be a round for RPI against all expectations.
It's a 4K as well. An absolute
I win. Members from WSC slowly rotating onto site. They're not gonna have a whole lot of time though. Once they get there, they're gonna have to make something big. WSC actually coming back at this 3v2. WSC with the advantage, as a matter of fact. Now, can they get the defuse in time though? Diggy going in for a shock bolt. Now it's a 1v1. It's just down to this Viper and Jet. The kill's gonna come in. The attackers win, and RPI is gonna come away. Outgrown out as Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are actually just plowing straight on through to the next match. Sorry to bait you about that interview, but just didn't have time for it this time around. We've got Wichita State going up against Stockton University for our final match of the evening, Dryad.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been 2 matches so far, and both of them have been all 3 maps have taken us to overtime. I mean, everything has happened into these matches, but there's one more to go, and that's going to be Wichita against Stockton. And what can happen here? Is it going to be another 3 map series, or is it going to be only 2? It starts into the agent select and how much it matters and how much it's play really into what the teams can do.
Yeah, that's very true. We are going to be going to Ascent first. Stockton University going to opt for defense as well. And not really too many surprises so far in these agent selections.
And not many surprises. I think the point after everyone selects is where we start making those comparisons. It seems like for this attacking team, the last couple decisions are going to be made, making sure that everything is going according to plan. Everything can go according to plan, especially in a map to start it off where we know there's only so much variety that you can bring to the table. And we already see even a little bit of surprises coming in though for Zeta Stockton. And Benji locking in that KO, it's so interesting. It is so one of my favorite initiators. I think it's more popular in other regions, but it's a nice one to see nonetheless, just because of the value that you can get and the information that you can get.
Yeah, and especially when combined with the Sova, looking at a double initiator situation here, this is going to be fantastic on the attack. And defense as well. Really, it's very beneficial to both sides of the equation. So I'm going to be curious to see what Wichita State does against this lineup and against this KO.
It's a situation where when you have a KO on the enemy team, it's so difficult to stop some of the abilities that he's able to pull off and the positioning as well that he's able to take, that it can be so aggressive as well to enable the rest of the team to get those picks. It's one of those agents, I would say, more than anything, that is enabling everyone else to shine. So that is why it's
Right.
so nice to see him into those very early rounds, denying any abilities to be used for the enemy team and using all that null and those abilities that, even though they're not the most common to see, especially for an initiator and especially just in general to say KO, it's nice and it's something that can build into the momentum that we've been talking about. And it's a momentum that throughout the day has been going back and forth between teams. That is why we've been going to this 3 map series, but also pushing us to a scenario where you want to get things over with as soon as possible for any team. It just shows the dominance. It shows how strong you are, the faster that you're able to get away with those rounds and those maps.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see attackers lining up primarily on the B side. A couple of shots coming through, so defenders absolutely know they're there. Already Astra has her utility out for the defender side as well. Not going to make it easy to push anywhere for these attackers. Jet now trying to... Jet and KO for the defenders looking down towards mid, not seeing anybody. Guiding light comes out, that briefly flashes somebody, but not entirely sure who it was at the moment for the attackers as they start to make a little bit more progress onto B site.
A Devil here, spike on the floor. No movements that are too crazy so far for this attacking team into what Wichita can do, which should be an interesting one. Leaning towards that catwalk, towards going into tree. As it seems like A side is much clearer, and they're definitely expecting it. Just hearing and just knowing that Killjoy utility is going to be heading towards B. Look at that, 4 members leaning towards B, and it's just a perfect opening into the A side for the side of Wichita.
Yeah, this is almost going to be a free plan for them. Just one defender on site. Now the defenders know that everybody's pushing on A, and they make a very fast rotation. They get there almost in time, really in the nick of time to start to put a lot of pressure on these attackers. Kava's still going to get the plant in, but look at that. Members just falling very rapidly for Stockton University. Wichita State looking tremendously strong right now. Able to get a quick plant on the site and really lock down control at this point. KO gonna try and get a push in. They have used their utility. They do have at least Truman suppressed at the moment. We're gonna see Guiding Light go up to heaven. But even before that, a Pizzasaurus able to take Benji out of the fight. Now it's just Pocket, and they're not gonna be able to do anything. Wichita State with a flawless round to start out.
A flawless pistol round as well. It's a good indication to start it off for instead of Wichita and on this attacking side as well. Going into a round where everything from them is going to be expected, and we know that they're very good at delivering those results to us. So, what the aggression can come in, and the way that they're playing it, once again, it is going to be a different one. It's playing for the patience, playing for the information, playing for those picks, into now the opposite, right? So last one we saw 4 members towards the B side on the side of the defense. This time around, it is going to be towards the A side, and it might have been a mistake that the Sky can realize sooner or later.
Yeah, Sky is absolutely going to realize that there's next to nobody on site right now. They already used that Trailblazer to kind of clear at least some of that area out. We're going to see it go out. Guiding Light doesn't find anybody in mid. And so now the spike has been picked up by Astra for Wichita State, and they're going to start to make a push towards B. Sova is holding down that sideline, though. They're going to be backing off briefly, though. Teason throwing out once again. The Guiding Light going to briefly flash Sova, but now they've got reinforcements as Killjoy is over there where her position has been revealed. So the attackers once again with a lot of advantage here. Team gonna get the plant out, knife thrown out by Benji as well. Going to take away some of those abilities now for Wichita State University. One player falls. Finally Stockton University getting a pick, but look at the picks coming out from a Pizzasaurus and Gene. Attackers take another quick round.
It's the defense, and the thing that I'm the most curious about is what they're going to do for this one, right? First round, it was a lot of members towards B. Next, a lot of members towards A. I mean, it was 3, if not 4. And now, it's gonna be a split. It's gonna be all playing for that info around and communicating with your team when is the right time to make that rotation. It's a mistake that even with those rifles, it can cause you to lose that round. So yeah, they look a lot better now. Everyone kind of in the position where I would expect them to be with the Killjoy and the Sova, especially towards B. And we're able to shine a lot brighter through the other side of the wall, maybe getting 1 pick or 2 and denying that entrance to site to be as comfortable as the enemy team would want to. The thing to know though is that everyone is this time around leaning towards A and this attacking team, and that first pick already connects into more and more of that momentum for Wichita to get that 3rd round.
Yeah, the momentum definitely swinging very quickly in their favor. Spike is planted. They still have a player advantage as well. They're all grouped up on A site. They've got all of these sight lines locked down. Dior and Sova trying to push in now. but it's going to be very tough for them to retake this site. Lot of opportunity for Wichita State to come away with another round win. We're going to see Aldrone committed. It's going to be taken out relatively quickly, but not before there gets to be a little bit of information on the board. Stockton University has to start moving quickly, otherwise the spike is just going to go off and they're going to take the win. Wichita State, though, not to be denied the opportunity to get a few more kills. They are going to come away with another round win.
3-0, the rifles that are going to get picked up from the floor, and a beautiful round going on for the side of Wichita once again. It's a dominance that we saw from the team right from the flawless pistol round, and that it's starting to build into much more. It's an eco round on the other side, so not a lot that you can expect for the defense this time around, besides maybe one trade, maybe two if anything, but it's definitely a difficult one to make happen. I mean, no one has been getting more than one pick. It's been so difficult because it's so many of those multi-kills that we see early on for Wichita that is allowing them to do much more. They start off doing just that again.
Yeah, that they do. Truman already getting one for the side of Wichita. Kava gonna make it too, and very quickly Stockton University is falling down. Wichita State up 4-0 now.
At least they're able to get away with it very quickly, right? It's
Yes.
on the side of the defense, it's a round where they're not expecting to win. They're not expecting much to be done, so at least everyone's getting taken down early and working into the round that really matters the most to them. Whereas the one where I'm looking at the most, and as everyone starts to get those ultimates, it is the one chance, just like we saw into the last match, where you can get one round, maybe two, and start working from that one. As Wichita is 4-0, they have all the momentum in their hands, and they definitely don't want to let it go anytime soon.
No, they do not. We're going to see all of the Wichita State players kind of fanning out at the moment, measuring their options, trying to decide which way they want to push this time. And I think this careful and calculated approach has really been one of the things that's given them such an advantage so early on in this matchup against Stockton University. We're going to see Astra pull back some of her smokes. Aldrone now committed by the attacking Sova. Not going to find out too much. Find out a little bit of that room is clear, but they're going to opt to rotate, or at least Astra is going to start backing off just a little bit. No picks coming in just yet, as just a lot of posturing happening. Somnus, though, spotted out, so a little bit of information that at least somebody is in mid.
This lower round, just playing for that information, and you see Stockton fighting to get something done here and pushing it right at the end. A Cosmic Divide is also going to enable them to happen and to do just that. That information that is going to be gained, that also the information that is going to get denied for the defense that were looking towards heaven and now cannot push into side in the way that they feel comfortable. The spike is going to be planted, but it's a 5 versus 5 post-plant scenario, and at least there's no one in the flank for the defense, so a lot of control that the attacking team has even after the Cosmic Divide goes down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're in a very good situation here as a couple of the members of the defending team start to try to defuse. Truman gonna go up to heaven, though, wrapping around, looking for an opportunity, gets a kill, and look at this! Players just falling almost immediately. That was a very fast finish to that round, and the attackers once again come up with the win.
It's such an uncommon plant too, where you're not really sure where the spike is going to be located. It's not default. It is not in a positioning where you would have, for example, with a Sage, where you're able to hide the spike for a little bit longer. It's just right in the middle, in a positioning that is perfectly enabled for this attacking team to pick everyone that's trying to defuse it. So that is exactly what they're able to do when they're hiding towards long, and that is why it's another round now going for the side of Wichita. They are looking extremely strong, and now want to continue doing just that, as I hear that Tour de Force coming out.
Yeah, that Tour de Force is going to be a lot to have to deal with now for this Stockton University side. Spike still over in attack respawn. They haven't committed to a position yet, but it's looking more and more likely that it's going to be a B site push. Now that Astra has started to regroup back up with their team, it's likely going to be a push coming in relatively soon. We've got Chamber holding down mid now for the attackers. Seekers committed as well to this push. Already one player down. Truman finding Killjoy for Stockton University. Trades coming in now, and for the first time, Stockton University up in the kill feed. They have an advantage here. Let's see if they can take this momentum and turn it into a round win. Pizzasaurus actually, without even knowing it, had their mark right on the right on Pocket's head through that wall, just serendipitously. And Wichita State now taking this very
30
slow. They
seconds
want to
left.
make sure that they, they're going to have just one opportunity to plant this on B. They want to make sure that they make the most of it. And their patience is paying off because the defenders all are rotating over towards A, every single one of them. And if Astra opts to use this Cosmic Divide as well, it's going to be very, very difficult. Now,
10
the
seconds
defenders
left.
know they're starting to run back towards B, but it's too late for them to catch them in the rotation. And with one more player
enemy
going
remaining.
down for the defense, just one remaining, that's going to be actually the first round that Stockton University is able to take off of Wichita.
Stockton, yeah, like you said, it was a risky one because it was a very nice fake for the set of Wichita that they were able to do not only to the early round, but also even fake a little bit of that rotation that the defense was expecting to happen towards A. But with less than 30 seconds, they didn't have the time for the set of Wichita, so they were just committed into the side. Only having the Astra to work with could have been winnable, but the rotation also for the set of Stockton just wasn't too far. They could come back just in time, running and able to get the kills, able to get away with that first round. And also feeling a little bit better than now. It is much more doable than what we saw from them early on.
Absolutely. And Stockton University coming out again with a little bit of an advantage early on. No chamber to be found for Wichita State anymore. Attackers now weighing their options, trying to decide once again if it's going to be an A site or a B site push. Defenders still holding on all locations. Sky sending out Trailblazer to get a little bit of information. Knows that there's a Sova there. Might have even picked up on KO as well. Now we're going to get a little bit more of a decisive movement coming out from the attackers as Spike starts to travel towards mid. They're going to come up behind KO. They may very well catch him off guard. No, they are aware that somebody could be flanking, and as a matter of fact, able to get a couple of kills. Stockton University looking ready to come back in this, as now they have a 2-player advantage, and they know exactly where the spike is. They have that under their control. This is going to be really tough for Wichita State to reclaim the spike and have enough time to plant. So they're going to have to make a move soon. And that's exactly what they do, but it plays right into the defenders' hands. And they take their second round.
A little bit of aggression for the last 2 players, especially when you have an operator at hand. And even if you have the economy to work with, it is an operator that you just don't want to lose. It's very expensive. It's a tough one. It's a tough decision to make as well. So the last 2 members for a set of Wichita do get taken down, given the side of Stockton their second round, and also an operator to work with. It's a very, very good situation for them to continue building this momentum, especially into a defense of this map.
Get out of my way!
Absolutely. Gonna see a Recon Bolt come out early on, gonna give away several of the attacking members' positions. And now we see a very quick rotation coming out from the defense. They're playing with a lot more confidence, I feel like, at the moment. Truman does have the Blade Storm out, so it is entirely possible we can see a couple of very quick things coming in here. Blades released, but it's not going to do any good as Somnus and Benji combine for a couple of kills. Stockton University really want to come back in this series.
It's just something that they had to be expecting, though. But on the other side, Guardian doing quite a lot there. 3v3 and very big chance as well. It's a bigger risk of difficult scenario that we saw towards mid. You just don't want to peek when you know there's an operator on the other side, especially on the defensive side, that can look better and better the more runs that we see from them. But now it is 40 seconds remaining. Quite a lot of time to work with it, and a lot of noise that this attacking team is making towards B. It immediately does get taken down by Pocket. We'll be getting a second kill as well, and a lot more confidence that we see now for this team.
Yeah, absolutely, as they've been able to come back with a vengeance against Wichita State. Wichita State just faltering in these last few attacks. defense, Stockton also has every single one of their ultimates ready to go. They did last round too, but opted not to use any of them. So excellent, economic play coming out from them.
This is the last chance for this out of Wichita to be able to buy in. I mean, it's not ideal, but at least they're able to buy something. So this is the last chance for them. It's a must win if they want to continue staying on top. If they want to continue winning this round and staying on the advantage until that 5-3 that we have right now. And playing slow towards the beginning, it seems like it was what was working out for them the best. Just playing for that information with the spike on the floor. They were trying to do it again. They're going to try it again now. Just going back to what they saw was shining out, was doing so much better towards the beginning. And just from that, figuring out those picks that can do so much, especially when you have to take down into the late fight someone like that Jet.
Yeah, Pizzasaurus has been getting these early picks very frequently for Wichita State. It is going to be equalized, though. Pizzasaurus out of the fight now as Somnus finds them with the operator, but they're going to be taken out. Team able to find them, and that is a huge pick if they're able to get that rifle as well. That could be a huge boon, but Benji's walking up towards it. On that KO, they may be able to recover it for Stockton University's side. We're going to see Cosmic Divide now coming out for Wichita State. Hunter's Fury unleashed as well over towards the spike, but doesn't hide anything. And now we see the lockdown coming out as well from the defense. Really throwing a lot into this. They've been rewarded with one pick. Make that two now. As Wichita State now looking a little worse for wear. There's a 2v2. First pick is going to come on the defuse. They're not going to be able to get the last one, though, and the attackers come back.
Nice fragment too, but just doesn't last long enough, unfortunately. For what the defense was trying to do, it needed maybe 2-3 extra seconds to make it work and to get more value from it, as no one could peek from that long positioning towards that east side. But it is Wichita finding their footing again on this attacking side. It is them who continue to look the strongest compared to what we've seen for Stockton, where the rounds that they're winning, they seem to be very, very risky, and they're losing so many members to make it happen. And on the side of Wichita, it is much more clean, and it is much more efficient overall.
Yeah, Stockton University certainly going for those high risk, high reward kinds of plays and approaches to the game in general. You're going to see most of the attackers lined up near A side, just a Jet, on B side, just Jet for the moment on A, and they're going to start to rotate back through attackers spawn. No utility really being expended yet. Wichita State once again playing the waiting game, taking their time. Now we get the Trailblazer Alpha. It's going to be quickly dealt with by Somnus. Several utility is extended as well in that choke. Now we see the Seekers coming out as well to give quite a bit of information to this Wichita State side, but it's not going to do them any good as Somnus is able to get an early pick onto Truman, and that's going to snowball into several more. Oh, it's just Sky teasing on that agent, trying to make the most of this round, but they're not going to be able to, and defenders come up with another round win.
A 3K for that Killjoy as well. Very nicely done. The 6-4 where things are starting to look closer and closer, and it's looking more and more competitive the more rounds that we see. And nonetheless, though, this is going to be a safe one. This is going to be a safe round coming in for this out of Wichita. Not really taking any risks, just buying those sheriffs and hoping to get a couple of trades, if anything. Again, we've only seen one drifty round really working out for teams throughout the day. So it's just so difficult to make it happen. Truman already taken down by the operator, and Summers, that is an amazing player with the operator, has been giving so much control for the defense.
Yeah, once that operator was in their hands, things have gone significantly better for Stockton University. They are really making this a lot tougher on Wichita State. They've got an early lead, not only in the kill feed, but also in terms of health, as Sky is down to much less than half. But Pizzasaurus able to take Somnus out of the fight. That is a big boon for Wichita State. That's going to give them a lot more opportunity to start to move in with those sight lines in mid not being held down anymore. They've got many more options, which they are weighing at the moment.
So 4v4, but a lot of damage that this guy instead of Wichita has taken. Getting it done, but this operator could have gotten something, not really able to scope in time, and there's going to be that killjoy that was able to pop off into clutch into the last round, able to
30
get within
seconds
another
left.
kill into this round. It's not a lot of time. You have to push A if you're on the attacking side, for which that there's no other time for anything else in the defense. They're just waiting for that one.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They know that the clock is ticking. They know that there's not much time left. Gene looking to heaven, trying to wait for somebody to peek through these Astra smokes. They finally do, but they're unable to connect onto both agents. And now Stockton University with a 3-1 advantage here is just down to a Pizzasaurus, but a Pizzasaurus has been tremendous for this side. And now that Cosmic Divide playing right into the defender's hands. They're gonna get to the defuse, and look at this. We have got a 1-point game all of a sudden.
One more round to see if
Last
we're gonna
round
have a
before the
6-6
switch.
first half, and the last opportunity into this first half as well for instead of Wichita to get ahead. I mean, they were doing so well into the early rounds. It was all the rounds that they were able to get. Those 5 rounds that they were able to get just in a row, over and over again. They were looking so strong, but suddenly it was Stockton finding their footing into what they had to do in the defense and really making it work. And I really want to attribute that so far for what the Jets have been able to do with the operator. Even if she's not getting killed, even if she's not getting the first kill, she is getting so much space for the team to work with, and that is all that you can ask for a Jet like this one. This time around, peeking towards B, trying to get some information, but she is the one that didn't get spotted actually because Trailblazer got taken down early on, so it is a good positioning for her to keep holding. And on the other side, I mean, the attacking team has no idea where the operator is going to be located.
No, they don't, but they've got a tour de force out of their own, so that's going to be a pretty mitigating factor for this defense from Stockton University. It's going to be interesting to see if we're going to get some value coming out from the tour de force. The Pizzasaurus has been tremendous so far for this squad, and look at that. Somnus gets an early pick onto Thiessen, dashes away, but the damage is already done. Now it's going to be a much harder attack for Wichita State University. We see Truman starting to back off from mid, reconsidering their approach to B, and once again opting to go towards A. And we saw this rotation last time, but it didn't work out too well from Wichita or Wichita State. Smoke going to come out now for Astra, and they know that Killjoy is there. They're not able to get the kill on her, but they're able to do a little bit of damage. Wichita State's still down 1, but they do have the plant on the site now, so they're in a little bit better position now that that's the case. Blade Storm out for Jet as well. That could be absolutely deadly, but lockdown now used by Killjoy. This is going to make things so much more difficult, but Jeem is there to equalize things. It's a 3v3 now. Is anybody going to get detained? Nobody this time around. The fuse is starting to come in. Somebody from the attackers has to stop it, but they don't. We got a 6v6 game.
6 and 6 for both of the teams into a map that started so one-sided and turned out to be a pretty close over that first half. And I love the adaptability more than anything that we saw for the set of Stockton, who we're fighting and we're finding a way every single time to win those rounds and to take down the enemy team into those early fights, into those early duels that matter the most, especially when you have only one duelist to work with, and situations can get really tricky in that scenario. But still very well played for them. I expect on the side of Stockton to even shine more and to do a lot more into this attacking side, knowing that they can play for the default again and can do so much more with that intel.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I think Stockton, they're really going to be riding this wave of momentum too that they had off of those last rounds. I mean, 5 unanswered rounds towards the end. That is absolutely tremendous for them. They're weighing their options at the moment, but it looks like more pressure being put on B side to start out with. Killjoy now making their way up mid towards that B site. They're going to meet a Sova and a Jet if they peek around this corner, briefly take out that utility. But that's alerted the defenders to their presence, at least in that area. Gonna put out their turret as well to prevent anyone from making too much of a problem for them. That's gonna be Dior taking Truman out of the fight. Truman a little less effective without that operator in their hands. Now we're gonna see the attack really start to come out and force on B site, and Wichita State just falling like flies at the moment. 5 players still up for Stockton, and this could start out the same way that it started out for Wichita last time around.
And I mean, 3K, well, it's just insane players so far, even on this pistol rounds where it can be hard to get value out of them. It is just Dior being able to do exactly what he needs to clean up all the mess that the team could have left behind. And Wichita, with only 1 player alive, one last chance to do something, will not be possible. That 4K right away connecting into the hands of Dior. And just use 7-6 pistol round that was absolutely crucial for this team and for Stockton as they, for the first time, take the lead.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is their first time in that position, but they have been running towards it at a breakneck speed after those first 5-round wins from Wichita State. Stockton now going to be lining up for a big A-side push, and I have to wonder with this, with this gun advantage, if they aren't going to try to just push it as fast as they can. Chamber backs off very, very quickly as they see a lot of aggression coming in. Astra now deploying some of their stars to see if they can stop some of this momentum. Pizza Source now in heaven, but being blocked off now by that cloud burst. They're going to get a guiding light, briefly blinding Benji, but they're going to recover from it very quickly. 2 picks on each side. That quickly goes to 3 on each side. Plant almost in, but there's just 1 more player for Wichita State, and they're going to be taken care of very quickly.
Last members live in a second round with the Spectres. It goes the way that the side of Stockton was expecting. Even with the ones that got taken down, they're even committed to buy those rifles where, again, we've talked about those on the matches and the maps that we've seen today. It's a good decision, I would say, for a scenario like this to take the lead and to deny any crazy possibilities that come in for the side of Wichita, as they are now being left behind round after round.
Yeah, they certainly are. This has gotta really wreck your mental if you're Wichita State, or at least have the potential to, because maybe it was a case of overconfidence from Wichita State, right? That can very frequently lead to lots of mistakes being made. We're gonna see the lockdown come out from Killjoy on the attack. Nicely placed knife as well from AO. But very quickly, Wichita State has made their presence known. They have gotten 2 picks already. The plant could come in, though, still for Stockton University. But if they take the time to do that, they're going to be leaving themselves very vulnerable. The plant does, in fact, come in. 2 of these members from Wichita State with very low health. But the picks still so far in Wichita State's advantage. They are looking to come back in this fight. Alarm bot has been triggered. That's going to lead to 1 kill for Wichita State. The blind does an excellent job right there. Stockton University, last person standing now, Benji, but they're not going to be able to take care of the job as Wichita State comes in with the defuse.
It's good.
The last defuse is going to come in another round. Finally, the other side of Wichita is able to get on the defense. And one that they really needed. It's nice to see how close this match is also shaping to be. It's kind of going back and forth, especially after that 3rd round. It is the time where you want to stop the whatever aggression the enemy team is trying to bring to you, and stop it, get it over with as soon as possible. So Wichita is able to do just that on the defense in a map that can enable them to do just that as well. So their positioning here is the one that is going to matter the most, and the one that I want to keep an eye on, because they have 3 members towards A. They're not really wrong. There's a lot of players on the attacking side as well, leaning towards there, at least to get some information as they start to also keep an eye on mid and making sure that no one's going to come behind them.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job of controlling all of their rotations and sightlines. Now, Stockton University really starting to make a concerted push over towards A. Very quickly, though, one of their members falls, Wichita State, with a slight advantage. Guiding light thrown out, not going to be able to flash anybody this time around. And Stockton University now seeing so much opposition coming from the A side have opted instead to rotate to B through mid. But they're gonna be successful in that rotation. I thought Jet was gonna spot them from CT, but that wasn't the case. Now we see Astra starting to deploy some of their smokes to try and keep these sightlines down. AO's gonna toss out a knife once again. Spike carriers down. Wichita State looking to come back and equalize in this round. But Benji does answer with the first kill for Stockton University this round. Last player standing gonna be Astra, and this should be a quick and easy cleanup. Wichita State gonna tie the game back up.
8-8, a nice tie that we have going on over here, and an ultimate heavy round that we can expect next. Just looking at what the strong ultimates more than anything that we have available, including that Cosmic Divide that we see often being used relatively early on by the teams in a way that has enabled them to take control of side and to deny that side control, especially as we see it coming in for a set of Wichita next.
Revealing area.
Yeah, there's going to be a heavy push onto A side. It looks like they are almost all concentrated there. Just Killjoy on B for the moment. They've got a Sova and Jet to deal with over there. But it's going to be this A side push, or this A side push that I think is really going to be the story here. Astra has a couple of their stars out though, so this could be a little bit difficult for Jet to push through. They're taking their time, weighing their choices, deciding whether or not they want to do just that. Killjoy has now started rotating over from the A site and is able to get a pick along the way. So Stockton University looking a little bit better this time around. He's now teasing the Seekers. They opt not to use them though this time as Hunter's Fury comes in, but it's going to be Truman picking up a pair of kills right there. For Wichita State University, swinging things back in their favor, at least temporarily.
One enemy remaining.
Just one player remaining now, and that's going to be Wichita State quickly cleaning things up.
On the defense for Wichita, they are taking risks into where they want to put most of the players, and that one was an example where they are making the right decision, right? It's a bet just based on patterns that they're able to gather for the side of Stockton, and it is the utility as well that you can rely on to have on the other side. Even if they're not pushing to the A side, you're gonna have the Astra utility more than anything spread out, or at least to give some time for that rotation to take place. So it is a nice one, but it's still extremely close. That orb that the kill is trying to get, finding to get that lockdown as soon as possible, because they would be a nice ultimate to get for the post-planting area, especially if they let her plant.
Absolutely. If they can use that in a post-plant situation, that would be huge for Stockton University. Once again, Stockton lining up for a big A-side push. Killjoy starting to push onto site. They haven't been found yet. Pizzasaurus going to get an early lead to Wichita State, which they're going to transition into quite a bigger one. Now it's just up to Astra and KO to try and push in for Stockton University, but they're coming up against a ton of resistance. Gene gonna take Explosive out of a fight. KO not gonna be long for this world either, and the defenders extend their lead to 2.
Double digits now for Wichita. A moment that they've been waiting for some time, and this is a team that in those mid rounds they're able to do better. So it's just something that they've found the answer to, especially when they are on the defense, and they can continue to do in the rounds to come as their economy is enabling to do just that. I mean, look at the Soba. Pretty much all the money that he can dream of will be available for him. And on top of that, you're gonna have very nice rotation of early ultimates to get information. And as we hear that, it's going to be the Tour de Force coming in right on. Just knowing that you can even save some extra money and just rely a little bit more on the camera and being able to go.
But early shot coming in from Somnus takes Truman out of the fight. It's quickly going to be equalized by Tees and the Pizza Source. With that, Tour de Force going to neutralize the threat of Somnus. And now Wichita State looking a little bit better on this defense. Stockton University weighing the options of an A-side push, though most of their players are still towards B and mid. Killjoy going to have to wait significantly, I think, before they decide to push onto A. KO now rotating back through attacker spawn, following Explosive over to that A site. But they're really going to have to watch out for this tour de force, I think. That could be the determining factor here in this fight. Astra now in heaven for the defenders. Chamber still holding down mid, but there's not going to be anybody coming over there for a while. Pull the stars out for Explosive, looking to maybe find somebody to flash or to pull in with that gravity well, but it's going to be the Cosmic Divide coming out first. That's going to make it very hard to push in, but Stockton University equalizes the picks now. Dior is going to go for the plant. Nobody but detained by that Killjoy ult this time around. And have several members now pushing from heaven for Wichita State on the defense. There's going to be an Astra smoke in the way, cutting off their sightlines. They're just going to have to wait for this to come down. But if they wait too long, that's going to play right into Stockton University's hands. Now that that's out, they're going to unleash the Seekers as well. Going to see if they can get some value with it. They do able to take Benji out, but they're quickly traded. This is a 2v2 as the spike is getting ready to blow up. Wichita State gets the final kill. Can they get the defuse? Is it going to come in time? It's just barely going to be in their favor. They extend their lead now to 3.
Not an ideal one for this side of Stockton. It was very close for them to make it work, but it just seems like they are running out of time to get in the positioning to get the kills or to get the ultimates to connect, especially in the post plan. They want to play towards long over and over again, but they can't get in that positioning without the enemy team taking away their lives. It's a difficult one to deal with, and that is why we see Wichita is one away from that match point. I like the way that they are finding their way back, but it's still a lot more that has to be done, and that Blade Storm at least might be helping things out for this attacking team.
It certainly could. This could be the beginning of the switch in momentum if they're able to find a few early picks. Gonna be Truman, though, getting 2 in favor of Wichita State. Third gonna be picked up by a Pizza Source. Truman coming in for another kill. Make that 4.
Yeah,
Huge
Truman.
round win for Wichita.
Absolutely massive, and now pushing us to the match point where it is not the first time that we see it, where it seems like it's very, very close, but at the same time you are on the edge every single time for the side of Stockton. Even if you win this round, even if you have the economy to work with, it's a risky one. I like that they have a Cosmic Divide to work with, and that they all seem to be wanting to play towards the A side, just using the Cosmic Divide super early on, getting that spike planted, and just forcing a post-plant scenario where the visibility for the defense is not really going to be there.
Yeah, I think that would be a very wise decision for them to make. We're about to see if that's going to be the case. Looks like they're holding on to it at least for the moment. Maybe they're looking to use it in more of a post-plant situation. No, there it comes out. Now we can expect to see a big push coming out from Stockton University, but Each Source was able to find Dior. And another kill coming in favor of Wichita State University, this Cosmic Divide, allowing for the plant to come in, but the kill still in favor of Wichita. Now they're going to start pushing through it, but they're met with some resistance. Just one member, just KO left. Can they find the kills that they need, or is Wichita State going to come away with the win? They've got the defuse almost there. Benji picks up a kill, but they're going to have to get more than that. That's going to be Wichita coming away with the defuse and the win, going up 1-0 over Stockton.
Once again, Wichita always seems to be the one that in those mid-rounds they are finding the answers more than their enemy, more than Stockton has been able to do. And it's a nice one. They know that they are so close. They just want to wrap things up and they want to get it over with. It's still very, very much competitive for a map like Ascent, where you see a 13-8, where you know that only a couple mistakes were making the difference between who was going to win each round. So it is a nice one. It is a very competitive one, but this time it was Wichita all the way, especially when they had those ultimates to work with.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to throw it to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back with the second map and potentially final one in this series. Don't go anywhere. University has to start moving quickly, otherwise the spike is just going to go off and they're going to take the win. Wichita State, though, not to be denied the opportunity to get a few more kills. They are going to come away with another round win. And the wrapping around, looking for an opportunity, gets a kill. And look at this. Players just falling almost immediately. That was a very fast finish to that round. As a matter of fact, able to get a couple of kills. Stockton University looking ready to come back in because now they have a 2-player advantage. And they know exactly where the spike is. They have that under their control. It's going to be really tough for Wichita State to reclaim the spike and have enough time to plant. They're going to have to make a move soon. And that's exactly what they do. But now coming out as well from the defense, really throwing a lot into this. They've been rewarded with 1 tick. Make that 2 now. As Wichita State now looking a little worse for wear. There's a 2v2. First tick is going to come on the defuse. They're not going to be able to get the last one, though, and the attackers come back by Killjoy. This is going to make things so much more difficult, but Team is there to equalize things. It's a 3v3 now. Is anybody going to get detained? Nobody this time around. Defuse is starting to come in. Somebody from the attackers has to stop it, but they don't. We got a 6v6 game.
One last chance to be something. Will not be possible. That 4 came right away, connecting into the hands of Dior.
Advantage. They're looking to come back in this fight. Alarm bot has been triggered. That's going to lead to 1 kill for Wichita State. The blind does an excellent job right there. Stockton University, last person standing now, Benji, but they're not better this time around. He's now accusing the Seekers. They opt not to use them, though, this time as Hunter's Fury comes in. So it's going to be Truman picking up a pair of kills right there for Wichita State University, bringing things back in their favor, at least temporarily. Just 1 player remaining now, and that's going to be Wichita State or Stockton University. Once again, Stockton lining up for a big A-side push. Killjoy starting to push onto site. They haven't been found yet. Pizzasaurus going to get an early lead to Wichita State. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are ready to get right back in this action. Wichita State coming up 1-0 over Stockton after a 13-8 score line on Ascent.
It's been a nice one so far, a close one, a 13-8 that we had for the first map, but now it's second map, and it is time to see what is going to be played, what agents are going to be selected into the second map, and how much it can affect the rounds, as we've seen, for example, a chamber that allows players to shine a little bit more when they are in that eco round, and when they just need an extra gun, you're able to just use that ultimate, get away with it, get away with a couple kills, just like the Jet is able to do, and the same way with that ultimate. So it's a decision that is interesting in a map like this one too.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be going to Haven next, so gonna be interesting to see exactly how these teams opt to build out their composition here. Looking like Benji flirting with a KO pick once again.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it is also a very good pick into this map. It's not just KO in general. It's not something that we see very often.
Right.
But if we saw it from Benji once, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again. Everything else seems to be pretty standard. I see the Cypher that we actually haven't seen today being locked, and I don't mind it. This is a map where we see very often a lot of flanks coming in. So that Cypher just gives you that extra confidence that there's no one going to be behind, no one is going to be in the flank, or at least they're going to be hesitant to break that trap wire and to get anything done, especially when we see them starting on the defensive side. It's a Cypher that it is good at taking control, it's good at relying that information to the rest of the team. So I like every single pick so far. I think only one duelist as well is kind of the meta for this tournament so far.
Yeah, that absolutely appears to be the case. And I agree. Having Cypher on a map like Haven is a really good idea. You can, and like you said, especially with Stockton starting out on the defense, they can look to build an early lead and hope that Wichita State can't overcome it.
And especially because they are this way, they're starting on the defense, and this is one of the only maps I would say that it is very clear how much power the attacking team can take, just because you can decide where you're going to take the fight into the different 3 sites, and even more and more time. As the time passes, it is the more likely that we see even pushes into the B side that, even though are risky, teams are willing to take when you have the right utility to deny a couple of the sites and just deny a little bit of information. It sometimes is with the Sage that I don't think is going to be the case this time around, but even with the Cage for the Cypher, for example, that we talked about, it can do so much to create the hesitation as well for that postpone scenario to go into the side of the defense. But now we're ready to go, and it seems like it's going to be a fast one towards C.
Yes, that it does. A couple of defenders peeking very early down A log as well. They're going to start to quickly rotate, just leaving Jet back there to hold down that site. Now we're going to see this push coming in from the attackers. Both Cypher and Astra now put in kind of this back corner of C site as well. We're going to see the smoke coming out for Astra. Cyber Cage as well out to pick very quickly on the board. Make that 3. There's a 3v3 now. Wichita State looking to make a very quick plant here. Spike Carrier is down at the moment though, so this is now a 2v2. Very winnable still for either side. Recon Bolt gonna come out, briefly revealing some position, and now it's just Sky on the attacking side for Wichita, but a beautiful guiding light comes out. They're not gonna get any hits off of it though. This is a very tough situation for them, and it's not gonna go their way. Stockton University goes up 1-0.
Defense in a good way to start it up. You know, a lot of losses and turning into 1v1 is not the best thing that you can have going on, but those Spectres are really what enables this team for success. They already were able to take a couple rounds that weren't too bad into the last map, so they just have to recover the positive momentum that they were able to get just for a little bit into the map of Ascent, into this map of Haven, and just capitalizing from it as much as you can, again, especially into this defensive positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. And this defensive positioning has been looking pretty good so far. I like the way that they have held down each of these sites in particular. Stockton University opting again for a C site push, at least initially thinking that way. Just going to be Astra on site. This time, KO opting to try and hold down mid for the defenders. Couple of shots coming in. Now it's clear that the attack is coming from mid. Altron going to be used, and the barely explosive, or rather Truman barely able to get on point, but look at this, it's just going to be a bloodbath. Stockton University coming away with several kills, and now that Killjoy's location's revealed, they're not going to be long for this world, and once again we are down to just Sky, and Stockton University takes 2 off the board very quick from Wichita State.
A quick one, and just pretty much as good as it gets for this side of Stockton into this defensive round and into a very much save round that we can expect here for them, and that just means keeping all the Spectres that they got and getting into a save as they get, to know that those mid rounds are when things get risky. Again, that is the ones of which that was winning into the last round, so you just gotta deny it as much as possible, and it starts into this one. It starts into that information game that we see being played towards that A side.
Yeah, that information game going to yield quite a bit for both sides. Spike still towards mid. They haven't opted to run one way or the other with it just yet. A few shots coming out on A as well. The attackers now starting to push there a little bit more heavily, and the defense is wise to this as well, as we see KO and Jet both moving over to the A site. Guiding light going to be thrown out, finds a quick flash, but not a kill this time around, although Silva's gone down very, very low. Wichita State, though they aren't up in the kill feed, they are a little bit ahead in terms of health. They are going to be healed back up, though. So, Wichita State now weighing their options. Astra's gone back for the spike. They have it now, and looking more and more likely to be an A site push this time around.
And a push with all the numbers for both of the teams to work with. The location gets spotted for this killjoy, so that means that she has to run away, taking a little bit of
30
damage,
seconds
but
left.
at least managing to stay alive into the last chances for this attacking team to get the spike planted into what seems like it's going to be the A side, and they just have to go through the side for Kate to stay alive. Dior has not been able to get that pick just yet, but has the right idea after getting just one team, getting to the second one too.
Now, point just being sprayed from heaven as the plant comes in. It is going to be successful, but Wichita State, once again, looking a little worse for wear at the moment. But a lot of damage in onto Cypher and Sova, but no kills on them just yet. Take that back. Pocket taken out of the fight. Now, there's much greater opportunity for Wichita State to come away with this round. Team is able to get a pick, but it's quickly traded out. And now Truman pops off for 2. It's just KO'd left for Stockton University. Wichita State looks to come away with this first round win here on Haven.
2-1 that we have so far, and it is what you just have to start to worry a little bit for the side of Stockton, knowing that the side of Wichita, they shine and they do so much into this mid round, and we're also able to keep those rifles for that last one. So it's a good building of a perfect scenario for them to get just a little bit more to tie up the score here, especially as they have those seekers in hand, and those are amazing at giving that information away exactly into what and where the enemy team is going to be located.
Absolutely, that could be the differing factor here coming up on Wichita State's next attack. Going to be looking to equalize the score line here. Spike's still down in attacker spawn. They haven't committed to a rotation just yet. Weighing their options, couple players towards mid. In fact, most of them stacked that way at the moment. KO kind of keeping that sight line down at the moment, but not quite aware that Astro, Sky, or Sova are over there at the moment. Couple of smokes now being expended by Astro to cut off these sight lines. A little bit of noise being made mid as well. Curious to see if that's going to be just a bait, if they're going to start to rotate away from that. Now we've got Recon Bolt out as well. Not going to reveal too much, so defenders at least know that mid is clear. Spike has finally been picked up, and we're going to see a push towards A.
I've got your trail.
There are the seekers that we talked about. Yeah, coming in right into the late round and spotting that everyone is going to be towards that A side. The picks are starting to come in. Some of the does get taken down, and the spike is going to try to get planted. Information that can be everything here, and for Wichita, it seems to do just that. Members alive now for the side of Stockton. That turns into only one, and the chances for Benji are fading away as those take Azul's one by one, and in a 1v5, it is so hard to make happen.
It is absolutely, it's so difficult. It rarely happens. Truman able to pick up the last kill right there, and now Wichita State has equalized in the scoreline.
It's a late push that seems to be working out, and of course it is only 4 rounds in, but it is a good indication of what can be done, because that isn't also something that we said a little bit until the last map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those late pushes and seeing how much they're able to get value from them, especially in this attacking team for the side of Wichita. And an immediate taken down as well. Truman getting away with that kill, and with the teamwork that we saw right there. The Astro just connecting that well, taking down one of the players, and now having all the momentum in the hands of Wichita to get the last 2 kills.
Yeah, that is a tremendous push coming out from Wichita. We're going to see that guiding light lead to a flash that takes out the last remaining members of Stockton. Flawless round coming in for Wichita State.
I like that the fast pace and the different paces, right? It is, it's kind of building up to a lot of confusion that can go for the defensive side, where you don't know how fast a push can be, and you can't really catch into any patterns that the enemy team is trying to bring to you. So it's a nice one for the side of Wichita. This is the way that they were able also to get ahead into the second half of the last map. So it's nice to see them starting to find the answers once again. Once they have those rifles, once they have the economy to work with, you know that they're going to look unstoppable. As they say that, though, it's a fight that we see between the Jets just to see who was going to get that first pick. And this time around, it's still a 4v4, still very much going into any of the sides. but a little bit of a faster one for the attacking team.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see most of them clustered up towards mid at the moment, still trying to suss out exactly where everybody is on the defending side and which site's going to be optimal to push. Both jets are out of the equation, and that's unfortunate for both teams because they each had their Blade Storm. Although we haven't seen too terribly much happen with it outside of that one fight, which I believe was won by Wichita State University. So it's just going to be up to these remaining 4 members, and I'm curious to see if this Cosmic Divide is going to come into play as well, especially for the attacking side on the plant. Although at the moment, Astra is all the way on A side, whereas the Spike is clustered over on B. Now we're going to see Astra starting to push through these smokes, trying to clear out A side, but look at this. There's a player ready to find them as soon as they come through. Dior has their gun trained right on this A main push. And now they're going to back off. They're going to instead go towards B side, but Astra's waiting for them. Oh, the flash comes in. Quick pick. Very, very going to be very, very beneficial for Wichita State. They are now up 3-2, and they just barely get the spike planted in time. Couple of smokes, a couple of stars coming out from Astra for Wichita State to try and hold this down on the attack. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for the retake from Stockton. Trying to bait the defuse now. Pocket going for that. Able to get a pick on a pizza source, but they're quickly traded out, and the attackers take the round.
Wichita with another round here, and the last kill is coming in thanks to this guy that we've seen. It's a small change here, but he's doing quite a lot for this guy and how much she's able to clean up those fights and to even get some early picks that we've seen a couple times at least with the help of the Seekers that we saw in the late round and that are in fact about to be available again. So it's a nice rotation of ultimates for this team that is giving them 2 more rounds than the enemy and is forcing an eco round into the side of Stockton, so not too much that they can expect here besides the Blade Storm. But again, we haven't really seen those multi-kills coming in when a Blade Storm is available, especially as you're playing aggressive, as you are maybe going to the back lane. And now, all the utility for the Cypher is negated as he gets taken down.
Yeah, that is a huge boon for the attackers in a situation where they were already looking to have the advantage. Truman able to take Somnus out with relative ease as well. Wichita State really could just kind of pick the site that they want to at this point and potentially just overwhelm with a numbers advantage. They're going to push over towards A. Once again, we see Astra putting out a couple stars as well to let their plant go off without a hitch. Now Jeem on point looking to plant. They're going to be able to start to do just that. Stockton University unable to really do anything about it because of the smoke from Astra. We're going to see a little bit more utility expended up there as well. We have to know that people are starting to push through heaven. Guiding Light going to come out, going to flash Pocket. Pocket's going to go down, and very quickly Wichita State takes another round.
5-2 when Wichita have now won all those rounds in a row, by the way. It's an amazing performance for them. All ultimates available. I mean, if they've had a win condition on this first half, it's gotta be that one. It's just gotta be all about just taking those rounds one by one and making them work in a way that it's such a good teamwork. We saw it, and I think the first indication that I saw from it was when we saw the well combined with the kill coming in for the Jets, just denying any chances to go down for the defensive team. They're gonna try to work together again, especially on this side of 4. But the Hunter's Fury trying to stop that this time around is not going to spot anyone, it seems like.
Wow, that is unfortunate for the defense right there. Trade's going to be coming in. Now a 4v4 situation that quickly materializes into a 3v3. Both teams continuing to trade, but Stockton University now up a little bit, but only for a moment. Now we're going to get a gravity well committed by team. Is not going to find anybody this time around. Kava going to be able to plan it, Wichita State with an opportunity to increase their lead to 4. And that would be a huge boon because they'd be forcing potentially another eco round out of Stockton next time around. Jeem has committed the Cosmic Divide as well. A couple of players now on point, but look at that. Explosive able to take Jeem out of the fight. The defuse is coming in, and it might be successful. Never mind, it's going to be close. No, the defuse is going to be there. Stockton University coming away with a round win that they desperately needed.
They definitely needed to get to the third round as soon as possible. And it was a nice cosmic divide as well to make it happen, because you isolate, without even knowing, you isolate what are those targets hell. And that makes it to the point where once they cross to the other side of the cosmic divide, they have no idea where the enemy team was coming from or where they were located. It looks the wrong side, and that just causes them to get taken down. So an unfortunate situation, but a really good use of utility there, a really good use of that ultimate in that one way as well. Get something done here early on, and Cypher that we've seen so far has been taken down early, taking some early fights and not being able to get away with them as much as he would like to, but this time around managing to stay alive, and also giving some information for the team, especially where as everyone on the attacking side is pushing towards C.
Yeah, that they are. Huge push coming out. Hunter's Fury already expended a little bit of information gathered as well as a result of that. Now, Pocket backing off very quickly. Most of the defenders have started to rotate over towards C, but Jet just keeping track of mid in case there is a counter rotation coming in. Cypher is now able to retake most of C side as well. The attackers opting not to push, despite that Hunter's Fury essentially clearing point and letting him know nobody was nearby. Now we're going to see them wait over here for several more seconds as the defenders have started to push around to the other side. Astra going to put out her smoke as now they're aware that the push is coming through onto C. With just 30 seconds left to go, we're going to see the Seekers extended to give a little bit of information on this approach. Wichita State going to be rewarded with 1 kill advantage in the kill feed. 1 player remaining, just Sova. They should be able to deal with them relatively quickly, as they do.
The patience for this attacking team was so nice to see towards C. You would expect them to make that rotation after they got spotted and after that Astra utility was used, but they still decided to come into the side. They still decided to push in, and knowing that the gunfights were going to go their way and that rotation was still a question mark for the defensive side. So it's a nice one to see coming in and enable them enabling them to guarantee those 6 rounds going on for the side of Wichita, as they are trying to get a little bit more, and once again, very, very fast.
Yeah, very quick move over towards A side. They're pushing this as quick as they can. Defenders responding in kind as well. No picks on the board just yet, but Heaven has been smoking out. A Pizzasaurus finds an early pick onto Somnus. Wichita State looking pretty good at the moment. Spike is going to be able to plant as well as Kaba takes out Pocket. And now this is Wichita State's to lose. As we're going to extend some of her stars, looking to try and find somebody, but the Grabby Well is going to be a miss. Flash comes out, does briefly blind Truman, but they're going to be able to recover from it. Explosive not going to be quite so lucky as they are taken down. And now it's just KO once again, and they've only got half their health. Attackers pick up another win.
Testament 3, and it is starting to look very, very much one-sided for this side of Wichita. They won that last map too, right? So they just have everything on their hands to get this victory as fast as they can. But of course, Stockton is going to put up a fight, and they haven't given up just yet. This is the opposite scenario too. It's an interesting one. It's the opposite scenario where on the first map we saw a big advantage going on for the defense, but this time around is a big advantage going on for the attacking side and for how much they are able to get. So we gotta see towards the end what can turn out to be the last couple rounds into this first half, just to clean it up, just to get maybe one more ideally for Stockton, which is what they're hoping for. And you're once again already taken down early.
Yeah, that's a huge boon once again for Wichita State University. Like you said, Cypher having a hard time staying alive early in these rounds. Benji now gonna miss some of their utility, but it's all gonna be for naught as they are the last person standing with just a sliver of health left. They are able to get 1 pick, but with 3 players hot on their trail, that's gonna be very difficult. Wichita State gonna go for the plant, and this is gonna be all but impossible for KO to come away with this round win. Now we're going to see all the players starting to back off from site, looking to get that post-plant pick, and looking to also potentially chase KO away. KO, right now, Benji thinking instead perhaps they're going to save this round. Looking to potentially just take this round loss and at least come away with it with a gun that they can hold on to.
Just gotta save. It's just playing all the way back. And it's the time where you cannot afford to lose any rifles. As the economy for them is not looking the way that they wanted to, especially now that the attacking team is going to get their 8th round. And they can build into so much more, getting very close to where the KO is. Good for one. Spotted, but I don't think the attacking team has enough time to get. Nope, yeah, it does have enough time to get Benji. Finally getting taken down. So not even the rifle. I think it's a very risky positioning to save as well. I would go all the way to the east side to make sure that I'm safe. But this is the last round here that we have. One more chance here, and it is Wichita who might be, have a chance to also get away with a very definitive score into this one. An 8-4, a 9-3. Everything here, it just sounds ideal for them now.
It certainly does, especially going into a defense round. Haven being a little more attacker-friendly, but still, the defense coming away with such a strong positional advantage early on really makes it tough for attackers. So all the more credit to Wichita State for being able to come away with an 8-3 lead at the moment, looking to increase to 9-3. Going to see Aldrone now being used to scout out a site. Not going to find anybody there. Killjoy going to use lockdown as well over a site. This should be a very quick and efficient plant for Wichita State. We're going to see Hunter's Fury unleashed as well. Pocket looking to try and find somebody, but it's going to be Lesson coming up with a kill onto Benji. Pocket going to be briefly blinded, but wow, gets the shot onto Thiessen. Huge pick right there at a disadvantage for them. Now Somnus going to use the Blade Storm as well. Going to see if they can find any value with this. But Wichita State firmly in control of this site right now with the spike just about to be planted. This is going very, very well for them. Let's see one of the defenders in heaven. Jeem, though, positioning themselves in hell for a cheeky pick, potentially. Blade Storm once again out from Somnus. Can they find anything with it? They're going to use that dash. Going to get a nice kill onto Jeem. Wichita State looking primed to take this away. No real aggression coming out yet from Stockton University. All the blades expended, not going to find any value, but Somnus going to get almost the last pick. Just one player remaining. Can they do anything about this? Blade Storm out now this time for Extreme and throwing a couple shots. They don't get them, but they're able to eventually. The attackers go into the side swap 9-3.
Well done there for tremendous. Grabbing that gun and getting that over with. Also the patience as well, knowing and guaranteeing that it was not going to be a fake, but it had to be the enemy jet sticking to defuse and to get anything done there. So the patience playing out very well, guaranteeing that Wichita will be into a 9-3. Only a couple more rounds to go for them, and we already know how confident Wichita can be and how they can start to build up from that first half into the second half, into those double digits that can turn into so much more. It's just a massive difference that the two best players here are really making this Truman and Thiessen all the way into really define the limits of what they can do into the stadiums as they go into the defensive side.
Yeah, they certainly have. They have been two standout players for sure for this Wichita squad. We're going to see Spike still in spawn at the moment, waiting to decide where they want to push. A lot of pressure being, a lot of attention being put on B, but Stockton going down early already is not good for their chances on this attack. Once again, Cypher being the first to fall, but Somnus is going to be able to equalize, and then some. Stockton University in a much better position than they were just a moment ago, especially considering Sova is so low as well. Somnus creeping along, looking to see if they can extend their kill streak just a little bit more as their Stockton starting to approach towards A. We're going to see Guiding Light find a blind there on the Pocket temporarily, but now things have turned back in favor of Wichita State. Somnus with just 12 health at the moment, looking to keep this corner pretty dangerous. The Shock Wolf's going to come out and take them out of the fight. Beautiful play coming out there from Sova. Kaba doing a tremendous amount of work with not very much health left at all. And now it's just Pocket trying to decide which side to plant on. Maybe they can get a little bit of money out of a plant onto A. Potentially they can come back in this, but the advantage certainly in Wichita State's favor. Gonna fake a plant for just a moment. Spike is in fact gonna be planted. And now it's going to be a tough ask for them to defend this. It's not going to work out for them. The fuse is going to come in. Wichita State gets to that double-digit lead.
Double digits now coming in for a set of Wichita, 10-3, and a massive dominance. I think the closest to a definitive victory that we've seen throughout the day. It's been a lot of games and a lot of very, very close maps. But this one, at least as of right now, it's shaping to be all about Wichita, all about what they are able to do. I would like to see at this point a force coming in, especially in a map like this one. Pavement is one of those maps where you have to see a force into second round after you lose. After those double digits, it's all building into that one. That is exactly what the set of Stockton will be doing. And all playing once again towards C, but no information that they can get early on. The guiding light just stops right into that well, so it doesn't really give them what they were looking for. That smoke working out perfectly, and the trades that start to take place is a 4v4.
Another guiding light gonna find a flash as well. And Wichita State now almost completely surrounded this Stockton University side. Cypher going to go down eventually. Nice shot coming out from Preseason. And that's going to be Wichita State coming away with their 11th round win. This is looking like it's all but done at this point.
Very nice control that we saw there for Preseason and what he was able to do. This is why we talked about this player and about Truman as well. Really define the limits of what they could do on the defensive side. And they were able to do just that towards the C side. Preseason able to get away with a 4K. Absolutely massive for this team. 11 rounds going for this side of Wichita. And just a perfect opportunity for them to take us to match point into this one. Not really committing any risks, as we see for Stockton, who are in a very, very tricky situation where because they bought before, now they have to save, and at least they're able to get with that opening pick.
Yeah, that is a huge boon for them. If nothing else, they've got that this round. KO going down very low, though. Going to pay for it with quite a bit of health. Ava now looking to try and scan. Spike has been planted. So now Wichita State gonna have to come back in this post-plant situation. A little bit of information gained by the Owl drone as well. 4v4 at this point could definitely go either way, but a Pizza Store is gonna take the advantage for Wichita State, but it's quickly swung back in Stockton's favor. It's a 2v2, just one player remaining now for Stockton. The fuse is gonna start, and it's just Sova and a Dream, and that's not gonna be enough. Wichita State at match point.
Very nicely done, Wichita. Only one more round to go, and this time around, I do not see an answer for Stockton. It's been a lot of rounds for them to have a chance where it's looking very close. It goes into a 1v1, but it's just lacking by 1 or 2 picks for them to guarantee what they need to. It's a match point that this time around, it does not seem like it's going to be possible for them. And I love those storylines where we see amazing comebacks, but the mental as well, knowing that it's been as well such a long day for all the players here, it's something that you have to take into account, and it's got to be a now or never for so many rounds for Stockton, just like we saw at the last match, but this one really being the last opportunity for them to get something done into the early round.
Absolutely. This is their do or die moment for sure. And at the moment, they are doing what they need to do. Somnus able to take Jeem out of the fight early on. That's huge because now Wichita State isn't going to be able to smoke things out on this defense. And that's going to give Stockton University a much easier approach. They're going to be able to just walk onto C with impunity as nobody is there. They don't have that information just yet, but they're going to be aware of that relatively soon, as it doesn't look like they're slowing down at all. Now a couple smokes out from Explosive as well. That's going to make it very difficult for Wichita State to move on to this point. Cyber Cage out as well. Flash coming in, gonna briefly blind Pizzasaurus.
Careful.
Spike has been planted, and now Wichita State is starting to group up near CT. They're looking to try and push onto site. They've started to clear some of the corners. They know there's nobody too close by. Aldrone gonna get a little bit of information. They know that there's gonna be a heavy push coming from CT, and look at that huge couple of picks coming in favor of Wichita State University. They've turned the favor around in their. They've turned things around in their favor. Defuse is gonna start. They've got another pick, but it's now a 2v2. Make that a 1v1. This is all coming down to this. The Wichita State, they're not gonna come away with it this time. Stockton is gonna take another round.
It was a 1v1, but with the drag right into the spike, it didn't allow the Jet to defuse into the last space remaining that she had to make it work. So it's a 4th round. A little bit unexpected, a little bit messy that we saw towards the end for this side of Wichita. A lot of trades that were happening, but just a little bit of those numbers that really make the difference. Still, it's going to be a match point. Still going to be one more to go. And it's still all the confidence in the world going for the side of Wichita. So let's see how they try to wrap things up for this one.
Let's see indeed. Recon Bolt not going to reveal too much right off the bat. Spike still hasn't been picked up. Stockton University weighing their options at the moment. Team going to just spray a little bit through that nebula. Eason briefly toying with the idea of using a guiding light. They're going to throw it out. They're going to find the blind onto Dior, but they're not going to get the kill. And now they see an Astra Star coming out in response, but Stockton University's down 1 now. This is not a good position for them to be in. A minute left to go for Stockton to plant. They still got plenty of time and plenty of options, but they need to start making their way towards one side or the other, and that's exactly what we're seeing. A little bit more motion over towards A, but Stockton University down 1 more. Now Wichita State can start to push with a lot more confidence. 4v2, Spike is down as well. It's going to be very quickly picked up. Cypher has it now. 3v2. They're going to opt for a rotation, most likely over to C site. Going to try and get that plant as quick as they can, but Jet is moving over there as well. It's going to be very close once they get there. Another kill going to come in. Pocket coming in clutch for Stockton University. They are going to be able to get the plant as well. And now Wichita State looking a little tough for them to try and clutch this out. Both of their members having to travel a considerable distance in order to get back over towards Seaside.
Oh, but nice Seekers though. I like this. For this team is going to reveal exactly where they're going to be located, and that is going to be Garage Stream. Good for one thing, and the second one is going to pull off the classic, but Cheeseman will be getting this over with. It is the defuse as well, connecting right into the hands of Cheese and into the sky, and the victory of the map and the entire match going for the side of Wichita. One that was a little bit shorter than the rest one, but is still a competitive one. And towards the end, we saw Stockton slowly waking up. They just didn't have enough time to fully do so.
No, they didn't. It certainly wasn't in their favor after that tremendous attacking side we saw coming out from Wichita State University. And what a finish to this incredible day of Valorant.
Yeah.
We're going to close these things out here relatively soon. But before we do that, Dryad, do you have any final words for the audience?
Yeah, I mean, just definitely keep an eye on all this team. Is that they've been so competitive. It's been so nice to see. I mean, if the entire day doesn't tell you that, I mean, I don't know what will. 3 maps, overtimes, everything that you would expect. So you just got to keep an eye on those teams and how they continue to improve throughout the season, because it's very, very nice to see.
Absolutely, it certainly is. What a day of games. Real quick, want to give a shout out and a thanks to our production crew, Cool Scoots and Coltoon. Thank you so much for sticking with us, Kay and Tad as well, and the rest of the Esports U crew. Thank you for bringing us out. Thank you everybody for watching. That's going to do it for us tonight. GG's and see you next time. Now Truman pops off for 2. It's just KO left for Stockton University. Wichita State looks to come away with this first round win here on Haven.
Into the late round and spotting that everyone is going to be towards that A side. The pick that's starting to come in. Some of them does get taken down, and the spike is going to try to get planted. Information that can be everything here. And for Wichita, it seems to do just that. 2 members alive now for the side of Stockton. That's value from them, especially in this attacking team. For the side of Wichita, and an immediate taken down as well. Truman getting away with that kill, and with the teamwork that we saw right there, the Astra just connecting that well, taking down one of the players, and now having all the momentum in the hands of Wichita to get the last 2 kills.
Yeah, that is a tremendous push coming out from Wichita. We're going to have to know that people are starting to push through heaven. Guiding Light going to come out, going to flash Pocket. Pocket's going to go down, and very quickly, Wichita State through the Cosmic Divide as well. A couple of players now on point, but look at that. Explosive able to take Gene out of the fight. The fuse is coming in, and it might be successful. Never mind, it's going to be close. No, the defuse is going to be there. Stockton University. I'm going to wait. Playstorm once again out from Thomas. Can they find anything with it? They're going to use that dash. Going to get a nice kill onto Gene. Wichita State looking primed to take this away. No real aggression coming out yet from Stockton University. All the blades extended, not going to find any value, but Thomas going to get almost the last pick. Just one player remaining. Can they do anything about this Playstorm? How now this time for Truman throwing a couple shots. They don't get them, but they're able to eventually. The attackers go into the side swap 9-3. Gonna see Spike still in spawn at the moment, waiting to decide where they want to push. A lot of pressure being, a lot of attention being put on B. But Stockton going down early already is not good for their chances on this attack. Once again, Cypher being the first to fall, but Thomas is going to be able to equalize and then some. Stockton.
Well, so it doesn't really give them what they were looking for. The smoke working out perfectly, and the trades start to take place as a 4v4.
Another Guiding Light going to find a flash as well. And Wichita State now almost completely surrounded this Stockton University side. Cypher going to go.
I think the second one is going to pull off the classic, but Geniuson will be getting this over with. It is the defuse as well, connecting right into the hands of Kisa, into the sky, and the victory of the map and the entire match going for the side of Wichita.
Do you want to go first or do you want me?
I can go first, yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Hi, I'm Mars. I am a student at the University of Hawaii, and today I'll be casting to the game.
My name's Craig. I am a student at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, and I'm going to be casting with Mars today.
All right.
Gotcha.
All right. So our first map today is Haven. I think that's a pretty interesting first map pick. A lot of space, a lot of big plays to be made.
Yeah, it kind of surprised me that they wanted to pick Haven as their first map, as personally I think Haven's kind of a harder map to cater to if you don't really pick the right comp to go against the other team. But pretty basic ban here from Long Island University, banning Fracture immediately. Can't say I blame them very much. Fracture's a pretty tough map to try and figure out, especially if you're not at the highest elo possible. And then Southwest Assembly SAGU banning Breeze, surprisingly enough, while also deciding to pick Ascent. Not Gotcha.
Okay.
So today we have Long Island University versus the Southwest Assemblies of God University. Our maps are going to be, map 1's going to be Haven, map 2 being Split, and if we end up going to a tiebreaker, it's going to be Split. Gotcha.
So I've played this game since I think the first act, so I definitely say my experience. I know my way around the maps, especially with all the updates and changes, and I do know all the agent comps pretty well, so hopefully I can provide some interesting commentary there.
Yeah, I've been playing Valorant since beta. Never really cared too much to try and climb up the rank ladder or anything like that. Mostly just hanging out, playing unrated with my friends most of the time, and just one-tricking Jet like usual. But I think I've watched a decent amount of high elo games, VCT, all that fun stuff, to be able to give a little bit of insight into the games that we're going to be watching today, considering that the matchup we have here is actually right around the same elo as me and Mars, so I don't think it'd be too tough for us to understand what's going on here and to kind of pick apart maybe some mistakes they're making, maybe some really good plays that they're making that we wouldn't really expect to see. And I think it would just be I think it would definitely be a good set here.
I'm personally very excited to see, like, because like a thing about low elo is that it's hard to have teammates that communicate well, so I'm very interested to see if we can have a team of individuals that do like a really good job together.
Absolutely. Looking forward to maybe afterwards hearing some of the comms that go through, hopefully hearing a lot of shot calling from somebody taking up the role of an IGL, kind of taking the reins and taking the lead for the rest of the team, and really just pushing them to victory a lot easier.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see like what some representation for the lower elo.
Absolutely. So going over to agent select here, we're going to be seeing Sova, Viper, Sage, Sky, and Raze.
Interesting.
On Haven. I definitely think it's a smart pick for having a Sky here, but double Initiator. I did not expect to see that today. I'm not going to lie.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Viper. Haven is such a big map that I feel like you'd want a smoker that can, or a controller at least, that can get a little bit more control over the maps, but we'll see what this one has to bring.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Brimstone would have been a little bit more of a safer pick here over Viper, but we'll definitely see how it goes. And LIU going with, there it is, going with Brimstone, KO, Jet, Killjoy, and Reyna. Double duelist.
Kind of like that. They opposed to the other team, they don't have a healer though, so we'll see how that plays out for them in the long run.
Yeah, it just kind of clicked with me that SAGU is actually going with double healers.
Yeah.
So LIU is really going to have to start winning these gunfights really early, or they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. One of our teams can take a lot more damage than the other, so...
Agreed. Mini Drone's actually not buying a pistol on Reyna.
Oh, yes. Instead buying 2 full utils, yeah. Very interesting.
Opting for a... first contact's going to be here out on long. Hopefully this guy's going to try and flash her team out.
Oh, she's taking a lot of damage.
Just in time. Yep, stuck on 34 health. And it looks like they're still going to try and push for A here. And the rest of SAGU is immediately going to start rotating over. Since off this first contact, they're basically limited as to what Sky can really do for them right now.
Here.
Hoping for their Jet to make first contact here, playing off of their KO. He doesn't check the corner! There it is.
Backside, gets the Sage.
Q1 athlete going in. Oh, and KJ gets absolutely demolished by Viper. And the first round goes to SAGU. I am kind of confused as to what the plan was there from Nova. I guess he was hoping that the KO would have full flash whoever was hiding in the corner, but he didn't really like.
Kind of just dashed in and hoped.
Yeah, just kind of dashed in without a plan. Didn't really throw smoke down or anything. Just kind of pushed in and hoped for the best.
He kind of did. Yeah.
Running going with a default wall from B to A here, and it's gonna end up being wasted. It looks like as LIU's gonna actually just opt to run straight up C long with absolutely no care for what's gonna happen to them. We're just trying to get some kind of value here.
They're gonna be able to get the bomb down.
DJ already going for.
Found them.
Two of them pushing in from garage. Nobody there to trade out B man. An empty flash there, Viper. Oh, we're actually kind of surprised that Nenizha wasn't able to kill that Brim there, and that's a 3K for Viper.
It's gonna be a defuse and another point for SAGU.
Plenty of time. And actually left their Sova on basically no health there, but just couldn't manage to clean him up fast enough.
I am very curious to see what's going to happen now that both of our teams can buy out. I want to see if they take more aggressive gunfights instead of just kind of running into the site.
Yeah, hopefully.
Plays.
Yeah, putting a little bit more thought into what they're gonna do here over just blindly running in and trying to get the bomb down as fast as possible.
Yeah. Me too right now.
Mini drone shaking his head.
They're just gonna leave the Sage wall up over there.
Yeah, kind of surprised about the instant Sage wall there instead of trying to use it for like a retake or something. Just immediately denying garage access. Nova using a smoke through the wall, but not really playing off of it at all. Oh, baited the Resonate there. He knows that one's back sight, and they're probably gonna have a couple of them try to swing to C with him. But little do they know that Mini Drones is actually coming up B. Gets a frag. This guy's gonna swing him here. Hopefully he puts out the flash fast enough. And a second one. Yep, KO actually suppressing both of them backside, but he doesn't realize that Viper's there. Gets two. And is shut down by DJ.
This is looking like a round for LIU.
Unless Clutch can actually pick something up here. Gets the jet. Looking towards garage. He doesn't know that somebody's coming up their window. Coming up behind him. The timing. He manages to pick up the second.
He's got full health too.
Clutch taking absolutely no hits here. It's like they can't even touch him. Opting to not checking the corner. Oof. And that's the first round for LIU. Finally getting on the board.
Very, very losable round too, so glad they got
absolutely. Clutch actually just ruining the recon a little bit there, but still gonna have enough to get rifles here. I'm very surprised that he actually almost pulled that off.
I'm looking at the buys right now, and the Jet seems to be going with the light shields and a Spectre. Can we suspect an op maybe in the next rounds?
Hopefully. Maybe something to get him on the board here. 0 and 3, not looking too great for him, but
He's trying his best to make some space. Oh, look at him go. Making that space.
Yep, hoping to take space for his team here. Only Sova on site. Updrafting, check the corner. Sova's completely unaware of what he's doing. KJ managing to get two, nobody there to trade out.
Good flash.
KO peeking.
But nobody there to see it.
Using his frag to try and deny any type of A main access.
I really like this KO's utility usage.
Absolutely. Viper managing to just absolutely destroy him through the wall though. Another team is just gonna immediately just run onto site with no care in the world.
Viper
Two of them hiding down A short though. Mini Drone's managing to pull off Sage. With Brim hiding in the corner, he does a check! Oh my god, Viper with a 3K. Hold on to him with the 4th!
And it's just another round for LIU.
Very
Very
close round.
Very close round though. This Viper
Ronan,
is
10-2. Absolutely just taking names from the entire enemy team. It's like they can't touch him until he's just the last one left in a 1v1. Nova opting to just go for another Phantom and full armor.
I'm curious about the Spectre by last round then, but
yeah, not really. I guess he was just a little off of a full buy and wanted to just get something a little bit safer. Clutch, hoping to find somebody not checking the corners of the garage.
Like our other team is on an econ round right now. Hopefully that means LIU can secure the round. Oh, Sage is
hopefully
pissing
be
out
able to
with
pull
their
something
class.
off with this timing. Oh, B-Man. Okay. Managing to pick off Sage at the very beginning. Solid Aldrin coming out through mid. Checking boxes. Don't think it's going to have enough juice to see out. And LIU actually starting to creep up A. Starting to split a little bit. 2 up B main.
Taking good mid positioning right now.
Is
They can
Mini
get
Drone's
this
going to flash his
Sova.
way in. He just barely can't see him. He's going to catch him. He's going to get one.
He's
Can't get the
got one.
second. Mini Drones. Struggling to get this Sage here.
There was a blind
Only
down.
one bullet left. Skyon
Looks like
absolutely
they're taking
no
B.
health. Yeah, opting to plant on B. Little do they know that that their Viper is still sitting on A in the ult. Probably gonna start trying to creep out to AB connector.
Got another one enemy remaining.
Nova actually realizing, and another good run for LIU.
They seem to have gotten a good momentum going, and I hope they can keep it.
Absolutely. LIU really just starting to put a lot of pressure in off these rounds where they could actually get some type of rifles. And SAGU kind of going with it's a weird buy,
Yes,
to be honest.
a weird buy, a half light. I'm not sure what to call that. It is definitely
Yeah.
not your typical buy.
Ronan opting to go with a Vandal with light shields.
Seems like
They're
Viper's
just
the only
full
one on
sprinting
site.
straight down A long. With Ronan being the only one on site, hoping to just deny them just for a little bit longer. Using both snake bites.
Throwing down his wall.
Not enough.
Hoping to use his wall to try and push them off just a little bit, and LIU is just going to immediately back up. They've already baited so much utility. SAGU hasn't realized it yet, but Sova
Good pick on him.
almost with the second one. Nova with a frag. They're going to have a lot of decisions to make here. Sky is going to start creeping up A main.
Interesting dash.
Yeah, Nova coming up through garage. Might get caught by Raze here. And no frags are going to be found here. Interesting updraft.
A lot of interesting
Nova-
utility usage in this round.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Nova getting caught by Jericho. Coming back up the garage. And Jericho just barely not being able to catch KO here. KO
That
on
box
absolutely
is
no health. All he has to do is wallbang that
that
box
is
one time.
spammable.
Running on site with a frag.
KO still on
Gets the
site.
second.
Killjoy's
KJ
probably
sitting
playing
long.
for-
Gonna get caught by the showstopper.
And a
And Ronan
great-
manages
great
to get the
sacrifice.
defuse. On 15 health.
And there,
What a
that might be
round.
our momentum stopper right there.
Honestly, give them just that little push that they needed, but it's pretty unfortunate because SAGU is going to be kind of down in the dumps. Actually, no. I expected their econ to be a whole lot worse than this. I'm very surprised. Water opting to go with the Guardian here, not having quite enough to go with a Phantom or a Vandal. And Ronan just slowly building his econ up like it's nothing. 12-3.
12-3. Oh, I see. We have a sheriff, light shield sheriff, but I'm very interested to see if he can make some big plays with that.
Hopefully. Watto
There.
hope pretty much just hoping to find one frag, take the gun, and then immediately back out, probably with some of his flashes.
I find it very interesting that they walled the stage wall every time, but they essentially just push garage regardless until they just wait for it to break.
They just end up waiting it out. Watto opting to use his ult here. Don't think he's going to be able to find it. He's going to catch one.
I think he tagged 2.
Runner trades him out. DJ on 70 health here. Just kind of debating what they're going to end up doing here. Already lost one. Looking for a flank here. Jericho with the res on Sova.
Sage killed.
B-Man catching the frag on Sage. Nobody there to... Oh, there he is. Just got there to trade him out. DJ now on 35 health. 19 gets wallbanged. And they have no idea that Reyna's just walking right up behind them.
Oh, they might now.
Oh, the jellyfish catching him. Oh, now they have way too much information on him.
30 seconds left.
All down to Brimstone. Almost full health here.
He hears the
Knows
flash
this guy's
behind
gonna
him.
come up behind him. Not gonna flash again.
Smoke's down. See what he does here with his spells.
Unfortunate peak.
Yeah, just peeks it a little too early.
A little too early and little... just too little time for him to really try and figure anything out to make a play there. Another point for SAGU. Ronan really showing us that Viper truly can work on Haven.
Yeah, maybe Viper is the pick for Haven. I doubted too soon.
Apparently, putting up this default wall from C to B, or A to B, sorry, every time. To just... I don't know. I feel like whenever he would put down this wall, they would actually opt to go to C a little bit more often, since since Ronan's just kind of keeping them stuck here every time. Nova...
I find it interesting they choose to push the Viper, actually, considering the fact that that's the top frag and that all of this util is so, like, dangerous.
I agree. Especially Nova pushing up here without a flash to get him through the smoke.
Checking our
deciding to updraft.
That KO knife is super useful, but he just so misses.
Won't do enough for you if you don't check the corner! With the double! With the third! I can't believe it!
Oh man.
And just the easy cleanup from SAGU. Oh my gosh. Ronan just absolutely tearing through whatever kind of push they're hoping to make on A. Like it's just nothing. This dude's playing unrated. It's crazy. 18-4.
I'm not sure what they could change up to. I honestly think maybe that pushing the Viper is not in their best interest. They have a flash. They have so many flashes, and I just think this Viper is proven to be a very good defender. And if she wastes all her util, it's so much harder for her to rotate.
Absolutely. This is what I thought they were going to do, just immediately opt to push the garage.
And now this
actually push Jericho down to 12 health. That's kind of what I expected a little bit more, just immediately blast through the sage wall to make some kind of space for your team. DJ gonna activate the null command here, hoping to shut down any type of utility they're planning to throw at him. It's just an immediate push on a B site, not able to quite get Sova. B-Man there to get a double for him though. Ooh, and Nova pushing in. A little bit of a sloppy gunfight there, but Jericho manages to pick him off.
It's a 2v2
with Raze.
and we've got one that's one shot.
Yeah, 2v2 here with Jericho on next to no health here.
He does have heal in 3.
No charges.
But it does make
He's
noise to
gonna
heal.
immediately pop it on himself. Hopefully, Brim is looking back here. There we go. And
knows where
KO's now watching behind him.
One enemy remaining.
Will he be able to get the second here? And he manages to pull it off. Does he have time?
Oh, I think so.
I think he might have just enough time to pull it off.
Let's go
2 seconds left.
I'm the pride of my
Oh my gosh. Just absolutely tearing through whatever type of push they were hoping to have there. 6-3 in favor of SAGU.
I honestly believe that LIU's down because they're just not quite clearing their angles correctly and holding each other correctly.
Here.
Everything would be so different if they would just do a little bit of routine skill maintenance, I think.
Honestly, I completely agree with you. I think if they would just slow down their push just a little bit longer, just so then they could flash through, get 2 people peeking at the same time, something. Ronin opting into hiding Cubby.
Oh,
Nova not checking the corner completely. You're gonna get the third.
Down A.
Ronin with the 3-piece.
And
Hoping to
he's
go
still
for a 4th
alive.
here.
Who knows
Ronin
what he
staying
gets
in the
after this.
fight. Like an absolute psycho.
Sage on the flank
Getting-
right now. Let's see if he gets some.
Mini drones. What are you doing?
Mini drones.
Mini drones not even pressing mouse 1. And Ronin with the 4K.
Ronin, my man. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Really stellar.
I honestly think they just have to stop pushing A here.
Me too. I think
22 and
it's
5.
so hard for them to push past the Viper or Util. They gotta. It's so hard for her to pick up and rotate everything because she can't pick up and rotate everything. They should just fake it and then leave. She will
Honestly.
throw down all of her Util.
And the last time we saw Ronin ult, he ended up just putting it on A and just sitting there the entire round. So if they were to just wait for him to put down his ult, and they just immediately cut through to C, I think it would work better for him, knowing that Ronin would have to come from a far rotate to get to them.
I agree.
KO with the knife onto C, they're just gonna immediately push him without a flash? I don't... Interesting.
Reyna is creeping up B slowly.
Yep, and they're gonna opt to just immediately back out. Hoping that mini drones might be able to pull something off here. Hiding behind the Viper smoke. Look to your right! He ends up getting one, but Ronin refrags Walto. Now it's just down to KJ and Brim.
Sova droning down C long, trying to find out where this KJ and Brimstone went.
Actually end up dodging the owl drone. I think they could go back up C long here. But B-Man opting to hold garage instead.
No more
Manages to
Sova.
get one.
I think this is their commit. Oh. They do have
B-Man.
Killjoy ult.
B-Man deciding to go to window. No way they rotate to A here, right?
I think they do.
Deciding to go back to A, straight back into the Viper's den.
30 seconds left.
You can tell that it's definitely starting to get to them. Just
Yeah, I
absolutely
can feel
terrified
how
of Ronin
aggressively
here.
they are checking their corners now. Real hard swings.
Good serve from B-Man, hoping to hold A main a little bit harder.
Oh.
Hopefully one
Do
of
they
them's
have
looking
any
back for
flank
Jericho.
Enemy remaining.
Neither of them! Jericho catches B-Man and leaves Brim on 23. Trying to catch a Vandal here, but just couldn't catch it in time.
One enemy remaining.
Manages to get the second!
And then he ults
Ronin.
the ball.
Ronin decided to just push like a
Ronin.
psycho. Is gonna end up getting the defuse with more than enough time. Another point for SAGU. And Ronin still having not used this ult.
Last round in the
It's like he
half.
just doesn't have to. He just doesn't even need it.
24 and 5, that's pretty impressive. I see
Absolutely.
an op. Giving an op toward the raise. Love to see some plays with that.
Hopefully, maybe some blast pack peaks with it. Something creative.
Oh, and we have another op on the other team. The Reyna has the op though.
That is definitely something I was not expecting to see. Oh no.
Oh
All
no.
of them stacking up for C long, walking straight into clutch!
Oh!
Catches mini drones with the op. The Raise nade just going a little bit too far for him. Hoping to look for a second here as someone stuck on the right side. Couldn't quite catch them through the smoke.
Oh, and he's
Holding
popped his
the
ult.
showstopper. Hoping that maybe they might just decide to re-peek. But it looks like they're just gonna immediately start rotating back to A. Maybe one go to window. But they're just gonna stomp straight down A long. And Nova going to short like usual.
SAGU has started to rotate onto A again. Oh, but the Killjoy ult goes down, making it significantly harder for them to push
Spike
onto site.
planted.
So much info from the I don't even know what that ability's called, from the dog there. Ended up knowing just a little bit too much and the entire team backs off. Watch in heaven catches another one. Catches KO.
Get another
Auto catching not Nova. And just not really too much they could do here. Brim playing for his ult in a little bit of a safer position.
Last player standing.
And Ronan catches him. B-Man. Gonna have to play inside of the Viper's Den here. And gets caught by Ronan. Another point for SAGU here. We're pretty close to fuse though. Less than 2 seconds left. 9-3. Switching over.
Switching sides.
Oh man, that was it's a little rough for LIU right now, but hopefully they might be able to pick it up on attack a little bit more, or defense. Sorry.
I do think that Haven is an attack-sided map, so I really do hope that LIU can provide some really good defense. Their team does look a little, I don't know, not sure which team is more defense-sided, but hopefully they can secure some more rounds on this defensive half.
Absolutely. I feel like it would be a pretty close tie between them, just because Ronan had so much just coverage of 2 sites, and then really all they had to worry about was Garage and C, because Ronan could just hold off literally everything else. But KJ hopefully going to work on C long for them a little bit better. KO, top of the boxes, catching clutch, taking away pretty much all of his armor here.
Ronan
And
buying
Ronan
a
deciding to
ghost.
peek anyway. With no util. Deciding to opt just for the ghost here, taking out the turret.
Oh, and that
And
was a
DJ
good nade.
Put down to 23 health by the nade.
So was
Ogden
drop spike outside of
throwing
garage.
spike. Very interesting. Get caught by the alarm bot. Feels like SAGU is just kind of swarming, trying to figure something out right now. But pretty much the two more players from LIU deciding to just rotate over to C here. Ronan not going to be able to catch Jet. Still knows that there's still one back sight. And Watto might be able to catch the Killjoy here.
Knocked him.
Gets
nice.
Demon Athlete with his smokes out, looking at his iPad. And they're just going to immediately cut to A here, with Sova already on site. Mini drones, walking out garage. Nova
And
there to help
Nova.
him.
Oh, Clutch is on the flank of his
Clutch.
life right now.
Absolutely, and B-Man
Look at him
hoping
go.
to find some type of value here. Knows that Clutch is going to be coming up behind him. He has to make a move here. Not going to check the left
Not
corner.
gonna clear our
But
corners, but he's
Jericho
still gonna get.
still going to catch Ronan. Clutch hopefully giving his team the info that Mini Drones is in heaven. Mini Drones not quite able to catch him just yet in the 3v1 situation here. All of them just walking into heaven, gonna let him overheal. Not quite able to catch the second. He's peeking while reloading. He catches the second.
And he gets the second one.
Not quite gonna be able to defuse here, and
Dies to the bomb.
dies for the econ. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Another
This-
point for SAGU.
This puts SAGU in a really good spot.
It's
Let's see
actually
if they buy up to secure just more rounds.
I was kind of expecting to see a couple more Spectre buys here from SAGU. Ronan opting to just go with another Ghost here.
I agree. I was expecting to
Maybe.
see more like half buys just for the aggression.
A Ghost with no armor and no util from Ronan. Very interesting pick here. Sky with the pop flash. Actually, very exciting seeing some type of util like that. Ronan hoping to go up A short here, but Nova has him. Not quite able to catch him off guard there, though.
We tend to
And
Oh,
Jericho
good
just
pick of
pushing
Jericho.
straight through D1 Athlete's smoke like it's nothing.
They have
Mini drones.
a drone and a dog, so I'm hoping that we'll get to see some of that so they know.
If-
Oh, there we
If
go.
he would have just ran him straight through the smoke, there were 3 there. They all know he's hiding backside. Jericho gonna swing him. To catch Nova. Will he be able to get mini drones too? Sova. And then they're just gonna have to play a pretty rough retake here. KO maybe he's trying to opt to go to heaven, but no. Actually gonna... Oh.
Oh, and
Sage
the
roll going up into main. some tough situations, decisions to make, but Watto just pushing through!
And with the...
With a classic, the right clicks.
Classic.
Just absolutely no care for what they were about to use. The timing on that was beautiful.
The confidence was really nice to see.
Just insane. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping to see more from Nova here. Especially holding A. I feel like A is definitely Jet's best spot to be holding here on Haven. Mostly for the fact that he could just creep up A long, maybe pick one, and then just immediately dash off, but...
Haven't seen a lot of dashes from Nova, actually.
Yeah, more dashing into sight rather than trying to get out of fights that he's taking. Rena's going to be holding B main here. Not quite going to hold it long enough. And no one's on site. They just have this for free. Nobody's watching. It's like nothing happened.
Oh.
And they're just going to get the plant down immediately.
This does give for the opportunity for a 5-man retake, though, which I'm very excited to see how they play this. Now that all of them are alive, they have all of the util they could possibly have to retake this, so I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit.
Just everything they could want, but Jericho, not sure why we updrafted there, able to catch Nova. D1 Athlete actually catching Sova here. And Jericho refrag. B-Man hoping to find some type of value here. In a 1v4, catches one. Gonna be raisinated out of Cubby and then just concussed and can't really do much there.
Unfortunate position.
Match point.
Absolutely. Really, really nice combination of utility there from SAGU. And now we're on match point. Honestly, if you're LIU in this situation, I don't really know what you do here. I'll be honest.
I don't know either.
Just kind of force here and hope for the best. Hope that you can pick up a rifle and just snowball from there, but
yeah. And once SAGU got their momentum, they have not stopped yet.
It's like,
pushing the Killjoy site, feeling a little confident.
Yep, just immediately taking off Yuto, using the Nanostorm kind of early to deny them entry for now. But Ronin just walking in. Nobody here holding him with the wall cutting off garage. Nobody's on site. That wall was beautiful, just cuts off any type of sightlines they had, and Sage walling garage. It's going to be another 5v5. Another 5-man retake mini drones, flashing out, but not going to be able to do anything for him, and Watto just headshots him. Just straight through it. Clutch catching Nova. B-Man actually fragging Sova here. And DJ being able to pick off Watto, but then just gets revived. Ronin taking off DJ, and now it's all down to B-Man again. And just gets taken away. A win for SAGU, 13-3.
Nice to see some GGs in the chats.
Man, that was a little tough. I'm not gonna lie.
That was a little tough. They got that momentum and they really couldn't be stopped, especially Ronin. He was just a monster tearing through their whole team.
Honestly.
Essentially. And like a lot of times when you have like a high fragging individual in a game, it's like they're not impact kills, but almost all of his kills were impact kills. They were all very impactful to the fate of the rounds. Like he had clutches and all sorts of things. So
yeah, it was either he was the last one alive, ready to just take up any type of hope that LIU had, or he was the very first contact and picked up 2 to 3 frags every time. It was like they just couldn't get on site like effectively enough to just shut him down. And I think it took them a little too long to finally realize, hey, let's just go somewhere else.
I agree.
Instead of just walking into Ronin every time. But there's only so much you can do, I guess.
I think a part of good game sense is knowing when to rotate, and I feel like our team would see like all of the Viper util go down, and it wasn't enough to convince them that maybe we don't push into this because it's hard for us to clear it.
Yeah, had just a little bit too much courage there. And we will see you guys with map 2 being Ascent right after this break. Hoping for their Jet to make first contact here, playing off their KO. He doesn't check the corner. it is. Oh. Doing out, going in, up, and just run onto site with no care in the world. Two of them hiding down A short then. Mini drones managing to pull off Sage. With Brim hiding in the corner, he doesn't check! Oh my god, Viper with a 3K. Hold on to him with the 4th!
And it's just another round for LIU.
Very close round.
Very close round though. This Viper
Round out to AB connector.
got another one
Enemy remaining.
Nova actually realizing, and another good round for LIU.
That KO knife is super useful, but he just so misses.
Won't do enough for you if you don't check the corner with the double, with the 3rd. There we go. And
Knows where
KO's
one
now watching
is.
behind him.
One enemy remaining.
Will he be able to get the 2nd here? And he manages to pull it off. Does he have time?
Oh, I think so.
I think he might have just enough time to pull it off.
Let's go.
2 seconds left. Flash through, get 2 people peeking at the same time. Something. Ronin. Opted into hiding Cubby.
Oh,
Nova not checking the corner completely. You're gonna get the 3rd!
Down.
Trying to catch a Vandal here, but just couldn't catch it in time.
One enemy remaining.
Managed to get the 2nd.
and then he ults
Ronin.
the bomb.
Ronin decided to just push like a psycho. Is gonna end up getting the D here. Brim playing for his ult in a little bit of a safer position.
Last player standing.
And Ronin catches him. D-Man gonna have to play inside of the Viper's Den here. And gets caught by Ronin. Might be able to catch the Killjoy here. Gets D1
nice.
athlete,
Look at him
hoping
go.
to find some type of value here. Knows that Clutch is going to be coming up behind him. He has to make a move here. Not going to check the left
Not
corner.
gonna clear our
But
corners, but he's
Jericho
still gonna get.
is not quite able to catch him just yet in the 3v1 situation here. All of them just walking into heaven. Gonna let him overheal. Not quite able to catch the 2nd. He's peeking while reloading. He catches the 2nd.
And he gets the 2nd one.
Not quite going to be able to defuse here. And
Dies to the bomb.
maybe he's trying to opt to go to heaven, but no. Actually gonna... Oh.
Oh, and
Sage
the
Wall
Sage
going
Wall's
up into
hard.
main. Some tough situations and decisions to make, but Wano just pushing through!
And with the...
B-Man hoping to find some type of value here. In a 1v4. Catches one. Gonna be raisinated out of Cubby and then just... Hopefully you can pick up a rifle and just snowball from there, but...
And once SAGU got their momentum, they have not stopped yet.
It's like,
pushing the Killjoy site, feeling a little confident.
Yep, just immediately taking off Yuto, using the Nanostorm kind of early to deny them entry for now. But Ronin just walking in. Nobody here holding him with the wall cutting off Garage. Nobody's on site. That wall was beautiful, just cuts off any type of sightlines they had, and Sage walling Garage. It's gonna be another 5v5. Another 5-man retake. Mini drones flashing out, but not gonna be able to do anything for him. And Wano just headshots him, just straight through it. Clutch catching Nova. B-Man actually bragging Sova here. And DJ being able to pick off Wado, but then just gets revived. Ronin taking off DJ, and now it's all down to B-Man again. And just gets taken away. And we're back.
Yeah. Pretty intense first game. Kind of hoping to see a little bit more of a contest put up between the two teams instead of just having one hard carry.
Absolutely.
Wondering if we'll
hoping
see
to
another Viper too on Ascent, because I do know sometimes people play Viper on Ascent.
Yeah, hoping to see Ronin pop off a little bit more here, but maybe not as much as he was on Haven, giving the spotlight to a couple more people on the team. But hopefully seeing a little bit more from LIU's duelists here, in terms of just taking space and actually winning the fights that they're taking over just taking them just to do it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of their deaths were not very impactful deaths. Like they're trying their best to create space, but they're not. They're just throwing themselves into death instead of actively creating the space or using their death to like help their team, like put them at an advantage. They're just kind of dying.
I agree. Just kind of throwing themselves onto site and hoping that somebody will walk on and trade them out over, let me actually use some util to get onto site, clear an angle, and then get my team on and frag for them.
I'm hoping we see a lot more angle clearing this game.
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Hoping that we don't have any more really painful deaths of just dying because an angle wasn't cleared well or not cleared at all even. So
Yeah, just not quite looking far enough to see, oh, there's a Sage sitting in that corner, or oh, Ronan's sitting on site for the 10th round.
yeah. I also hope that what in the very little defense we saw from SAGU, they did not stick to site on defense. They rotated off really fast. So I'm hoping that in this upcoming one, they'll stay a little bit harder on site, you know, fight a little harder for it because their 5-man retake honestly wasn't super good. So I'm hoping that they'll fight a little bit harder just to have the site because they would rotate off it so fast that essentially free site.
Absolutely. And hopefully, even if they keep doing that and just immediately rotating off, LIU can actually capitalize on that, try and get them to rotate off as fast as they can. Maybe just defaulting, having like 2 go really slow on one side and then 3 fast on the other, trying to get them to immediately rotate, and then just taking over site, just taking it for free and having everybody else come to them.
Yeah, I hope to see more plays that are like a little bit more strategic, definitely, instead of just running it down and hoping for the best.
Absolutely.
Very excited to see the agent picks though. Killjoy is very deadly on this map, and I'm hoping to see some little cringe Killjoy setups.
Maybe a couple speedway nanostorms
Yeah,
with
some
an alarm
speedway
bot.
nanostorms. That's what I'm looking forward to. Ooh. Really just thinking about how important it is to clear our corners though. I'm PSA to everyone, please clear your corners. It's so important. It's such an easy
Absolutely.
way. It's like a round changing thing to do. Just clear your corners. Don't die in a really inefficient way.
Yeah, as we saw from Ronan just holding A site, just not checking one corner could just let your team walk into a 3K because it's just that bystander mentality of, oh, I think the person in front of me checked that corner. Oh, well, I think the person in front of me checked that corner. And then 3 of you walk in, nobody looked to your right, and then it's just everyone gets mowed down within the next like 10 seconds.
Yeah. So, check your corners. I'm really hoping that this game will be a little bit closer, though. I would like to see a little bit more of SEGU's talent. I'm sure that maybe, you know, first games are always rough, warm-up rounds. So I'd love to see them win this match, get a couple of good rounds in, have a star player like Ronan.
Yeah, have LIU take us to map 3 maybe.
Yeah.
And heading over to agent select here, looking at LIU, gonna have Ronan hopefully going on Viper again, but maybe even playing double controller?
Ooh, I like that.
With Astra.
You hardly see that in this elo.
Honestly, Nova opting to play Breach instead of Jet here. With a KJ.
Looks like LIU's going with the same.
Yeah, almost the same comp.
Same comp.
Just deciding to trade out their Sova for an Astra here.
Interesting.
Mini drones going back to Reyna here. Interesting to see what D1 going from Brim to a Raze here, or maybe back to Brim.
I do think it's important to have a controller, and they don't know this yet, but the other team has too. So
yeah, they have no idea that SAGU is actually running double controller here with the Sky again.
I am hoping to see the Killjoy have a little bit more of a fighting chance this time around. Hoping to see some good lurks.
Hopefully, maybe even just seeing LIU immediately on defense here to really give B-Man some time to shine.
Yeah.
over having them attack and maybe losing just a few too many rounds to really get B-Men underway.
Yeah. So hopefully we get to see differently on this time around, since we'll see if their defense has improved now that the sites have only gone down to 2. So,
Absolutely.
very excited for that.
I feel like Haven is definitely a tougher map pick for lower
Haven
elos.
It's harder to stretch yourself out over 3 sites in a garage. So very, very interesting to me.
Absolutely. All right, and heading into the first round here, we actually are gonna see LIU on defense here, with B-Men immediately setting up on B like we wanted him to.
Oh, but he buys a ghost.
Opting to buy a ghost in his alarm bot over playing for any nanoswarms here. And it looks like he's actually just going to be playing backside. Just hopefully trying to play off of the info that his user will give him. Definitely an interesting spot for them to be playing here, having KJ just kind of sit back and wait, and the Reyna playing closer to the door, hoping to just immediately swing off the Utah. But they have absolutely no idea that nobody's going to be home. Just defaulting mid and A here. With that wall from Ronan just cutting off any type of hope they had in finding anyone that long.
Very excited
Sova
to see
actually
what our
being
Astra
seen.
can do for this team. Concuss in heaven.
Breach on generator. Nobody's getting
dice.
caught.
Oh, and D1 goes down.
And Ognan actually just saving the day for Sage here. 2 of them just full stomping straight through Evan.
There.
They have no idea that mini drones actually went all the way over.
There. One enemy remaining.
Clutch starting to come up
Gonna push
behind.
heaven.
DJ hoping to catch one here. Gets Jericho. One shot though,
Ace.
probably
Clutch.
gonna end up getting right
Alright.
click.
Now that was a work of
And that is a team ace for SAGU.
That's not looking so hot for them, but first round, it's alright.
Yeah, can't judge them too hard off of the very first round of what happens. I'm honestly pretty surprised to see that this is 2 games in a row now that SAGU has not bought Spectre's second round after winning.
I feel like the force is normally what you do to secure that second round.
Second round, yeah. But just opting to just focus on pistols here.
Not sure
And
how I
once
feel
again-
about this mid wall.
Yeah, I feel like it honestly might
Kind of
work
takes
against
away a
them.
lot of vision from them.
Honestly, I feel like maybe even LIU could start hiding out out
You
on
can push
catwalk
down,
waiting for
yeah,
them.
Push down that mid wall.
Nova flashing through dice, hoping to find somebody.
Oh,
Clutch not looking the right way. D1!
D1!
D1, what are you doing? You have to catch those. The Aldron down mid, more than enough info. D1 just gonna get caught by
D1.
Clutch here. I had no idea that. Oh man.
Recon Dart doesn't catch Clutch, so he's still lingering in mid.
Yep, mini drones, hoping to find somebody.
Oh,
Actually,
right
2 taps
down,
Clutch. Might be able to catch
30
Watto here.
seconds left.
It's gonna be risky though, hoping to play off of his Breach's flash. They have no idea that he's sitting in cubby.
Last player standing.
Catches 1 and mini drones there to refrag. And
Oh.
LIU takes round 2.
That was a big pick on the raise.
Absolutely, just an actual crazy 2-tap from mini drones there.
Looks like mini drones is light buying. Not
Yeah, mini drones
why.
opting to just buy a sheriff here.
Oh, never mind. Oh,
Still kind of confused as to why he wouldn't.
that confuses me. That did not help at all.
I guess he might just be hoping to just buy light armor and get a quick frag with the Spectre and overheal and then just take a gun for himself, but
Perhaps
B-Man
playing
might
for
actually get
another
it. B-Man might actually get his time to shine here.
Would love
With
to
two
see
of them
it.
coming through B-Man.
Clearing our corners, very good.
B-Man actually heading back to site. The turret's going to make first contact for them. B-Man knows there's a couple of them coming up here. They're going to bait the alarm bot, and he's going to pop both nano swarms. It was a very, very smart play from Jericho there. Going to get caught by the Owl Drone, though. And he's walking up Speedway! Right into B-Man. Watto catching DJ up mid.
Oh, mini drones.
Mini drones catching Watto.
Gonna get another?
For his team. Gonna get the
yes, he
second.
does.
All down to Ogden and Ronan here.
Definitely seen Ronan win these before.
Absolutely. But Mini Drone says absolutely no fear. He's just gonna run
Standing.
through. Doesn't completely go through the smoke. And D1 in a 1v2 situation.
Launching smoke.
Smoking for himself. Hopefully gonna catch Ronan here.
And
Not quite the peak he was
Ronan.
hoping for. Ronan clutches it.
I really like the way that LIU is having mid control, because normally I feel like with Ascent you get a lot of mid push, but I feel like they're always doing a really good job of holding the mid. So I'd like to see them push mid, kill him, and I think it'd be a lot more difficult for SAGU to recover.
I would definitely agree with you there. I'm not sure about Ronan holding this wall every single time. I feel like it would work a little bit better if he were to just either pass it through B main to try and cut sight for him or something else, but Watto just pushing through, absolutely no fear. Not even gonna bother shooting the turret. B-Man didn't buy nano swarms. Oh wait, he did. Watto stuck on 28 health here. He's gonna get healed by Jericho. Jericho's gonna end up walling door with D1 catching him, but Ronan's already on site, getting B-Man.
Spike down B.
Ogden hoping to catch somebody here, but no dice. Nova coming up behind, but he's gonna get caught by Clutch. Mini Drone's actually able to catch one. He's gonna get the full overheal. Boosted up to 130 here in a 1v2 situation.
Very winnable for him.
Absolutely.
One enemy
Still think
remaining.
he's market. All right.
The one tap on Ogden.
Oh, and
Ooh.
Ronan. He really is just a powerhouse.
Honestly, Ronan just... I feel like once you get Ronan on site, it's hard to really just take care of him. It's like he's everywhere that you're just never gonna expect, and he doesn't even need the wall for it.
Here.
SAGU up 3-1. I feel like B-Man might have to start getting a little bit more creative with where he's putting these nano swarms.
I
Because
agree.
they're just baiting the alarm bot and then he's popping both of them immediately and just getting not really a lot of value out of it. They're gonna opt to just immediately push through A with the Cosmic Divide and the Sky Ult.
Right.
Nova gonna get caught in the corner. Gonna catch Jericho. Boombot's not gonna see him. Ronan popping the ult here. They're gonna catch him.
And he gets one.
And it was even.
So dangerous.
And Mini Drones
Mini
might swing through to
drones.
catch one. Just doesn't get the timing. He has no idea. That Clutch is just on the other side of the box. Oh, and Mini Drones catches
Oh,
Ogden.
and Clutch.
Last player standing.
Mini Drones with 2, but just not quite enough. SAGU with round 5. I'm liking the value that we're getting out of Mini Drones here. Really,
I am.
just
This game, he's really shining through. He's
Here.
putting in the work, and it's just defense. I'd love to see him on offense.
honestly, I feel like Mini Drones is actually going to be a big problem here for SAGU if they don't really just shut them down here. Ronan opting to go with the default wall cutting off mid again. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw Sova creep up like towards a gate a little bit more instead of just waiting behind the wall. Just immediately getting rid of his recon. They know that he knows that they're just going to be walking up catwalk now. Jericho just immediately pushing through.
Oh, Jericho
DJ
might get
is
him here. Oh,
DJ with
but
nothing to his
drone.
name but a Marshall. Not going to check the
Oh,
corner.
he's not gonna clear
And
it.
Jericho. He's just going to wait. And he has more than enough information now. Not gonna push through to catch DJ.
Here. Gotta help this
And
team
Nova
push.
actually coming up behind them. Jericho catching DJ here. And then walling mid.
Last player
Nova gonna use his flash.
Skin and he gets the kill.
Leaves Ogden on 3 health. I mean, oh. B-Man hoping to just pick up any type of gun for himself here. Gonna end up pulling up with a Guardian in a 1v3. Honestly, it's gonna be a tough retake for him here though. His first contact's gonna be Ronin, the MVP of these games so far. Does have a lockdown to use here, if he can manage to get Ronin here. But it's just not gonna be enough. SAGU with round 6.
I think they've got to change up their defense. I don't know what they should do. Maybe put a turret in mid so they have eyes mid, but then another person can play sight.
Honestly, I think one of the plays here would be maybe even putting mini drones and DJ both out mid, just immediately playing off of his recon, and then having mini drones try and get a frag and then dismiss out, just to try and shut down anything.
That would definitely slow their push significantly. And they wouldn't expect it. Maybe they get a good pick on someone valuable.
True. I feel like they might want to stop stacking so many to B, considering that B-Man can just, with all of his uso, could probably solo hold it for at least a little bit. And they still have
Good
3.
utility usage.
D1 not going to be able to catch Wado, but Nova actually catches Clutch, gets a second. He gets Ronin, and leaves Wado on 20 health. Jericho rezzing Clutch. Nova going to try and blast through the wall to catch him, but no dice. Has one coming out of door, gets a third, gets a fourth.
One enemy remaining.
Nova really just showing us why he's on this team. Mini drones on the flank. Jericho's just stuck in a corner. Nowhere to go. They have Spike and Tree. Mini drones with the blind here, hoping to have him swing off of it. Jericho's gonna get aggressive.
Oh.
Unlucky push for mini drones here.
I say that blind was unnecessary considering the
30
fact that you
seconds
know
left.
that he has to be over there. No sense in letting him know you're there because he doesn't know.
I agree. Jericho here.
And Turret's gonna make contact and just take away his health bit by bit.
Absolutely. With only 15 seconds here, I think you just save a Phantom. Play for an exit maybe if they get a little too aggressive.
10 seconds left.
But they are just gonna stand their ground and not even entertain losing any of this econ that they're trying to build here. And LIU catching their second round of the game.
Happy to see it. Hopefully they can build on this momentum.
I am in awe of what Nova just did.
That was a very impactful round for Nova. That was
Honestly.
amazing. 4K, he got...
Here.
He was fighting 3 people at once and he killed all of them. Like, that is impact if I've ever seen it.
Nova deciding that he wants to cosplay as Ronin for the day.
Let's see if we can see some more of that out of Nova. I'd love to see it.
Honestly.
Oh, no default Viper wall. We're getting a different one. Interesting.
Different angle on it. Still cutting off mid and tree. Interesting wall here instead of opting to just throw it onto B to really like cut off door and CT maybe. And B-Man on site by himself. Mini drones holding door here. Using his blind, but he's gonna get caught by the nade. He's not gonna be able to push.
Killjoy ult's
The
going
lockdown.
down.
Closes his door. B-Man catching Jericho on the wall. 11 health left. Watto caught in a really bad situation here. Flashes himself. Tried to pop flash a little too early. Puts out the ult, trying to catch somebody. Anyone.
No charges left.
Ronin stuck in a corner here. And Ogden coming up through pizza. Mini Drones is gonna see him. He walks past him.
Oh.
And Mini Drones gets him.
Clear your corners. Very.
Ronin catching one.
30 seconds left.
Finally getting the bomb down.
It's a scary round for LIU.
Last player
Have
standing.
everything going for you.
One
Mini
enemy
drones in
remaining.
the 1v1 with Ronin.
Ronin's one shot, but we've seen him do it before.
Ronin one shot. Mini drones actually overhealed here. Hoping to tap Spike, get him just freaking out just a little bit. Mini drones with the swing.
Mini drones. I feel like
That
yeah. Oh. I feel like what I'm seeing a lot from LIU is that the Breach is using util and they're not quite playing off it the way that they should. I know they just won the round, but the Breach did a nice stun, and you can see them standing lane, like not peeking with the stun, and I think maybe their retakes would be a little easier if they could play off their teammates' util like that.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they should be playing off of his flashes, maybe just a little bit more. Like, even if they have Astra and Viper just smoking every little thing, just flash above them. Flash above it and push through. Have one of your teammates swing. Just something.
Yeah.
Play
I think
off your breach just a
they're just
little
not
harder.
quite playing off of each other in the way they could. Whereas SAGU is doing that really well, playing off the Sky ult and the Astra.
Right there.
Nova just took a lot of damage.
Yeah, Nova taking first contact here, gonna get stunned and sucked over, and Ronin just catching him immediately.
Another ult
Ronin,
main. Oh, D1,
D1 athlete
though.
catching one. Pushing for a second, not quite gonna get them. With the Viper's pit down now, Mini Drone's up, choosing to ult here. Hoping to find somebody. All three of them coming around Jen. He doesn't have it. One in hell. Mini Drones catches him, goes under heaven again. Beeman with the wallbang!
Last player
And
standing.
Mini Drones with a second. Ogden with the odds stacked against him can't do a thing.
What a
B-Man.
good round for them. Burned an ult. Crucial ult too.
Absolutely. Beeman and Mini Drones really just holding on the fort for their team right now. Slowly whittling away at SAGU's econ here. And I am actually very excited with what we're seeing from LIU right now. I think they're finally starting to adapt to SAGU's playstyle and actually deciding to make changes to what they're doing.
Very optimistic for them. See where what kind of Viper will we get. I like this jiggle peek with the knife out. So was
Definitely think it's a little weird having Mini Drones play in their
Take flight.
spawn. He's kind of chilling out. DJ's gonna get caught by the nade here, can't get out fast enough.
Take him out.
Mini Drones hoping to find maybe just one frag here, just anything. Gonna get concussed by the dog. Just gonna immediately run through doors like nothing happened. D1 catching clutch though. Nova pushing off him. Can't quite get the second. Leaving Sky on pretty much no health here. And Jericho on his lonesome and being man with the spike. Hoping for his teammates to figure something out for them.
Interesting flash.
Didn't quite play off of it fast enough. And Mini Drones.
Mini drones is crucial here.
Might get one. Manages to get one, can't quite get Ronin.
30 seconds left.
B-Man hoping to come
Spike
up long here,
planted.
but Ronin knows exactly where he is. Hoping to catch him. B-Man.
This is incredibly winnable for B-Man.
Absolutely. I honestly might think that SAG might just pop Cosmic Divide here if Jericho ends up dying to B-Man.
Oh!
But it doesn't quite look like it.
Great positioning by Jericho. I really like holding
Absolutely.
it like that. It's a lot harder. You don't expect him there.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a much safer peek there than breaking the glass and hiding in cubby. Very, very smart plays there from Jericho. SAGU trying to take back whatever momentum they can. And LIU just can't quite get the full buy that they're looking for, even after those 3 rounds they won. They were just playing like an infinite game of catch-up and just couldn't quite do it. Jericho jumping up on boxes to try and get a wall peek, maybe.
Taken this peek a couple of times, and I don't know how much impact it makes versus how much noise it makes. So he has tried to take that peek a couple of times.
Nova!
Oh, and I spoke too soon. Nova
trying to
clear
creep
it,
in a
and
copy. I feel like if
that's
their
enough
Brim
to
had
get
just Oh, and Ronan just walks straight into a tree and just takes out Brim too. I feel like their Brim smoke there could have been a lot better if they were really trying to
Yeah, if you wanted to lurk, I would say put that a little further out, I'd say. No.
Yeah. The Dismisser trying to get info here. Mini Drones doesn't catch any. B-Man trying to put down a turret for flank just in case. Ogden gonna catch Mini Drones. B-Man with one! Going for the second, gets two! And they have the info on the third on Jen. They're not quite sure where Raze is though. Ronan on site. Might get one here. Ronan gets one.
Both?
B-Man in hell. Gets him one shot in clutch.
Playing
Swings
a
for
game
him.
of tag right there.
Last round before the
Absolutely
switch.
beautiful trade there from Clutch though. I honestly feel like SAGU might just have that little bit more synergy than LIU might hope for. Like it feels like SAGU, whenever they need their second player to swing for them, they're already there doing it before they even say anything.
I completely agree. Like just watching them play, you can tell that these guys, they just know how to play with each other. Play off each other.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide coming out really early here, hoping to get them to site. Jericho gonna pick up the orb to get res. Mini Drone's taking a more aggressive angle, maybe. Doesn't quite want to push through. He might know this guy's sitting in Boathouse, gets one! Dismisses out. Might get the second one on Speedway! Can't quite catch him.
You just
So
treated out by
B-Man.
B-Man.
Stim beacon here.
Fire in the hole.
B1 throwing out his iPad, hoping that he can get something here. Clutch using the showstopper, finds nobody home.
Ronan's
Ronan
on an
coming up
amazing
behind.
flank.
Here.
He spots
You
one
just
mid.
can't expect Ronan to be coming up behind them that fast, honestly. Gonna res Watto here. D-Man swinging it, trying to get one, might get two! Gets a second! And Nova getting clutch! It's all down to Ronan again, and he doesn't have Spike! And B-Man with the
B-Man with
4K.
a 4K.
Oh my goodness.
Switching sides.
And that's gonna be the end of our half.
I think it was the Reyna's pick was so good on the sky. It really just slowed everything down with the Killjoy ult. Because it was just a level of unpredictability of like, oh gosh, there's people on site. Where are we gonna go?
Absolutely.
And just kind of funneled them all easily to be sprayed down in Boathouse.
Yeah, Mini Drones and B-Man really showing us what they're made of this game. And SAGU feels like they're just kind of, I don't know, just not quite having the same synergy that they had on Haven. I feel like LIU is just adapting a little faster than they thought they would. They can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and keep winning.
I am very excited to see the Viper on defense though, to see what she brings to the table.
True. Mini Drones once again opting to go with full util and no gun here. Clutch holding this close angle, hoping to find somebody walking through the smoke.
Ronan gets aggressive with the shot already. Oh, and he
Ronan
gets
catching
caught
one.
down mid.
Gets traded out by B-Man. And Watto with the second. A pop flash here, hoping to find somebody. Flashes himself on accident. And Jericho already coming up behind them. B-Man's one shot. Might get one here. Can't quite catch B-Man. He's just gonna have to hope for Clutch to catch him here. And Nova, the flash just isn't working for him. Clutch getting them one shot. I'll give him one with two. Might get the third, can't quite get him. And Clutch just able to trade him out there.
Weapon here.
I'm really hoping that LAU doesn't let this turn into another one of those snowballs.
Absolutely. I feel like they, if I was LIU right now, realizing what happened the last map, I would just force up here and hope for the best.
I agree. I think you have to. Knowing that the other team doesn't force, I think is super useful, knowing that you should force. Try to get those eco frags.
Completely agree. Having seen them 3 times on round 2, just stay with pistols for everything else. Mini drones!
With a nice headshot.
Taking out Watto immediately, taking away one of their main means of getting healed. And their only flash. Jericho just walling A main though, shutting down anything they were trying to do. Nova deciding to lurk around the wall. Maybe waiting for an aggressive push from Sage here. Mini drones with the second!
Another one.
Gonna overheal. Might take the ghost, might not. Looking for his team. Nova pushing by himself! Not really the
Mini
smartest
drones
decision he
going
could have made there.
aggro.
Mini drones deciding that he wants more. He's hungry.
They have
He
no
has
idea
no idea
that
that Clutch is right under him.
Spike planted.
Oh, Clutch catching him just at the right time. Back to a 3v3.
I think if you're gonna go that aggressive, you have to commit more to it.
Honestly. And now Clutch with the Marshall. Not having to spend a dime on it. Honestly, if you're B-Man here, hearing these footsteps from Clutch, you just gotta swing it. You can't let him come to you. B-Man killing Clutch here.
Player standing.
B-Man with the second.
Oh, and a good cleanup from D1. That Marshall really put in the work for them that round.
Absolutely. With mini drones catching 2 and then B-Man actually being able to just keep it going.
Looks like a couple of SAGUs are light buy-in.
I feel like the buys we see from them are always just kind of all over the place.
Yes.
A lot of Spectres with the light armor on round 3, not really something you'd expect. A Spectre with heavy armor from mini drones here.
After the win, the one round too. It's very interesting.
Definitely interesting. Clutch hoping to find some value with this grenade. Gonna catch mini drones. Put him down to 93. And Ronan and Watto just playing around the smoke, hoping to find somebody. Watto's stuck in the gas, just staring at green.
There.
And see, this is what we were talking about with having to push off of the util. Using 2 flashes, they're not really doing anything with it. Ronan catching B-Man. And Clutch really stuck in boathouse here. Hoping to see, like, some type of utility used. Not looking to door. Nova with 1. And D1 actually there to catch Ronan
Playing
for
a
him.
good cross. Now it's just a 3v1.
Jericho.
Make that a 2v1.
Almost got caught by Nova there, but it's going to go back up to full health.
Very winnable for him.
Absolutely. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw Brim just hiding back sight, not even playing with their Sova really to try and play for this ult. Because they just want to really secure this round, and D1 doing the exact opposite of what I said.
Is the Sage walling? Is Jericho walling? He walled the one time I remember they pushed B, but has he walled since then? I think that wall really stopped them the one time, and I think it's a more crucial piece of utility that I hope is being used to the best.
Yeah, on attack, Jericho ended up walling door a lot, and so far the only wall I've seen from him is this one on A main that he's using immediately. The one that when Nova just kind of pushed through for fun. Here it is with the wall again. Hiding on top of it, hoping to find at least one here. They're just gonna blast through it like nothing happened. He's gonna get caught by the recon. They know exactly where he is, pushing through with 3 bullets. They're gonna catch Jericho. Looking to heaven with that molly. The sky flashes through. He's gonna get 1. Can't quite get the second. B-Man.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh, this is a lot of use on Ronan.
A big ult from Brim, but can't quite catch him. The Boombot. And DJ knowing that he's stuck in this corner. Ronan
with 35 HP and Astra with 25 HP. Can they do it?
remaining.
D1 catching Ogden here. Ronin's already on site, but B-Man has him.
I must say they're playing a much nicer post-plant hold than they were in the first map.
Absolutely.
Like that was this. They're holding multiple angles and they're holding each other. It's working out so much better, and I'm glad to see that adaptation.
B-Man and Mini Drones just kind of putting the team on their back here. But D1 and Nova are really starting to show up. I'm pretty excited to see what they can do with some of Nova's util once again. Kind of expecting to see a little bit more like aggression off of his flashes.
There.
I feel like I would go for Mini Drones too, because it feels like they're just kind of throwing them out, not really doing a lot with them.
I'm hoping for more team collaboration with the util, especially because they have so many blinds. And with the Reyna blinds, it is really easy to have a teammate swing off your Reyna blind. And of course, with the Breach Flash, it is easier to have a teammate swing off of that.
Absolutely. Mini Drone's just kind of lurking mid now. Not sure if he's going to catch Ronin on Cat. Can't quite get him. Sky's starting to push through mid here too. He's going to have to back up. Nova on tiles. Might want to swing them on Catwalk after getting that info from Mini Drones, but...
JJ ult goes down.
And Nova gonna get caught by Watto. And Mini Drones looking to get one here. Looking for the second. Might get Watto. Gets the second. And Ogden there to trade them out though. And they're just gonna get sight for free. We might see might see contact from Jericho and DJ here. Ogden coming up behind him, making a lot of noise though. DJ knows you're here. Not quite able to catch him though.
Ooh, double
in their back pocket. Clutch, just pushing in like an absolute psycho. B-Man, not quite gonna be able to get him here.
Oh, but those
unlucky.
double mollies. That was a really nice double satchel.
Honestly, I was very surprised to see Clutch kind of push him like that. Wow. SAGU taking the lead back. It really just feels like they're playing so split from each other. Like, Nova was just kind of playing tiles, and then, like, it felt ages later, Mini Drones finally came out Cat to try and get the frags from him.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. They just don't seem to be playing off each other super well. I'm hoping they'll figure that out soon. Someone will be like, hey guys, teamwork is what makes the dream work.
Absolutely. Nova trying to get the jump that Jericho could, but can't quite catch it. Jericho going to be sitting in the corner instead of on the wall this time.
Oh, he's protected from the recon dart. Oh, but this wall comes down and he is...
Just barely dodges that concuss. Not really sure how he did it. He was standing still. And Ronin on the other side. Interesting play here, Watto. Hoping to catch one. Gonna just get the info for his team and then just kind of walk away though.
Nova knows that the stage is here now. Does he go aggro for it?
I think the best play for Nova here probably would have been to use his C ability here. Actually catches Jericho with the wall bang, but Ronin!
Spike down A.
Ronin, good eco frag from him. It's not quite enough to slow the whole team down.
3v1 situation here. Gets the first. Knows that one's probably lurking near generator. Check your right. Knows that one's in hell. Gonna get the second. Not sure where the third is. Gets the third!
Oh, wow. And how did they
Oh my god. Ogden. Just playing out of his mind.
Absolutely gave him super easy winnable 1v1s for those 3 kills. Absolutely easy 1v1s.
Ogden with the clutch. Honestly, I feel like after your first teammate dies to him, Mini Drone should have just walked right back out of trees to try and take the fight with his teammate. I forget who ended up going to hell, but just kind of.
I agree that you should try to swing with your teammate there.
Yeah.
Make it harder. It's harder to hit 2 targets than 1. Yeah. I know about that.
LAU actually just gonna go for a full B push here, it looks like.
Will we be seeing the breach ult?
I'm hoping we'll see it sometime soon. DJ gonna opt to just immediately throw his molly to door, try and cut off Raze for a little bit. Mini drone and clutch with the double. And mini drones at 1, hoping to find Ronin too. B-Man turning him out. Jericho resing clutch here. B-Man with 1. Can't quite get the second. EJ trying to pull his funny little owl out.
Good round for SAGU.
Absolutely. Clutch with maybe some of the most impactful first bloods we've seen in this game.
I agree. He definitely... No Rose ults from him today. At least that I've seen. Very... Oh, and we have mini drones with the op. Let's see if he can get anything. His Marshall is pretty fire, so...
Shaking his head, yes, and Nova telling him I'm about to get this opening frag. Just trust me.
Oh, they're synergying.
They're playing off the flash. That's what we've been looking for. But nobody's holding mid this time. Ronin just sitting in trees, not even going to entertain peeking cat. Mini drone's going to push through the smoke. If he happens to look mid right now, he might catch Raze, but this is actually going to end up going back through their spawn. Mini drone's at 1. Can't quite catch a second here. Nova.
Nova still has ult. I'm hoping we'll get to see it.
Maybe after the Sage Wall breaks, just immediately ult and push in. Something. The clock is just whittling down here. They're running out of time to make a decision. And Neutron's still holding cat. And the timing of him not peeking mid anymore to see Raze. So unlucky. Oh, Nova with 1.
Oh,
hope they might check this corner now that he's caught.
30 seconds left.
Nova with the second. And this is the type of synergy we were looking for since map 1.
Planted.
Yes,
honestly.
The way that they're playing off of each other's utils so beautifully. It's so nice to see.
Nova going for the third, but can't quite catch them. Ronin.
They know both are heaven now. Oh, another double satchel.
Let's go for something psycho. And Mini Drone's actually just shooting him out of the air. Running with the second. Running a 1v2 here. Has to ace to clutch this.
Oh, and he throws down the Viper's ult.
Down the Viper's pit, hoping to find anyone home. Nobody hiding hell for him.
Oh, they've set this up for a great post.
Absolutely, gonna get the 4th. There's no time. Not gonna be able to get the 5th. A very, very good attempt by Ronin here, but unluckily in vain. It's another run for LIU.
Looks like SAGU is kind of poor this round.
I am so incredibly happy that we're finally seeing that
I
util
am
synergy.
too. It is really nice to see them peeking off of each other's util, and with the dart and peeks and stuff, and with the blinds. It's so nice to see them playing off of each other. It flows so much better for them. It's so much easier for them to take the side if they just work together.
Exactly.
Oh, there's a little shorty in main. That's a little dangerous.
Clutch with the full armor here, hoping to just catch one and take the gun and hopefully run away. I'm hoping that they don't just push through this flash, or the, hoping that they don't just push through the smoke blindly. Gonna get a lot of damage on mini drones here, though. The Astra smoke's gonna go away. And Clutch just waiting here. Doesn't run away because of the lockdown.
Committing to that shorty play.
But they can't get to him.
Ronin keeping him
safe.
alive. That's the kind of synergy that keeps SAGU on top.
Absolutely. Auto hoping to play off of his flashes here. Might actually just team flash Jericho on accident, though. Mini drones pushing up.
They have the buy advantage, so it's super important if they get these flankers.
30 seconds.
Not going to be able to catch one. Watto with the wide swing. Augment has all 3 of them.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, gets 2. And it's all up to B-Man. Left vulnerable though. Gets 1.
It's so important to win rounds with the other teams on eco.
Match
Oh
point.
man, just unlucky. I feel like one of the big things that we need to see from LIU here, like we're finally seeing some of that util synergy, but I feel like they're just taking a little too long to finally decide what they're gonna do.
Yeah, they're essentially just getting closed in on at every single round, so it pretty much they win the round if they can kill off all the people behind them.
Honestly, they just end up sitting in either A main or B main for just a little too long. They're actually not even going to be on a full buy here on their last round. Hopefully mini drones can find one, open this up for them. Breeze trying to make the jump again. Mini drone's going to show him how it's done, maybe.
Come on, guys.
Showing him how it's done. There we go.
I still wonder if that peak is worth the noise.
There.
From the failed attempts.
Honestly, they know that there's at least a couple of them here now. Ronan going to be playing in the cubby.
Launching smoke.
Ronan hopefully going to be smoking off heaven here.
Before we break down the wall.
Ronan just kind of looking at his playbook here and trying to figure out what he's going to do. Finally, with the ult. Check the corner. Check the corner. Jericho and Ronan just absolutely shredding through LIU. And it's all up to B-Man.
And there's a flank coming and he has no idea.
He has no idea that Clutch is here waiting for him. Clutch not able to catch him though, and B-Man gets 1. 5 health and dies to the dog.
It was a very close game though. It was nice to see LIU like just, you know, improve their synergy over the span of the games. Really
just
tough to lose to the dog though.
Absolutely. Just an unfortunate last couple rounds there, but we'll definitely try to bring that up in the interview that we have after this break. Actually just saving the day for Sage here. 2 of them just full stomping straight through Evan. They have no idea that mini drones actually went all the way over.
One enemy remaining.
Clutch starting to come up behind. DJ hoping to catch 1 here. Gets Jericho. 1 shot though, probably gonna end up getting right click. Though, hoping to play off of his Breach's flash. They have no idea that he's sitting in cubby. Catches 1 and mini drone's there to refrag. And LIU takes round 2. Nova coming up behind, but he's gonna get caught by Clutch. Mini drone's actually able to catch 1. He's gonna get the full overheal. Boosted up to 130 here in a 1v2 situation.
Very winnable for him.
Absolutely.
One enemy remaining.
Market. All right.
The 1-tap on Ogden.
Oh, and Ronan.
Corner. Gonna catch Jericho. Boombot's not gonna see him. Ronan popping the ult here. They're gonna catch him.
Ronan gets 1.
And it was even.
So dangerous.
And mini drones might swing through to catch 1. Just doesn't get the timing. He has no idea. That Clutch is just on the other side of the box. Oh, mini drones catches Ogden.
Oh, and Clutch.
Mini drones with 2. And just with all of his use, so could probably solo hold it for at least a little bit. And they still have 3.
Utility usage.
D1 not going to be able to catch Watto, but Nova actually catches Clutch, gets a second. He gets Ronan. And there's Watto on 20 health. Jericho rezzing Clutch. Nova going to try and blast through the wall to catch him, but no dice. Has 1 coming out of door, gets a 3rd, gets a 4th.
One enemy remaining.
Nova!
We've seen him do it before.
Running one-shot mini drones actually overhealed here. Hoping to tap Spike, get him just freaking out just a little bit. Mini drones at the swing!
Mini drone!
He doesn't have it! One in hell. Mini drones catches him, goes under heaven again. Beeman with the wall bang!
Last player
And
standing.
mini drones with a second. Ogden with the odds stacked against him can't do a thing. Can't expect Ronan to be coming up behind him that fast, honestly. Gonna res Watto here. D-Man swinging it, trying to get one, might get two. Gets a second. And Nova getting clutch. It's all down to Ronan again. And he doesn't have Spike. And Pina. He's just gonna have to hope for clutch to catch him here. And Nova, the flash just isn't working for him. Clutch getting them one shot. Again with one, with two. Might get the third, can't quite get him. Absolutely. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw Brim just hiding back sight, not even playing with their Sova really, just trying to play for this ult. Because they just want to really secure this round, and D1 doing the exact opposite of
do it.
One enemy remaining.
D1 catching Ogden here. Ronan's already on site, but B-Man has him.
Ooh, double
in their back
satchel.
pocket. Clutch! Just pushing in like an absolute psycho. B-Man not quite going to be able to get him.
Good eco frag from him. It's not quite enough to slow the whole team down.
3v1 situation here. Gets the first.
Planted.
Knows that one's probably lurking near generator. Check your right. Knows that one's in hell. Gonna get the second. Not sure where the third is. Gets the third!
Oh, wow. And how did they
Oh
let
my
that
god.
happen?
Ogden just playing out of his mind.
Absolutely.
Or try and cut off Raze for a little bit. Mini drone. And clutch with the double! B-Man trading him out. Jericho resing clutch here. B-Man with one. Can't quite get the second. EJ trying to pull his funny. And Mini drone's actually just shooting him out of the air. Running with the second. Running a 1v2 here. Has to ace to clutch this.
Oh, and he throws down the Viper's ult.
Moving down the Viper's pit, hoping to find anyone home. Nobody hiding hell for him.
Oh, they've set this up for a great post.
Absolutely, gonna get the fourth. There's no time. Not gonna be able to get the fifth. A very.
They have the buy advantage, so it's super important if they get these flankers.
30 seconds.
Not gonna be able to catch one Watto with the wide swing. Augment has all three of them.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, gets two. It's looking at his playbook here, trying to figure out what he's gonna do. Finally, with the ult. Check the corner. Check the corner. Jericho and Ronan.
Down A.
Just B-Man.
And there's a
with his
flank
Spectre.
coming, and he has no idea.
He has no idea that Clutch is here waiting for him. Clutch not able to catch him though, and B-Man gets one. 5 health and dies to the dog.
Win.
E1 goes down.
And we're back.
Yeah, we're back and we're about to interview someone from the winning team, Ronan. Absolute animal.
Hello.
And here he is, the one and only from SAGU.
Yes, sir.
So I have to ask, you play Viper on Haven, and I find that a very interesting pick because she's kind of a small site limited agent, and Haven's a really big map. Is there any particular reason you do that?
Well, so how I see Viper is she has a lot of she can cover a lot of site. Am I muted? Oh. Well, so she has a lot of coverage from B to A. And then Sage can cover C. So like C garage, and that's kind of like the main point where we want to cover, because if you're in garage, if the enemy team is in garage, then we kind of get exposed and we're kind of cut off from each other. So I like having the Viper wall to up from B all the way down to A, cuts off everything, all of the like points, so then they don't know where anybody is. Once they're on site, they have to recheck every corner. And that's, I think, how I got 3 kills one time, because the wall was up and then they like didn't really check it, but they like kind of did. It was weird. They looked there, but they didn't shoot there. So,
the classic.
Yeah. And that's kind of how I like to play it. If I need to, though, what I also like kind of notice is if you're from C long, you can hit a Viper wall all the way down to B window. And if you hit that wall, you can have someone play in that pocket in B where like you kind of catch them off guard. So that's how I like to see Viper. She kind of either can be a very good lurk, or she can set people up for really good lurks. There's just in spots where people don't have, like, they can't see, so they don't know. And if they don't know, then you can kind of catch, you have that element of surprise, which is why I like Viper. Not a lot of, Viper isn't a really, like, I guess the meta pick for Haven, but I like it just because I mean, if you need to, you can smoke yourself off when you're diffusing, and it just makes it a little more harder. It's like how I see it is when you're playing controller, you have smokes, but the smokes also do damage, so it's kind of like it's a plus. So everything you have pretty much like but gets them vulnerable, gets them a little bit weaker, so like let's say if you're playing with the Phantom, you pretty much they're one tap to the Phantom as well, just as much as a Vandal. So that's kind of my idea on Viper on Haven. I mean, maybe I'll switch it up. One of these days we'll talk about it, and maybe I'll hop off a Viper. But I definitely do enjoy, I guess, having control of what other players can see.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, I definitely like. We do. I think the map that we didn't, I guess, put up the numbers for, but we do a lot of like practice is for Ascent, and that's the one where you can put the wall from B, from A. You can go mid, put the wall. It's just there's so many things you can do with it. It's kind of fun to play with. You can be aggressive with it. You can it gets people guessing. So they don't know where to look. So yeah, that's kind of why I like Viper. And I play other agents too. I'm not just a Viper. I'm a Viper main, but that I can play Reyna, Jet. I mean, most duelists. I don't really play Raze or Neon, just because I like the way you can like get in with Jet and then get out, get in with Reyna, get the kill, and then either regen or get out of there if you need to. But we'll see, because honestly, what we've been talking about lately is having no duelist. So we were actually thinking of trying to, instead of being selfish, because we are a team, just going no duelist, and we play for each other. We play for trades. We have mollies, flashes, and smokes, and we use that. So we're gonna try and implement a little bit more of have more Astra. I definitely want to play with Astra a little bit more. That seems like something that's really strong right now, and definitely want to have a lot of flashes. I feel like that gets people off track, and they have to look away and then flick back if they don't want to get flashed. And it's a bunch of stuff that we could do, especially as a team. And that's one thing I like about Valorant. It's just because there's so much different like combos you can do. It's kind of like endless. It's almost infinite for how much abilities you can do and like all the synergy stuff. So it's fun.
Got you.
Yeah.
Is there like oh, my fault. You can go.
I actually have a question about that, because you guys, at least compared to the other team, you guys had really good, you guys played off each other super well. And I was gonna ask, so guys, how much practice do you guys have to get in to like play off each other so well?
We do practice a lot. So our scheduled practice time for like the past was starting from 6 p.m. and it ends at 10 p.m. Monday through Friday. And we kind of like broke the rule in a way, or I did at least, because I had to get on like earlier. I had to get on Saturdays, and I would just kind of play a little bit more, take it a little bit more serious. But I definitely wanted like this game to be different than the last game, because last game I feel like we played a really like individual. So this game I want us to focus more on support. Like if someone's going in, make sure you flash for them, make sure you trade them, make sure whatever happens, it happens with a purpose. It doesn't just, I want to get the kill and go. Maybe you could be selfish every once in a while, because I mean, those are always nice to do, but you always want to make sure if you have a team, you use the team.
Definitely.
Yeah. So if you're ever like solo queuing or duo queuing, hey, try and help the team out. Don't play selfish. A lot of people do like to play like selfish, I guess, in solo queuing.
Gotcha. One last like quick thing that I wanted to ask you real quick was, what do you think the main thing was that you guys did differently than LIU that just completely swiped Haven from them?
Map control. Map control. That was the main thing that they didn't have, especially like you saw a lot on Ascent. They would kind of bunch up in one spot and then they would stay there. They'd be stuck because they didn't know what to do. And like that last round that we had,
where they all just kind of got stuck in B.
Yeah, they got stuck. I think they got stuck A last round. The very, very last round. They got stuck Yeah, they got stuck A, and then they breach ulted, Reyna flashed, and then that's obviously when they're gonna charge in. It's a no brainer. So then me and Jericho were sitting on opposite sides of each other, and we just had Astra gravity well holding them back so they can't push through. Gravity well, concuss, and then it's just free kills. So we're concussed, but so are they. So that's kind of why I like having Astra, but I like to have her kind of more safe because she needs to be able to access her abilities like on the fly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but that's pretty
Well,
much what I think we did a little bit better.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much, Ronan, and good luck on your next couple games this season.
Thank you. You guys as well.
It's a nice set of games we watched today. Definitely a lot to learn. Very excited for the future of these two teams.
Absolutely. Hopefully I'll be able to actually catch some of the games that SAGU plays after this, because after seeing everything that happened tonight and seeing how good their team synergy is, I'm wondering how high they can actually climb through this bracket.
Same. So thank you everyone for watching the stream today. Thank you for watching our segment. Hope y'all have a good night.
Absolutely. Have a good one.